I talked to the pool company. The pool remodel isn't going to start until the end of this month because the travertine for the pool deck is sitting on a boat somewhere and on the way to us. And just a little reminder here, so this pool deck is going to be all travertine all the way to the patio there, all this travertine. And then right here where we took out this palm tree, this is going to be pavers, a square that runs out there, over there to the pond, to the fish pond and back for a second set of lounge chairs, because in the afternoon those two guys don't get sun. So about 3 o'clock in the afternoon you have to move down here if you want sun, and of course it's super inconvenient. But you notice I got the Dolphin Escape in there cleaning the pool out because they said that they wanted me to keep the debris out. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one last cleaning, and I don't believe we'll have a lot more dropping from that tree or that tree. That's a lot of whatever those brown things are. I don't even know what those are. I don't know if it's pollen or what, but it's those brown stringy things that get in the pool. But yeah, guys, so just wanted to give you guys a little update. I'm going to keep posting these videos. I'm going to wait, 3 or 4 more days and see what the pool looks like then, because it's going to get interesting with no pool pump running. I'm not going to drain it myself. I'm paying for that, so I'm not going to go ahead and do work that they're already getting paid for. I'm going to let them do it. But I imagine by the time that they get here at the end of the month, this pool is going to be about halfway full, because it's going to start getting hot and the water is going to start evaporating pretty quickly. So yeah, just a little update. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you again real soon. We've got a video rendering right now that'll be done around 1 o'clock, and then it's going to be premiered tomorrow morning about fun stuff in the washing machine. Take it easy, guys. Supercar Street Racing. I'm going to step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see. So I see it now. All right, I'm going to let you guys look. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have kind of a different video on Supercar Street Racing. Today we're going to be talking about weight loss and what kind of weight loss plans can help you on your goals. I started on my weight loss plan on the 1st of January. Here we are over a month into that plan, and I'm gonna update you guys here on how I did it and then weigh in live for you so you can see the results here on week 5 of my weight loss journey. We'll talk a lot about the diet, what you have to do for your lifestyle, what's going to actually make a difference in your weight loss and your fitness plan, and then hopefully you can get started on yours. So let's get right into it. Alright, so you saw at the beginning of the video, you didn't see the weight yet because I'm making you guys wait till the end for that. But you saw at the beginning of the video me stepping on a scale, and that is a Bluetooth scale that has an app for the phone. I will put a link down in the description for the scale if you're interested in tracking your weight loss and your body fat results. I highly recommend it. Now let's talk about what we are doing to lose weight. So let's talk about my fitness first so you guys can see what I do every day to stay in shape. Now, every day I work very early in the morning, so you'll see me up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day, depending on what happened the night before, if I was able to get to sleep or not. Also, alcohol has been a big factor in gaining weight, and I don't drink beer, but I did stop drinking alcohol completely during the week because it affects my ability to get a good night's sleep. So I stopped drinking alcohol on the weekdays, with just minor exceptions if there are events that I need to go to and hang out with vendors or friends, but I generally do not drink during the weekdays anymore. And I get to bed between 9 and 10 every night and get up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day. So yeah, alcohol is the first big thing before we get into the fitness part. Okay, what is my workout regimen like? Well, it's pretty intense, I would say. I was looking for the correct word for it. It's pretty intense. I am up, like I said before, between 4 and 6 a.m. every day, and the first thing I do is check emails at work and make sure there's nothing happening at work, and then I am straight on to the treadmill that is out in the sunroom, and I will show you guys that here momentarily. But I do get on that treadmill, and I have it on a slight incline, and I do 3 to 3.2 miles per hour on the treadmill, and I do 60 minutes every day of the week, even Saturday and Sunday while I'm on this. And I was doing it before the weight loss journey, but now I am doing it because of the weight loss journey, and it is actually taking some good effect on my fitness. And so that is the first thing I do. Then directly after the treadmill, I am on these weights right here, which are next to me. I no longer go to the gym as I sold my car and I don't have a vehicle at this point except for the golf cart and the mini bike, and there is no local gym that I can ride that to. So I do all my workouts at home directly after I get on the treadmill. And while I am doing my workouts, I am also working between sets. I'm doing work for the actual job. So my workout here on these weights consists of about 30 minutes. I do work out every part of the body every day mostly. I skip 1 or 2 different body parts on every other day. But on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do legs along with every other body part. On every other day besides that, in the weekends, I don't do legs. I just do every upper body part, and I do that on a daily basis. So like I said, it takes me about 30 minutes, and I will put that workout routine up on the screen right now. Guys, here is my workout routine on the screen right now. I do work out 7 days a week, but on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, those are my hardest workouts. And you can see right here, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do biceps, I do triceps, I do shoulders, traps, legs, chest, back, and abs. It's a pretty thorough workout, and it's every part of my body on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, I do biceps, triceps, shoulders, chest, back, and abs. All right, guys, so now I'm gonna show you where I do my daily workouts. So this is my sunroom. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. I'm having trouble saying it today. And you can see outside this beautiful view here that we have. And it's actually cold today. And look, the door is open in the sunroom because I was working out this morning. But this is where I actually do all my workouts. This is my ProForm crosswalk treadmill that I bought at a yard sale for actually got it for free because the guy was trying to get rid of it, and he actually brought it to my house. So every morning I am on this treadmill. It is set to this particular incline here, and then I do 1 hour on the treadmill, and I have my Bluetooth headphones here. They're over-the-ear headphones. And then I watch this television here where I watch Supercar Street Racing every single day. 30 minutes on this treadmill at the incline that it's sitting at now. Usually says about 350 calories. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but let's go with that. Let's say I burn 350 calories on this lovely treadmill watching this lovely television with this amazing view right here. So let's talk about the diet plan. And yes, my diet plan is low carb and keto. So it may even lean more towards only meat, the carnivore diet. But I actually do have some carbs, not a whole lot. I have some keto-friendly tortillas that I use. They are low net carb, and net carb is what you're looking for when you're doing keto. You want to ingest no more than 25 net carbs per day. I think my intake is way lower than that. I do have, like I said, I have some keto-friendly tortillas, and I do have keto bread, and then I concentrate mostly on veggies and meat. I do salads for sure every other 2-3 days, or I get a big salad from a to-go restaurant and I eat that over several days. But I do eat a lot of chicken, I do eat some fish, I eat a lot of beef, and that is my current diet plan. So I do not eat breakfast. I skip breakfast while I'm on my weight loss plan. I have been doing that for about 30 days. I have a small lunch. Portion control is another big thing for me. Trying not to eat a lot is a big deal for me. So at lunch, I will have cold cuts and cheese or some kind of meat or a salad. And then for dinner, I will have meat, maybe a tortilla and some bread with my stuff if I do a sandwich. but I generally try to keep that portion control on, and that is a big part of doing this diet. But the diet is keto, and that is a pretty big deal, and there is an app out there called Carb Manager that will help you with your keto diet if you guys want to go ahead and try this. Now, how long does it take to start losing weight? We'll talk about that next. So how long does it take to start losing weight if you try the plan that I'm on, which is the keto plan? Well, that's going to vary on how dedicated you are to this diet plan. I am currently trying to get my neighbors across the street, Rich and Trish, to do this diet as well, and they have definitely stepped up a little bit, and they are doing some of the things that I'm doing. They're trying to anyway, but in order for this diet to work 100%, if you want really effective results, you have to stick with the plan, and you cannot deviate for a day or two, as it will take your body out of ketosis. So what is ketosis? Well, we're going to explain that next. Alright, so guys, what is ketosis? That is a metabolic state where your body burns fat for energy instead of glucose, and that's the state you want to be in for weight loss. Right here we have some One Earth Health ketone test strips. Now what these do, and I believe these are expired because they are not working anymore, but they did expire on 8/6/2022, and they're not reacting anymore. So you have to use these before they get expired. But what these guys do is they have a color chart on the side that tells you how far into ketosis your body actually is. You can see here it goes from brown, which is the stock color, all the way up to a dark purple when your body is in ketosis. And your body will get into ketosis if you can get that keto diet lined up and do not cheat on that diet and stay away from the absolutely nots. There's a lot of things on the keto diet that, while they might not be high in net carbs, they're absolute no's, and that is things like bread and potatoes, which are, just absolutely no's for the keto diet. Now, one good thing about the keto diet is you can actually have fried foods. You need high fats in the keto diet, and all that can be done in the Carb Manager app, which will help you on your day-to-day diet plan. It has every food in there and will tell you the net carbs and your fat levels and all that, and help you get into ketosis. And you can also track your weight and your exercise on there, but getting these ketone test strips first will actually help you, and I will have a link down in the description for the ketone test strips. Now let's take a look in my fridge and see what's in there. It's not much right now. Hey guys, we are in the kitchen now. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing amazing kitchen here. And today we are talking about the keto diet plan, and we're going to take a look at what is or is not in my refrigerator and in my pantry. So let's get some lights on in here first of all. So here is my pantry, and there are not a lot of things in here, but there's also not a lot of things in here for a reason, because I have thrown away most everything that would be not good for keto, except some of my soups and veggies, and I try to only eat keto-friendly veggies like green beans, broccoli, and zucchini. I threw away all the chips that were in here, and now I have what's left over here. It's kind of messy right now, but there is some keto-friendly tortillas, and there is the keto-friendly bread from Arnold's, which I don't eat a lot of. I eat more of the tortillas. Those are 60 calories and 5 net carbs. You have to stay away from any pastas, so I don't eat that chicken soup. I don't eat the peas. I only eat the green beans, and all the other things are not keto friendly, so stay away from that. I don't even eat this Lipton onion soup, but the Carb Manager app will help you and tell you what is in all these things as far as carbs. And now in the fridge, we have a rotisserie chicken, which needs to be thrown away, but yes, I was eating that. We have some chicken thighs here. This is a salad left over from the local bar that I was eating, and I have been eating it over several days with some added protein here in some chicken thighs. There is some broccoli that I made fresh. There is a zucchini. There is some shrimp that needs to be thrown out, shrimp cocktail, which is great for keto. Mayo is good for your keto diet as well. So is ranch. Anything with fats is good, just no sugars. And here is the cold cuts drawer. You can have all these cold cuts. You can have hot dogs, and you can have cheese. So you can have all that for lunch if you want to snack right on a plate. You also can have canned tuna, and canned chicken is fantastic for you, but low sugars. Which brings us to the condiment drawer. So I do eat eggsters, which are egg product substitute. Let me close this so it'll stop complaining for a moment. I do not eat regular ketchup anymore. It is high in sugar. I eat this ketchup now. This is Heinz, no sugar added tomato ketchup. Regular ketchup is super, super high in sugar. You need ranch. You can have butter as well. And I use this butter spray, and I can't believe it's not butter. This doesn't have any calories or anything in it. This does, but I use both. So that's a look into my fridge on Supercar Street Racing and Supercar Street Racing Kitchen. So I'm gonna step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see, so I see it now. All right, I'm gonna let you guys look. Oh, it didn't lock in. Let's try it again. Okay, it's locked now. So 152.4 is the weight that I am right now, guys. So that is my weight loss so far, starting at 169, now at 152.4. Now I'm gonna show you guys the app for this. Okay guys, we are back on the phone here, and we have the Fit Index app here installed somewhere. Let's find it. There it is, and you can see on February 3rd, 2021, I was actually at 147 pounds. Wow, so I gained 22 pounds in about a 10-month period from my lack of diet. Now let's get back on the scale with the app and see what we have now. So 152.6, and it is calculating everything now. So there we go, guys. 14% body fat, 152.6 pounds. So I'm still 5 pounds over what I was this time last year. We have to get that back though. Okay guys, that's gonna do it for today's video on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I hope it gives you motivation to get out there, get on your diet plan, stick to it, and do some exercises, and you will see results. 30 to 33 days for me. I have lost 17 pounds, and I am not going to stop until I lose another 5 to 7 more pounds and be on my target weight for summertime. I have to be out there in that pool this summer, and I want to look good doing it. You guys, I'm with you. Please put it in the comments section what your experiences are with the keto diet. Tell me about your fitness goals. Tell me how you're doing. I love you guys. We'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS.
No.
My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out!
and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Just got a text. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again. And of course, you know UPS. If your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. All right, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. All right, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. Alright, there's my receipt too. I paid well over $1,000 for this setup. And I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the. Really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to up underneath there Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera. The RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so This thing does not fit without trimming the plate from the back. I'm assuming there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put, doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID Foresight. I don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here. Now it's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm gonna go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand, but yeah, look at that, it just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position, otherwise it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out because there's like literally no room. It's very hard, and you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel, and I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it, and now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm gonna do that now because it takes two hands, but you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector, to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. All right, guys. So the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get. Whoops. Lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off. In the video, let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
When the cluster is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. But I can relate because I'm half German, so. Got this tool here. Now you see, this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tabs, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much. Get focused. I love how much space there is. Man, look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too. It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On the right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so
the sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
All right, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
All right, well, let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. All right, so this thing has to be cut out apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water, and I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. And I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So
on right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent, and then you cut everything except this.
Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was. I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template folded over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover
So there's the instructions.
the piece as shown in the picture.
Alright, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still in the
dropped it.
vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this, what? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel. Now I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here. So this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm going to work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts on your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 Series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already, scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. Be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm gonna work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow, what a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great, and yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch, so I'm going to be removing it again. And cutting away some more of the vent, and I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery, okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably gonna happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day. Supercar Street Racing. The best sunsets come after the storm. Look at that right there. Look at that beautiful sunset over Florida. Goodbye, Hurricane Debbie. And then we'll just pull it tight. Well, that's not good. Anything break?
No.
Guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have a special enhancement for the garage, and it's sitting right here looking so fly and fresh. And this is going to go into the garage right now, but first we're going to open it up on Supercar Street Racing. All right, guys, sitting right in front of me is an LED picture light for the garage to go over our Supercar Street Racing banner. And let's get this thing unboxed. And inside here, right here, and right now, you can see the LED light looking so fresh, and basically this light just uses USB power. It is very light. It probably won't need anything except drywall screws to hold it in. We will see. It does come with drywall inserts though, if you need them. And this little telescoping arm. And here is the mount. So basically you put this on the wall. It's almost got like a hot shoe mount. This comes out over and you can redirect your light any way you want. And it does come with this remote control as well, but you now shall not receive batteries with this. Here in the garage in front of the Supercar Street Racing banner, and the plan right here and right now is to put this TV back all the way like this and hang this banner. The TV will generally be facing this way because it's in the corner. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this TV. Now all we want to do right here and right now is mount this light so that it shines down on our banner, like so. And then the wire will simply run behind the TV to this USB receptacle that I have. We have power available, a USB-A right behind it. It's super convenient. And I believe this thing works like this. Well, no, it would have to be like that. Screws on like that, so that's how you do that. And then we will just mount this up here and we will zip tie our wire. I wish the wire wasn't running, wasn't right on the tip of this. I wish it was like, but actually that's not bad, you can't see it. So that's as high as we want it because it's going to be hidden right under the TV and we want it dead centered. So somewhere we probably need to get we need to get our measuring tape and measure dead center. Grabbing the measuring tape, and it is 4 feet. So we're gonna go at 2 feet. 2 feet is right above this little graphic. So what we want to do is go as high up as we can without interfering with the TV, right there, and at 2 feet right at the center, and just throw our screws in right there, as high as we can go. Hopefully we don't need inserts for this, it's very light. Screws are very long and it's very light. And now we will just try to level it out so it doesn't look crooked, right there. There is that. This thing is fine, it's not going anywhere. Light is very light. Get it? Now we'll zip tie this to the little neck. We'll run the neck right there. And all we have to do now is give this thing power. And there is a USB type A connector on the actual receptacle back here, which makes this very convenient. And it is plugged in and on and freaking out. It is oscillating. Oh, it's audio based. Nice. Okay, it is on music right now, but so eventually it's going to come up like that and you won't see it. We will tie it straight up like this and it's completely hidden by the TV. But for now, it is on music mode. So I'm putting it on auto where it is doing a nice RGB effect. As you guys can see, we can put it on color, and that is white. That's as white as it's gonna get. It's sort of a cool white, but you can see how it lights up the Supercar Street Racing banner right there, pretty cool. And then back on, and that is the brightness level. You can do dim or bright with the remote. That is full brightness. Now back on auto is where it oscillates through the colors. Looks pretty cool, guys. And I'll get another shot at night, and we also have to deal with this banner at the bottom not working right. But we need to get some zip ties and finish up our work. And the light is on and the wire is completely hidden, guys. Check it out. Looks fly and fresh. Looks not good.
Got him! Got him!
Anything break?
No.
Yeah. Well, I broke my microphone connector. That's wonderful. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. My name is Brad, and today we're taking a look at this RGB picture light. Now this RGB picture light is pretty cool, and what we wanted to do is also show you our custom vinyl banner. Now this banner was made specifically by me, and I designed it on uprinting.com. But first, let's take a look at this RGB picture light. Now basically what this light is for right here is for hanging on top of a piece of art, and it can light up your art in multiple different ways. Now we are using it for our supercar street racing banner out in the garage, and you can see it right here on the screen where it says RGB picture light with remote, and this thing does work with USB, so it does have a USB type A on the end of the plug. And checking right here online here on Amazon, it does have a 4.3 star review, and it does cost $34.98 right now for the RGB one. And that's the one we have out here in the garage right now. And let's take a look at some of the reviews here. It has 69% 5-star reviews, easy to install, and so nice, satisfied, and perfect fit. And the 1-star reviews say it's supposed to be wireless, but that is not true. It is not chargeable. And this guy says doesn't work with the timer. And the other guy says just cheap, which yes, it is very cheap, but it does work fine. And now taking a look at some of the pictures here, you can see there is an app for this as well. I didn't use it. And here we have the different colors that you can switch it to over your artwork. And right here, right now, you can see on the app where you can control the music as well. And right here is what's in the package. Basically, it comes in pieces. It has some drywall inserts and screws, the neck, and it has a small remote control on the actual wire so you don't have to use the app. And you can see a picture of it right here in someone's living room with the RGB effect, and that's what I had turned down, as you guys could see in the video, out in the Supercar Street Racing garage. And right here it has the remote control feature, the button control feature, and also you can control it with an app on your phone. And now we're taking a look at the custom banner that I ordered on uprinting. Now I did design this myself. I'm pretty good at Photoshop, as you can see on some of the videos. So I did design this myself, and I used Photoshop to design it, and then I uploaded it to uprinting.com. I chose 48 by 36 because of the area I wanted to cover up. And you can see right here, right now, it was $29 for the subtotal here for my custom banner, which is not bad. Now the other two banners I ordered were very large, and they were much more expensive. Now you can see the other order was almost $250 for the two large banners out in the garage, but the 48 by 36 banner was only $53 with everything included. So please check out uprinting.com. And back here on this Supercar Street Racing channel here, and we want to encourage you to please help out the channel by buying all your Amazon products through the links in the description. And you don't have to buy the actual product. You can buy anything you want through any of our links in our description. It does give us a small amount of money, and you help support the channel. And please like and subscribe. That's very important for the channel as well. A lot of people watch but aren't subscribed, and we could really use your support. And we want to thank you guys for the shark coating video support. That video has over 200,000 views, and it did very well. And we're so excited to be growing with the community and have you here on Supercar Street Racing. So go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, and we'd love to hear from you in the comments as well. What do you think about the channel? What needs to be improved? What are we doing right? And what are we doing wrong? And we're going to be back soon with the Marantz Cinema 70S review. We have that all set up and ready to go. I just need to put that video together and get it out to you guys. But for now, I gotta bounce. I gotta get over here and edit. Out in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and of course we are recording on the phone, which has better low light video. We got the garage lights set to purple, but I wanted to show you guys the art print light that is chilling so nicely over the Supercar Street Racing banner, and it is set to a cool white, but we have this remote here that can do whatever we want. We can go red, green, blue, yellow, light blue, purple, and back to white. Or We can do oscillating colors, which looks fly. Guys, I hope you like this video. Please like and subscribe. Now we are fully lit tonight. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing back for another update on the same video of the yard. Now we are fully lit tonight. I wanted to come back up and give you a update with all the lights on. So let's start with the patio. We have the Govee lights on. We've got Supercar Street Racing on TV here. We've got our little string lights, which some of them need to be replaced. That is on my list of to do. We've got our torches lit. I couldn't get that one lit, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's out of fuel, but we got our torches lit. We got our pool lights on, all of our yard lights, and this is what it looks like at night. So I'll walk you guys around for a tour. We can see we have the lighting up here. Inside the sunroom, we have some LED RGB lights. Our nice torches are lit here, and then over here on the side we have our little dining area and patio, which is also lit by the sunroom lights. And then on the side of the house we have the string lights doing their job over here and keeping this all nice and bright for the security cameras. Then making our way down here, this was just watered, but making our way down by the dock, we've got a nice lightning show going today too. Wow, that was cool. Let's see if we can get some more lightning. Nothing? As soon as I go down, it'll come back. Oh, there it was again. We got a nice lightning show going on tonight. Maybe it's on the time lapse. But you can see here, we got our yard lights on, lighting up the palm trees. We got our dock lanterns on here. We got our LED rope lights around the dock, and we have an alligator right there, which you can clearly see lit up. His eyes turn red on the picture. We have a very nice lightning show going on today. And of course it's not going to show it, but anyway, back to the light show. More torches and more yard lights we have here, and here's what the patio looks like from back there, and the pool with the Poolexa LED pool light, and our nice torch. And I wish we could get a little lightning show. Come on, hit us. There we go. Over here we have more tree lighting. Both of these palm trees are lit up. And our fence lights continue around with one more torch. And let's roll on by the fence. I do see a string that's out. These things don't last forever. I give them a month at the most. But we got a landscape light in our fish pond right here. I bought a whole new batch of these in case I ever want to upgrade the ones in the yard. And I also swapped out the LED lights with much stronger ones. Looks like that string is out. And then I wanted to show you guys the shed lighting that I designed. So this is all 110 volt lighting, and these are actually powered from the switch inside of the shed, and it is a smart dimmer. So this is the new lean-to, and if we walk by we see that it is lit here, 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 and then we also see our string lights lighting up, and there's our garage. But as you can see, the lighting looks pretty good. Walking around back here again, I'll take you guys on another lap. So as we're walking by the house, we have our single light here in our little Zen garden. We have our patio, and then our fence lighting, our landscape lighting. We have our torch as I cap this guy, which is not working. We have our pool light with our raft that I should have gotten rid of for the shoot. We have our beautiful light, which is going to get capped.
And we have landscapes lights there, lighting trees, there, a lantern, there, lighting trees, our dock lanterns, sorry, our bulkhead lanterns, this beautiful torch here, which is going to get capped off, and then our fence lights and more landscape lights here and here, and one more of our refurbished beautiful torches lighting up our patio there ever so gently as we cap off this guy. So that is a overview of the lighting at night, and of course you can see the fan going, keeping us cool at night, the Govee RGB LED light here. I have another one for here, but for now I have the disco ball, which no longer moves, but I like the pattern that it puts out on the patio. And we have supercar street racing here, and there's our Govee sconces, which are amazing when they're on the same pattern as that light. They are synced up. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you enjoyed the lighting, the project as much as I did, and I cannot wait to get this video out to you guys. I'm gonna go edit it right now, and I hope you guys have a great night. Please like and subscribe. Supercar Street Racing. Okay, I just got a notification that this package was delivered, and sure enough, here is the Marantz Cinema 70S. So let's get this thing inside and get it hooked up. Marantz Cinema 70S sitting on the table here, ready to be unboxed from Japan. I said China, it was Japan. Let's get this thing unboxed. All right, the Cinema 70S with the ultimate presentation package came directly from Japan. I saved about $300 for this brand new Cinema 70S. You can see by the packaging, this thing is always packed nicely. They do the extra mile for the higher end receiver. I got in trouble for saying it was their flagship. Kind of made a mistake there, but I didn't feel like editing it. It's not the flagship, but it is their slimline receiver. Let's get this thing out and on the entertainment center. All right, we have a short patch cable here. We're gonna do Ethernet to the switch. So we will tie up the extra, but it's gonna go right in here. So we're gonna tie this down below so it doesn't poke up. And it does kind of fall down because of the weight. So I'm just gonna cut this off, and this thing was connected in less than 5 minutes. There is the Cinema 70S. Here is a Cinema 70S completely connected. We don't need any of this. They give you labels and all that, but I had already done that part with my label maker. The Odyssey mic is here for calibration. We don't need the manual. We don't need the antenna. We're not connecting AM FM. For the subwoofer, we're actually connecting it to 4. For now, we have 1/4 of the bass. We will have 4 subwoofers connected to this guy, but this thing is ready to go. And that's how it looks, sitting so fresh and so fly. It did power on. It's probably gonna want a update, but first, we have to switch the TV on HDMI 4, which is the ARC input. We should see the Marantz here. We do. All right, let's go ahead and go to the setup. This is setup assistant, so I'm just going through that. Done all this already. I have a center speaker already connected. All right, it's saying, do I hear sound from this? I do. Center is on, front right is on, right surround is on.
I went all the way down, dog.
Good job! Three. Oh, man, trying. Wow.
Get it, dog! Let's go! One-handed push-up king. Okay, so we gotta put this on the couch back here at ear level. So I'm just gonna put it right on the back of the couch. Guys, we are wrapping up this project now in the Supercar Street Racing living room, but I wanted to show you guys how this looks with nothing on. So we have the Govee Dream View going on behind the TV. It's called Govee Envision, I believe. I will have a link in the description. The TV is off right now, and you guys can see how that looks. And then I haven't adjusted the light for when it's completely dark in here. It's the first time I've seen everything in the dark. Pretty bright, so I'll probably bring the level down on the background. We can't play anything copyright, so we have all the subwoofers hooked up. We have 4 subs, so we have the 12-inch Serwin Vega here. We have the Polk audio sub there. We've got the Polk audio sub in the office, and we've got the Polk audio sub behind me in the closet. A total of 4 subs here, and if we go to YouTube, we can look at the 5.1 surround sound, a demo here. The bass is amazing, the sound is great, and just to recap, we have, let's see, Dolby Digital demo. So we have the Mika front up there, front right, front left, the Mika center channel here. The Mika surrounds. The ones in the ceiling are 8s. These are 2 5.25s and a tweeter. We have the Serwin Vega 15-inch sub powered subwoofer. We have the Polk 15-inch powered subwoofer. Sorry, that's a 10. We have the Polk 10-inch powered subwoofer. And we have the Polk 10-inch powered subwoofer back there in the closet. And this is the Dolby demo. And you can see the Envision.
Center channel.
Oh, right is really loud.
Right surround. Left surround.
Yeah, so it looks like the right channel's a little bit low. I ran the full test as you saw in the video, but I've also done some adjustments to it since I did that because I added more subs and I needed more level, so I jacked up the subwoofer level to make up for the fact that I added more subs. And that's going to wrap up this project. I hope you guys liked everything. It came out amazing. I hope you guys ordered the Govee LEDs for the back of the TV, the Amazon Omni 75-inch 4K TV, the Marantz Cinema 70S, looking so fly. And we'll see you guys next time on the channel. Have a great day, guys. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here on a Saturday morning. Just got back from breakfast. Shout out to Jared over at Broken Egg. He's our guy and he always hooks it up. Had a great time with my friends, but now it's time to talk about this project here for the living room 5.4 surround sound system. Now the living room had no TV in it whatsoever except a old 52-inch, I think it was, old school TV that only did 1080p. Now what we did is we went ahead and bought a new television. We got the Amazon Omni. When we did that, we also decided to go ahead and put surround sound in the living room. Now we could have done 7.1 or 7.2. Decided to only do 5.1, but we can always upgrade that later in the future. And sitting right in front of me right here and right now is the Marantz Cinema 70S, and it's my second Cinema 70S. The other one is sitting in my bedroom looking so fly and fresh, but now we have one for the living room as well to do the 5.4 surround sound there as well. Now the Cinema 70S does everything that you could possibly need in a home theater receiver. It is the entry level of the Cinema series, but it's also slim, so it fits in places that other ones don't fit, and it looks pretty cool sitting there on top of my entertainment center in the living room. Now the Cinema 70S supports all the popular digital audio formats for surround sound. It does DTS, it does Dolby True HD, Dolby Digital, and of course other formats as well. And this thing has plenty of power. I'll be honest, when it's cranked up, it's pretty loud using the surround sound speakers up in the ceiling. And you can see right here, it puts 75 watts out for the front two channels. It does Wi-Fi, it does Bluetooth, and it does HEOS so that you can stream audio to it from another device. It's also 8K, so if you have an 8K device, it will support 8K video. This thing also has multi-zone and multi-room streaming. And honestly, I think it looks pretty modern. I love the look of it. Compared to the one we have, the Marantz we have here in the 4K production studio, is much more sleek looking. Now this thing is sitting at a healthy 4.3 star reviews over here on Amazon. And taking a look at the pictures here, it does say it fits anywhere. It would not fit in my home entertainment center, but I have only 4 inches. This is like 4 1/4. It would have been pushing it with the legs off even. This thing has 6 HDMI inputs and 3 of them are 8K. I don't know anyone who has 8K equipment yet, but it is possible that you could use 8K with this receiver. So you can see right here, it has multi-zone capability, the second zone output, a second B speaker connectivity and HEOS built in, make this Cinema 70 a whole home audio oasis, is what it's telling you right here. And also one thing that most other receivers don't have, it has full preamp outputs for all of the outputs, so you can add external amplifiers. It does say right here how pretty this thing is, and I'll be honest, it does look good sitting on that entertainment center in the SCSR compound living room. Now we do have some other things to show you from this build. We've got the Mika M-8C two-way in-ceiling round speakers. They have a 9.4-inch cutout diameter, but they are considered an 8-inch speaker. Now one thing you should know about these, the tweeter will move so that you can position it towards your listening experience. Now we put 4 of these in. We have 2 in the fronts up for left and right front, and then we have 2 in the back for left and right rear. And I like these. I've bought them before for other places in my house. I do like the way they sound. They have a nice bright sound. And taking a look through the pictures here, you can see that they do have a paintable grill. They are easy to install. Basically, you take their cutout, and once you cut the hole out, all you have to do then is just throw the speaker up in there, and you make sure the tabs are tabbed back so that it can catch on your drywall, and you drive them up there with your electric drill. Here you can see them nice and flush mounted in the wall and painted so that they kind of blend in with your current environment. So these guys do have a 1-inch tweeter and an 8-inch mica woofer and a 6 decibel crossover. And right here you can see the overall dimensions of 10.7 inches. They're 3.5 inches deep, but they're 4.2 with the grill and the magnet counted together. And your drywall cutout is a total of 9.4 inches. Right here's the whole line of the Mikas. We do have the M-CS. We're going to show that to you momentarily, but here's a good look at all their media series drivers for your in-home audio experience. Right here and right now is the Mika M-CS dual 5 1/4-inch two-way in-wall center channel speaker, and you can see right here and right now it has 2 5 1/4-inch woofers and the 1-inch pivoting silk tweeter. These are also paintable, and they are about $56 right now on Amazon. They're sitting with a solid 4.6 star review. And I love the way this sounds. I have it mounted right underneath the TV in the front, and it sounds amazing. I just used my oscillating tool and their cutout template, and it was super easy to cut the square, and then you just take them and shove them right in there and use your drill to drive all the screws in. I had a few issues with the grill getting in there. I had to bend it in places to get it to push in, but I eventually figured it out. And here it shows it painted or unpainted. You can leave it as it is white like I did because I have white walls, or you can go ahead and paint it if you like to match your existing interior and blend in better. So look at the actual speaker. It has a 1-inch pivoting silk tweeter and dual 5¼ inch woofers, a 12 dB per octave crossover. Make sure that the right frequencies are going to the individual drivers. And here's a look at the in-wall series here. So here's a look at the Mika M-CS in-wall speakers. And you can see a diagram right here. Your total cutout diameter is 15.4 inches wide and 8.3 inches tall. And your depth's gonna be 3.5 inches with the grill and everything else. Once again, here's the whole line of Mika Media Series speakers. Now there's gonna be a link in the description to all of the items that I use for these videos. Please purchase through my links in the description. It helps me out just a little bit, and it gives me just a few dollars to keep Supercar Street Racing still running. And we'll see you guys next time. I got people blowing my phone up left and right that are trying to party. Oops. What does it make at the wheels? 600. This dude took off when he went around that corner. In whatever the hell this is, 911? Turbo? Yup. I'm trying to see if he wants to play. Got smoked. Thing's fast. Dude, that thing is super fast. Two in a row lost. Well, you gotta figure that's probably 150 more horsepower at least, maybe more than that. But yeah, good run. Oh, bummer. We got cars in front of us. Modified? I was gonna say, that's. What does it make at the wheels? $600 is what I was thinking. This one does about 450. Yeah, it's not fast enough. Dude, that thing's sick. Sick. It sounds good, man. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage today with the 2014 Club Car Precedent. And today we're going to be giving you a short tour of the Club Car Precedent here that's sitting next to the Model S Plaid. And then we've got two new exciting products to show you for the Club Car Precedent. And all that's coming up today on Supercar Street Racing. So hang out with us. Guys, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right next to me is my 2014 Club Car Precedent that I completely remodeled from top to bottom and installed a killer sound system in. This 2014 Club Car Precedent started off with ugly brown alligator seats. I since have done a lot of upgrades to this guy, and I want to show you what I did before we take a look at two exciting new products from our sponsor today. Kemimoto was kind enough to send us two things that they thought you guys would like. I'm actually giving them away after the video. So let's get started. Take a look at the golf cart real quick. I'll show you everything that's been done to it, and then we'll look at these two products from Kemimoto. So we're right here in front of my 2014 Club Car Precedent that has been completely remodeled from top to bottom. And starting at the front, we have some modifications here. One is we replaced all the bushings in the Club Car Precedent because the wheels were folding in like that and the bushings were worn out. Also up front here, you do notice that someone has installed the LED light kit in the front. I did not get that myself. It was already on the cart. And it does include the rear tail lights and blinkers as well. And now moving up, you can see a custom Supercar Street Racing plaque here that I ordered online from Amazon. You can get your own and you can get whatever you want printed on it. Ours says Supercar Street Racing to support the channel. We're back here with the golf cart, and I just wanted to show you guys the mods to the side of the golf cart. And one of them is that we got new wheels and tires, and I think they look pretty cool. They're like a mesh wheel with a low profile tire. I like the golf cart not to be raised. I like it to be lowered. And so we did these street tires with these awesome SS wheels, which are completely black and spoked, and I love them. The next thing you can see on the side here is we do have carbon fiber armrests. This one has a little bit of glue on it that I have to get off. It's because when it detached itself, I had to glue it back on, and I accidentally got glue on it. I just need to take some WD-40 or something and get that glue right off of there. But you do see the carbon fiber armrest covers here on the golf cart. Moving to the inside of the cart now, you can see we have done some major modifications to the inside. One of those is the nice seat that has been painted with black fabric paint. We did take the brown seats and paint them black with fabric paint, and it came out awesome, I think. We might want to put another coat on that pretty soon. It might be wearing off a little bit, but we'll get to that when we have time. The next thing we're showing you is our mat. Of course, we replaced the mat with a laser cut mat. I'll put a link to that in the description as well. It fits perfectly, and it has a gray stripe on the edge of a black mat. Now moving in even closer, you can see that we have a tablet that runs all of the golf cart accessories. It runs the motor controller, can be tuned with it. It also runs the sound system, and it can run any Android app that you want. So it's very cool. You can see I've got the speedometer up on it right now. But yeah, such a cool idea for the golf cart. It does not have to have any kind of head unit. Everything's Bluetooth back to the sound system. Now right down here in the golf cart, you can see that we do have a charger here. It is a USB charger, and we have a second one next to it with USB Type-C.
and also quick charging. So that's what these two are right here. Below that is our gauge for our eco battery. It shows you the state of charge and also the voltage level coming from the eco battery. Moving up here, we got the carbon fiber dash, of course, which we put on there to give it a little bit of extra sporty look. We got the JBL speakers, of course, and we've got a carbon fiber steering wheel. And that's gonna do it for the front of the golf cart mods. And now let's take a look at the motor and the controller underneath the seat. Moving under the seat, you can see the most important thing in this golf cart that has been modified. This golf cart has been converted from 48 volt lead acid batteries to 70 volt lithium ion. This is the eco battery, 70.4 volt, 105 amp hour battery. It was not cheap, but it is so awesome. And we also added the Novitas DC to AC conversion, a 600 amp controller, and a AC motor. So this golf cart is no longer DC. The AC has better battery life, it has better torque, and it is just an all-around better selection. And you do see also when you do convert to lithium ion, you move your charger into the cart, the charger is right over here, and you use a standard female side of an extension cord to plug directly in the cart, and all the charging happens right here inside the cart. And on that side of the well over there, under the camera here, we have the 12 volt relay switch. That switch over there on that side of the engine bay controls all the 12 volt accessories. So if you go into a bar or somewhere and you want to turn off everything so nobody can fiddle with your stereo system or Bluetooth you or anything like that, you flip that switch there. Right here in the back of the cart, we went ahead and took the opportunity to go ahead and put in 2 more JBL speakers so we could get full stage sound back here. So we got the same speakers, they're 6.5s, 2 ways in the back here. And then right next to them, we have our epicenter control for our bass. And we do have another fast charging USB-C and USB-A receptacle right here, and a little plaque to show you what this knob actually does. Guys, moving to the back of my 2014 Club Car Precedent, there's not a lot to see back here that was done by me. We actually got the cart with this brand new back seat already put on it. It does fold out. And also all we did besides that you can see here is remove the white top, and we went ahead and got a black top because it matches our theme better. But all the rest of this was done except for the stereo system, of course, and I did black out the taillights here by spraying a little bit of Plastidip on each one. Now let's not also forget our 12-inch woofer down here right below us. I did add that as part of the stereo system. Let's show you that now. All right, the last thing we have to show you, which you can barely see, is the stereo system. So behind the seat of the golf cart, we do have the entire stereo system. We have our 72 volt, 12 volt converter here. It's actually an inverter. We have a master switch for 12 volts here. We have some Bluetooth accessories there, a Bluetooth receiver, and that is how the signal does get down to the head unit. Right down there, you can actually see the amplifier chilling right there with the Bluetooth receiver sitting right on top of it. That is a 5-channel amplifier, so it's running the 4 speakers up front and the subwoofer. And then right over here we do have a 110 volt inverter in case you want to use shore power anywhere. And then next to that you can see the epicenter right behind the back seat. That is our bass enhancement device, and it is connected to that control right there for subwoofer level control. And that is pretty much it on the stereo system, guys. So let's keep on going. Guys, right in front of me here, I have the Kamimoto windshield that they offer for the Club Car Precedent. And what this does basically is it would replace your hard plastic windshield that you see right here. And these factory windshields just clip in like this at the very top. Your new Kamimoto windshield actually is removable and would just fit right on the front, just like this. And it simply just has a Velcro strap to go around and fasten on to the windshield just like that. So installation is easy. I'm gonna show you guys by not removing this windshield completely. It has Velcro straps on it, pretty simple. And these Velcro straps just do go around. So installation is quick and easy for the Kamimoto windshield, and it just does install like that. And then you take your bottom 2 straps. Of course, you won't have a plastic windshield on it like I do. And you take them and you Velcro them. Now, of course, my plastic windshield is getting in the way. So this would not happen if you don't have the factory windshield. And I don't know if I've ever done a simpler installation. And also, and this top part, of course, can be folded down if you really want to. It will crease right in the center so that you can make this into 2 windshields. But first, before we do that, I'm gonna show you the tinted panel for this. So this also comes with a tinted panel like this.
this, which you can then put on the inside of the cart. And it has straps to hold in the tinted panel as well. And then the other side just does fit the same way. Pull that tight and your little tinted panel will fit there. And there are also installation Velcro right on the inside here as well. And that is how you install your sun shield on your new Kemimoto brand new windshield. Yeah, so that's the Kemimoto windshield, guys. If you are interested in this, there will be a link in the description down below to get yourself one. Go ahead and order it through our link and save some money if they are running a discount. Go ahead and order it through our link and help out the channel and help out Kemimoto as well. All right, guys, the next product that Kemimoto sent us was a seat cover for the club car precedent, and you can see right here and right now we have it right in front of you. And this guy just simply goes like this. You put it directly on your seat like this. It has straps that are Velcroed, and the straps just run underneath the seat. So you pick the seat up, take it off the hinge. You do the same thing for both sides. It's probably easier with two people. Here is the Club Car Precedent seat cover, looking so fresh. So if you are interested in this seat cover, there will be a link in the description. It is very easy to install. And if you just want a quick solution to cover your seat, I would go ahead and grab this seat cover. Okay, uninstalling your Kemimoto windshield is just as easy as installing it. Let's go ahead and get our sunscreen off, our sunshade. And the great thing is you can store this in the cart. Our sunshade is completely off. And now let's uninstall our Kemimoto windshield. Super easy to uninstall. You literally just pull the Velcro straps off. It does have a hinged mechanism in the center right here, as you can see. And this thing can be carried with you on your golf cart. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today on Supercar Street Racing. We are so appreciative of all your support and all of your good comments. And we just thank you so much for liking and subscribing and buying all your products through the links down in the description and continuing to help Supercar Street Racing grow. And as a token to you, I'm giving it away to someone in the comments section. I'm gonna pick a lucky person to get this Club Car Precedent windshield and this nice Club Car seat cover, and I'm gonna ship it to you for free. Guys, have a great day. We will see you next time on the channel. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We are happy and proud to have our sponsor Kemimoto on board, who was gracious enough to give us one of these seat covers and this foldable windshield to show you guys today. But I just wanted to apologize for some of the bad audio. The mic did fail a couple of times in the video, so a lot of the audio was done on the actual GoPro mic, so it's a little bit worse quality than the lavalier wireless microphone. So anyway, back to the subject here. Kemimoto provided us with their windshield and their seat cover. You saw that in the video. The windshield is foldable and it does have a sunshade on the top as well. It's super easy to install along with the seat cover as well. They all just Velcro right on. Simple as that. And that's going to do it for today. Don't forget to buy all your Amazon products through any of my links in the video. It helps me out greatly. It just gives me a little bit extra money here to run the channel. But we'll see you guys later. We got a lot of things to do. We have to go, I don't know. We just got stuff to do. So you guys are familiar with OpenAI ChatGPT, right? Well, today I asked OpenAI to write his own version of Little Red Riding Hood, and then I let him both edit it and voice over it. Let's see what happened. Tell me about Little Red Riding Hood in your own words.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest. One day, her mother asked her to take a basket of food to her grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey. As she walked through the forest, she met a sly wolf who asked her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent child, told the wolf where she was headed. The wolf then suggested that Little Red Riding Hood take a longer path to her grandmother's house, so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first and disguised himself as the grandmother. When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed. Little Red Riding Hood was then tricked by the wolf and eaten up. But luckily, a woodcutter nearby heard her cries for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers. Little Red Riding Hood is a popular fairy tale character, known for her distinctive red-hooded cloak. In many versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind heart who is tasked with taking food or medicine to her sick or elderly grandmother who lives alone in a cottage in the woods. While on her way, Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her into revealing where she is going and then leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that he can eat her too. However, in most versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter or hunter who hears her cries for help and saves her and her grandmother. The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different forms, including books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters, such as a father or a romantic interest for Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution around strangers remains an important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold and adapted many times over the years. The story typically involves a young girl, known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to deliver food to her grandmother, who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf who convinces her to take a longer path so that he can reach her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, while in others, a hunter or woodsman saves them by cutting open the wolf's stomach. The tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of talking to strangers and wandering into the woods alone. The origins of the story are unclear, but it is thought to have been passed down through oral tradition for many generations before being recorded in written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697 by French author Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the Red Hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms, including plays, films, and books. It has been retold in many different cultures and languages, with variations ranging from humorous to dark and violent. The story revolves around a little girl named Red Riding Hood, who sets out to visit her sick grandmother who lives in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path and not talk to strangers. However, as she walks through the forest, Red meets a wolf who asks her where she's going. Red innocently tells him she's on her way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and sets off to the grandmother's cottage himself, where he devours the old woman and disguises himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to be her grandmother and tricks her into coming closer. However, Red quickly realizes that something is wrong and sees through the wolf's disguise. Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Alright, we are back, and I have not watched this yet. I wanted to watch it first with you guys. You guys have already seen it. I have not, so let's go ahead and give this a play.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest.
Okay, not bad.
One day, her mother asked her to take a basket
Girl
of food
and her
to
grandma,
her grandmother
okay.
who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey.
Debatable.
As she walked through the forest,
the wolves
she met
are
a sly
good. That
wolf
actually
who asked
matches.
her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent child,
it's a little
told the
girl
wolf
with
where she
bubbles.
was headed.
Not sure if that's
The wolf then suggested that
pertinent.
Little
What are the
Red
people
Riding
swimming?
Hood take a longer path to her
Like, what
grandmother's
is
house
this?
so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first
It's
and
a house.
disguised
I
himself
mean,
as the
kind of
grandmother.
fits.
When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed.
Not bad.
Little Red Riding Hood
Another
was then
house,
tricked
so
by
just
the
kind
wolf
of a
and eaten up.
generic.
But luckily, a woodcutter nearby
That's
heard
a
her cries for
woodcutter.
help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers.
Grandma?
Little Red Riding Hood
Okay,
is a
that
popular
actually
fairy
is
tale
a Little
character
Red Riding
known for
Hood,
her
maybe,
distinctive
except for
red-hooded
the
cloak. In many
superhero
versions of the story,
mask
Little Red
there.
Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind
And now
heart
it's just
who
kind
is
of going
tasked
off
with
on a
taking food or
tangent
medicine
about
to her sick or
the
elderly
story.
grandmother who lives alone in a
How
cottage
it,
in the woods.
what it's about and
While on
what
her
it
way,
means.
Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick
That-
her into
yeah, the
revealing
forest
where
shot
she
is not
going
too
and then
bad.
leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that
bicycle
he can eat her
tricks,
too.
I guess.
However, in
Totally
most versions
doesn't
of the
fit.
story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter.
This kind of fits
or
what
hunter who
he's
uses her
actually
eyes to help
saying,
and
but not the
saves her and her
story
grandmother.
itself.
The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different forms,
it's a
including
library.
books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters.
Again,
such as
I
a
had
father
nothing to
or a
do with
romantic
these scene
interest for
choices.
Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution
Hey,
around
it's working so
strangers
far,
remains an
mostly.
important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold
Unicorn?
and adapted many times over the years.
Blade Runner?
The story typically involves a
Hey,
young
there's a
girl
unicorn.
known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to
That has
deliver
literally
food to her
nothing to do with
grandmother,
it.
who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf.
Or
who
this
convinces
is
her
like
to
a guy
take along
running through
path
the
so that he
streets
can
of a
reach
city.
her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother.
You
while
could
in
make
others,
this
a
fit.
hunter or
You
woodsman
can't see her
saves them
back.
by
Maybe
cutting
she's
open
got a
the
red
wolf's
hood
stomach.
on. Who
The
knows?
tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers
This
of
kind
talking
of
to
fits
strangers
what
and wandering
the
into the
AI
woods
is
alone.
saying, but not the
origins
story,
of
and
the
that's
story are unclear, but it
some
is
sort
thought
of
to have been
instrument.
passed
I
down
don't
through
know
oral
what
tradition
that
for many generations
has to
before
do
being
with
recorded in
anything.
written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697
Maybe you could call
by
this
French author
okay.
Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms,
Okay, I think
including
it
plays,
took the word
films,
film
and
on
books.
this one, and
It has been retold in many
I don't
different
know what
cultures and
welcome
languages, with variations
languages.
ranging
Okay, it
from
put
humorous to
welcome in
dark and
every
violent.
language.
The story revolves around a little girl named
And now
Red
it's sort
Riding
of going
Hood,
off
who
on a
sets out to
tangent
visit
about
her
the
sick
story
grandmother,
again.
who
Same
lives
thing.
in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path
Red.
and not talk to strangers.
It keyed in on the
However,
word
as
red.
she walks through the forest,
Now this
Red
girl's
meets
got a red
wolf who
shirt
asks her
on.
where
He's
she's
walking,
going.
so I think it
Red
sort of
innocently
got
tells him
that
she's on her
wrong.
way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and
I mean,
sets
this
off to
could
the
work.
grandmother's
Like, I
cottage
mean, you
himself,
could throw
where
it
he
in there.
devours the
Nobody
old
would
woman
really
and
ever
disguises
notice.
himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to
No
be her
driving at
grandmother
all in
and
the
tricks her into
story. I
coming
don't
closer.
know what that's about.
However, Red quickly realizes that something
Looks
is
like
wrong
the
and sees
Humpty
through the
dance.
wolf's disguise.
Humpty Hump.
Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Just like that has nothing to do with it. Okay, so that's it. That's the OpenAI and artificial intelligence version of Little Red Riding Hood. I thought it would be funny to just let it do everything and then see the reaction afterwards, and that was pretty funny. Guys, thanks for joining me today. We'll see you next time. All right, we're over here at Duke's of Duval, and we're making some steak tacos from this New York strip. How do you do it? Real quick, you got 5 seconds.
Pan-seared on high with garlic and
We ran out of daylight last time. The guys are right behind me. We're gonna do the rest of the string lights. Hey there, we are starting the project again to do the rest of it. We ran out of daylight last time and everything that we have done has turned out great, looks amazing. So right now we're starting part 2 and we're gonna be getting set up here in just a minute. And tonight I will come back out and show you how it all looks, how great it is. It was really a fun project, not hard at all, especially with the great guys I had helping me. This is the part that we're going to be working on right above me there. That's where we let off last time. So anyway, it's been fun. Here we are again getting started with the project. The guys are right behind me. We're going to do the rest of the string lights. These things are amazing. There's even a do-it-yourself. You can change each individual light if you want to. That's what's so cool about it. But anyway, here we go. The guys are getting started over there and we're going to get the rest of this top part of the house done. left to do is that top part. And hopefully we're gonna have enough to finish. Not quite sure about that.
Got him! Got him!
Camera's on the ground. Sorry about that, the camera fell. Yeah, guys, I didn't tell my friends here that you really need to stick the sticky thing down for about 3 to 5 seconds to get it to hold good. And I didn't tell him that until way into the project, so he's never gonna let me hear the end of that one. I just realized that the camera went off before we finished. So I'm gonna show you what all he did. All that. And then we came around this corner and did that part. And this is what, it wasn't enough to do the whole side, so we decided just to do that and see how it looks at night. Hey everybody, I am here in front of the Sister Car Street Racing compound viewing my new beautiful lights. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is what I've got set up for Halloween. I've got it on blue, purple, and green. Kind of a Beetlejuice type theme. I'm a weirdo, whatever. I'm gonna show y'all some different things. This is what I did. I set up a DIY one on this, and that's what it looks like. If you go to that, you can see I've set it up to purple, blue, and green, 50% speed. Breath is the effect that I'm going for. It's not too fast, not too slow, it just kind of flashes between each color, and I just did this as my own. The normal Halloween colors were not showing up well on my house, so I'm going to show you some other different things. We're going to go back. Okay, this is where you can set it to your own custom color, kind of a yellow color. My house is red, so a lot of the colors don't show up as well as they would on a light colored house. It's kind of creepy. You can go up here to scenery. You have all different kinds of things. Willow, Glacier Express, speed, your own colors, whatever you can possibly think of. Let's try this. I haven't tried this one before, Dream. Okay, it is like a meteor. Let's try early spring. It takes it a second to change over. Let's try another one. Okay, this one's pretty cool. Kind of twinkling with blue and green colors. It's pretty awesome. Then we can go to life, which has trends, sports, meditation, dating. Okay, it's kind of a pink and red theme, I guess. Try sports. I guess you can set that to whatever color is your team. Let's go for a party mode. Oh yeah, that's my kind of vibe right there. Looks like a red, white, and blue party. I think we can change that to whatever we want, but I kind of like the red, white, and blue. It's kind of cool. See what work is. Looks like white. You can heart this, or you can go to this little 3-dot thing, and you can set the speed of it. So many options, I don't even know. Oh, festival. I like this one. Okay, you have all these different things. Christmas, Valentine's Day, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Forest, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Football Day. Wow. Let's see what Christmas looks like. Okay. Let's get some green. Oh, there's our, I don't know what color that is. Doesn't look like green, but we can change that if we want. Okay, for Christmas, it's doing all these colors. But if I wanted to, I could just delete any one of these right here. Just click on it, delete it. And then I can add whatever colors I want my Christmas to be. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's too cool. Okay, we're going for Valentine's Day. Kind of looks like the dating one. Like that. Let's see what Thanksgiving Day looks like. Okay, this is our colors for Thanksgiving Day. And you can do that speed however you want, if you want it to be faster or slower, or... Oh, Neon World. I love that. Well, kind of looks like it's about as fast. This is it, and I could go on and on all night, and I probably will stay out here for a while.
Waiting for me on TV up here. Come on now. Tell me we're live. Are we live? It says we're live. Aha. There we are.
a little behind. Hopefully you guys can hear me and hear the game audio now. I think you can. Alright, so we got everything on high settings. Let's play some UEBS2 sandbox. And let's start with the modern combats, soldiers against some evilness. Let's do the puppet terrorist because I've never done it. Let's do 1,000, 1,000. How come I don't see them on the battlefield? Oh, there they are. Let's put this guy here and this guy here. Give this a shot, see what happens. Play some UEBS2. What do you think? Alright, so did I pick the wrong... Look, the map's got a thing around it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Let's get a better map. Let's do Highlands. And get these guys closer together. Start that. Alright, so here we are in the Highlands. We've got our ghosts and our modern soldiers here. There's 1,000, 1,000 there. Kind of curious to see. I've never seen the ghost before. This is kind of new. Let's see what happens. RTX 3080 tough. Wow. So that was an absolute slaughter. I was actually looking for the volume control. But these puppet terrorists won. Turn down the volume of the game a little bit. Alright, so obviously the puppet terrorists are kind of awesome. So let's I mean, we need to up our game a bit with the soldiers. They just they couldn't handle it. Let's go 5,000. Yeah, this is RTX 3080 tough on ultra settings. So there's our soldiers. And there's our puppet terrorists with double M16s on. They seem like they're pretty bad. Let's see what's up. So they're outnumbered 5,000 to 1,000, and already are just tearing up our soldiers here. Look at our soldiers. Are destroyed. Guys over here are still shooting. All bloody. It's hilarious. I love this. Yeah, they got worked again. That's not even near enough. Let's try a little bit more soldier action. Let's do 20,000. We haven't even started to get the puppet terrorists a challenge yet. So there's our soldiers. And here's our puppet terrorist. And let's see what happens now. There they go. Alright, so we got some kills racking up already. And they are getting absolutely destroyed again. Ah, actually, we won. Ah, modern soldiers beat the terrorists. Okay. So it took 15,000 soldiers to beat the puppet terrorists. Let's give the puppet terrorists a little bit more of a challenge. So let's go to fantasy. No, let's not do fantasy. Let's give them let's give them one full archer auto and see what they do with 1,000 puppet terrorists. One full archer, full auto archer versus 1,000 puppet terrorists, which look like, I don't know who they look like. Cookie Monster? Where's our full auto archer? There he is. Let's see what he's gonna do. Oh, he's gonna get destroyed instantly. He got slaughtered. Alright, obviously one's not gonna be enough. If we do too many, it'll be a slaughter in the other direction. Let's try 50 full auto archers. And here we go. There's our archers. Watch this. Nope, they're too... The puppet terrorists are just way too good on range. And they absolutely destroyed our full auto archers. Let's give them a little bit more of a challenge. Yeah, they just got annihilated by the range of the puppet terrorists. Alright, how about 1,000? Dead even on the manpower. Let's see what happens. There's our 1,000 archers. And there's our 1,000 puppet terrorists. Let's get this on. These guys have a crazy good range, these puppet terrorists. Already just working. Yeah, our full auto archers cannot handle puppet terrorists. They just don't have the range. They just get slaughtered. These guys are still chilled. Too funny. Alright, let's change our puppet terrorist opponents here. They seem to just work over pretty much everybody they fight. Let's do... custom. Let's do like 10 Shermans and see what they do. Full auto Shermans, not the regular ones. I have a feeling this will turn the tides here. Let's see. There's our Shermans. And there is our... Oh yeah, that's what's up. Oh! They're They're flying through the air, look. Oh my God. They literally are still coming down from space. That was freaking epic. I think they're still coming down. Are they seriously in space? Look, the kills are still coming. And I don't see anybody. That was amazing. I got to see that again. That was literally the coolest thing ever. Like, they were coming down from space dying. This was cool. Let's do 10,000. Till our computer can't handle it anymore. I got a pretty powerful machine, 64 gigs of RAM, 3080 tough. But at some point, we got to go over here because this was so cool. Like, these guys got launched. Watch this. They go, look. Look at this. So they're getting launched into space, and as they fall down, the tanks are shooting them again and killing them, and they're just coming down from space. Look. It's raining puppet terrorists. Look at this. Absolutely funny. Oh my God. They're still coming down from space. Tanks are over there chilling. They don't have to... They're shooting at what? Look, there's people coming from space. Look at the kills as these people fall from space. Oh my God, this is the best thing ever. I'm getting such a kick out of this. We got to do more. I think the most I've ever done is 1 million. And at that point, it starts to, something starts to happen where it doesn't want to launch. Alright, let's go for it. Why not? Let's see if the battle loads. It's loading a little bit slower. Okay, so we do have 1 million. That's a little laggy, not too bad considering. But there is the 1 million. There are 1 million puppet terrorists there. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this just destroys the computer. Hip hip. Okay, look at the launch into space. Oh, our guys are coming back. Our guys are coming back, but they are getting ragdolled into the atmosphere right now. Look at this. There's our Shermans. We're down to 4 Shermans. Look at the death toll. 310,000 puppet terrorists are gone. We have 1 Sherman. And he is fighting it out with 700,000 and just putting them into the absolute atmosphere. The full auto Sherman doing his best, but getting just absolutely pummeled by 600,000 puppet terrorists now. Where is the rest of our tanks? It says we have 1 more tank. I am not seeing 1 more tank. Look at this. The game is super confused right now. There is absolutely nothing left, but they think that there's a tank right there, and they're all just trying to get the tank. This is amazing. Look at this. They are so confused about it. A bunch of cookie monsters running around thinking that they're attacking something, but they're actually just confused in a big group. Oh my god, this is great. Okay, so they were able to overcome 1 million puppet terrorists is what they're called. We're able to overcome our 10 full auto Sherman tanks. So let's put, I don't know, let's put some full auto archers in there. Why not? Let's put 50 of those in there too. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Let's see who's going to win this. 1 million. 1 million puppet terrorists. 10 Shermans. And I don't know where the full auto archers are. I didn't even place them. They might be off the map. Look at the carnage and the launching of the full auto, of the puppet terrorists. I guess I should have been more aware of where I put the full auto archers, because I don't even see them. Look at our Sherman, full auto Shermans doing damage here. They got 300,000 kills on our puppet terrorists. I don't even see Team 3. Maybe I didn't add it. Let's go back. I don't think I added Team 3. Alright, so where is... So I don't even see Team 3 on the map. Alright, well let's give the tanks a little bit more of a go. Let's give them 100. And let's... Okay, yeah, so it just split them into the same team. I see now. Alright, I got it. Alright, so let's add to Team 1. Team 1 can have some full auto archers. Let's give Team 1 50 Sherman tanks. Full auto Shermans. Let's give Team 1 100 full auto archers and see if they can make this battle a little more even. Here we go, guys. This is awesome. I'm hyped. Beyond hype. Alright, here's our team. I don't know. I don't see the rest of the team. So odd. Look at the firing coming from the puppets. And our tanks are not in range yet, but our puppets already have kills. There we go. So here comes the full auto Shermans on the puppets. And look at the flying puppets being launched into space. Not all of them dying, but check it out. Look at this. I love this when they just come right back down with their guns. Like, they're getting shot in midair too, which is amazing. See how our Shermans are doing. Look at that guy fly right into the middle of the action and then get rolled over. We got puppet terrorists rolling right into the action here. And they are getting absolutely killed here. The puppet terrorists are up to minus 500k, and the Sherman, full auto Shermans, are ripping them into atmosphere. Look at them flying everywhere. And this is what it looks like if you're a puppet terrorist. Not looking good for you on your puppet mission here, is it? This is what happens. They just get... I think they're making noises too, like... Our tanks don't care. Look at that guy flying way back there. Seeing if we can track one and keep it in our sights. That one just kind of hit the ground. They are just slowly getting cut down. Let's go back and see if I can figure out how to add the other two teams, because we might need to help the puppet terrorists now. Team 1, Team 2, Team 1. Yeah, I don't get why it's not showing me this red. Like, I see the first two teams, I see the green, I see the blue. I'm not seeing the red going into the battle. These maps are huge. Watch how far you place your armies apart. Where's the red? Watch this. So if I add... Ah, there's red. Okay, let's shrink that to Team 1. Give him full auto archers. And give him, I don't know, 500. Oh, there it is. It's just tiny. I was like, where is it? I can see why now. Okay, so this guy needs to actually go to Team 1, so let's put him back here. Give him some cover. So now the cover will come from the tanks for the full, or for the, no, we need these on the green. What am I talking about? The green's the one suffering. We'll give them cover from the puppets, and then we'll put them behind the puppets. Let's do that. Now let's see if our full auto archers can actually help our puppets, who are getting just absolutely destroyed by our tanks here. And we should see some full auto archers behind our puppets back here. Where are they? Oh, they are way far apart. Let's get it going. I think I spaced these guys way too far apart. These actually have some really good range, these puppets. Yeah, let's get those closer together. I spaced those too far apart. Sorry, guys. Let me get those moved in a little bit closer so we don't have to wait all day. That's more like it. Start battle, brother. Let's go. Let's go, brother. All right. Now let's see where we are. Oh, yeah. Our full auto archers should be back behind. Oh, I forgot to move them forward. Look at the carnage. Let me move our full auto archers up because they're still way far behind and they're not able to assist our puppet terrorists here. Okay, yeah, they're pretty close. Alright, we'll do that again. Computer does not seem to be taxed except at the very beginning. Let's hip hip. We don't even have our full auto archers in range yet, and already the tanks have 230,000 kills, and we have a rain of puppets. Happening. From the sky, we see puppets. Likely our full auto archers are gone. Our puppets are not giving up, although they are getting absolutely destroyed, and this is just not enough for the puppets to overcome the flight of the navigator. Alright, time for another option on the other side rather than tanks. So let's change this guy. Let's give him some heroes. Let's give him a few Nikola Teslas. Let's try 5,000. Now we got Team 1, 5,000 Nikola Tesla. 500 full auto archers going to battle here. Should be interesting. There is our Nikola Teslas. There is our full auto archers. And on the other side we have the daunting 1 million. There's already kills before it even starts, which is hilarious. Alright, let's get up here so we can see what's going on. And let's hip hip! Here they come. The puppets have pretty good range, so they will start already. And they are already doing some big damage to Nikola Tesla and our full auto archers. And this is just mass chaos. And boy, I feel bad for Nikola Tesla. They are getting absolutely pummeled here. And that is going to be it for the poor Nikola Tesla and full auto team of war. So let's pump up their volume a little bit here. Okay, so they got nowhere near doing any damage. Let's pump that up to 20,000. It's going to tax the computer for sure. We're on ultra settings. Oh, I forgot to turn the water cooler up to full blast, so we'll do that. That'll help with the throttling temperatures on the GPU. And let's just hip hip. And here comes Nikola Tesla. You're going to see maybe a few of them get through this time. And the puppet terrorists are already doing damage to our Nikola Teslas. It's just an unbelievable death sight here. And our poor Nikola Teslas cannot even do anything due to the massive onslaught of the puppet terrorists. Nothing. These puppet terrorists are pretty brutal. Let's knock them down a few 100,000 here. So let's knock the puppet terrorists down to 500,000. Let's give them a few more full auto archers. Let's make it 10,000. Quite a few less of people on the field. So it should be less taxing on everybody and the GPU, which the GPU is fine right now. But here comes our army of quite a few Nikola Teslas and full auto archers who haven't even fired yet. They are already getting cut down. And they just cannot overcome the massive onslaught of these weird looking Cookie Monster guys. And that is it again for the poor Nikola Teslas. And let's knock them down. Let's knock these Cookie Monsters down to 250. Let's say 200,000. And start that battle. Computer still not having an issue. I think turning on the fans I had my liquid cooler fans on low. Now they're on high. And here comes our brave army of Nikola Teslas and full auto archers, and they are still not even close to doing anything here. It's going to take a lot more of them or a lot less of the puppets. These puppet terrorists are brutal. Maybe we should switch them out with something different. Let's see what we have to offer here. So we've got standard zombies, we've got ghosts, we got the Juice Man, which I think is Kool-Aid guy. Let's try Kool-Aid guy. Let's look at our team of misfits here. There's all our full auto archers, all of our Nikola Teslas. And on this other side, we have a bunch of Hey Kool-Aids with a bunch of ice cubes on top. Now let's see what they can do from this side. It's just the funniest sight ever to see the Hey Kool-Aid guys. And I have a feeling the Hey Kool-Aid guys are going to get absolutely trampled here. And now the computer is having issues because of the full auto archers are killing the GPU. This is an RTX 3080 tough. And it is on its knees right now from the full auto archer. And we are not going to be able to play that on those settings. That was just absolutely brutal on the GPU. Guys, I think I was getting 1 frame per second on that. And so, yeah, that along with the OBS probably not having enough. Yeah, it crashed UBS 2. Let's do that again, and let's put it on high instead of ultra. And that was just like, that was brutal. It killed everything. We got to knock down our full auto archers to like 100. It just killed everything. Here we go again. And it did load properly. As soon as our full auto archer started firing, that was it. It was like, nope. No GPU power. And I've got a fast GPU. We knocked down the quality settings and lowered the amount of full auto archers, and here come Juice Men ready to party. And I don't know why the full auto archers are not firing yet. Oh, they're in the back. There they go. And there goes Nikola Tesla opening up a absolute can on our guys. We have a lot of Kool-Aid guys, though. A lot. And there's some full auto archers doing their damage. And you can see our Kool-Aid guys are bloody here. Check out Nikola Tesla with the flash of light. And our Kool-Aid men have 0 kills and are going to the death quickly. So we may need to reverse that role. We now know that the Kool-Aid men are not that powerful. So let's bring the full auto archers over to their team. Full auto archer, go to team 2. And full auto archer, where are you on the field? Right there. Full auto archer back here on the side. Maybe let's put them right there. And start the battle. Give our Juice Men a little bit of a chance here because they are getting absolutely killed. There's our Nikola Teslas and there's our juice men and our full auto archers. Let's roll. And there's our incoming batch of Nikola Teslas with their ray guns. Here comes our juice men, which are just kind of waddling along, ever so weirdly running towards with big muscles. They're saying something. I can't hear what they're saying, but they're talking. And here they come for the fight. And they are getting pummeled. Where's our full auto archers to save the day? Right there. They go. And they're giving Nikola Tesla hell over here. The full auto archers. Check them out. But our Kool-Aid guys are very tough to get kills with. Very easy to kill, it looks like. But this is a pretty even battle. It's almost dead even right now. There's our Kool-Aid guys. They're like making an O sound. And they are getting overtaken by Nikola Tesla here with the ray gun. And we still have our full auto archers just lighting up Nikola Tesla from in here. Look at the full auto archers go. Look at that battlefield, guys. And there is the strength of the full auto archer. Let's go. Full auto archer with their 1 billion arrows capabilities. Let's follow this out to the battlefield where we have a 40,000 edge for the Kool-Aid guys and the full auto archer. 40,000 edge. Look at the arrows coming in on our Nikola Teslas are slowly getting overcome here. And that full auto archer is doing the trick, or was doing the trick. Did they get them all? They might have gotten all our full auto archers. I think that they have taken out the full auto archers, which means that the Kool-Aid men are in trouble here. Oh, no, there they are. Our Kool-Aid men still got a chance as long as we have these guys in the fight. Look at that arrows. Those arrows coming in on Nikola Tesla. Just a epic stream of arrows. But when the Nikola Teslas use their ray gun, it is pretty much a done deal for the Kool-Aid guys. You can see here. Nikola Tesla's running their way through Kool-Aid men like it is nothing. And that is getting uninteresting, so let's go back to the main menu here. And let's change the map to the city of Troy. And let's take the... Let's see, I can't even see the red team anymore. Let's get rid of them. And let's do some City of Troy fun here. And let's get rid of Nikola Tesla and let's put in Action Man, who we all know is just you know who, which I'm not going to say. And where is Team Blue? Team Blue is here. And so we have 200,000 Juice Men against 20,000 of the you-know-what Action Man. And let's roll. These are John Wick wannabe clones, not the real John Wick. Oh, is it going to crash? Let's see. Nope, it actually loaded. Okay. And here we go. I see the other guys out there. I see the Jukebox guys. I see John Wick. This is probably going to just be an absolute slaughter by John Wick. These Jukebox guys are going to get killed because John Wick has a gun. And here comes the John Wick army. And here comes the Jukebox army as well. There goes John Wick. They are already killing thousands of juice boxes. Poor Kool-Aid Man. Boy, they make the funniest sounds when they die. Yeah, not happening with these guys. They need some help. They need some help. Let's give Team 2 some help. Team 2. We got only 2 things in fantasy here. Let's go for Modern Combat. Oh, no, not Modern Combat. Let's give them something evil. I love how the Juice Man is evil. Alright, so we got these guys mixed in here. Let's put them on both sides and see what John Wick can do when he's surrounded by evil Kool-Aid Man and evil ghosts on Supercar Street Racing Gaming. This is going to be cool. This is going to be cool. It's going to give my GPU a workout. And as you can see here overhead, we've got our Kool-Aid army over there. We got our John Wick army there. And we should have our ghosts over there. And let's roll. Half the John Wick going for, a lot less than half going for the Kool-Aid guys. They don't need that many. These guys are going for the ghosts. RTX 3080. Not overclocked. It's a 3080 tough, and already the ghosts are starting to get overtaken by John Wick, who is an absolute boss of a Nova, Bossa Nova. And there are our ghosts going back to where they came from as dead people. We have 0 kills from our other army. Ah, the ghosts are now throwing orbs. They're getting close enough to orb. But they are not killing John Wick at all. They're doing 0 damage to John Wick, who is just absorbing all the ghosts. And this is another slaughter. An outright slaughter. We got to give something as a challenge to John Wick, and I think I know what we need. We need some puppet terrorists on team 2. Purple Puppet Terrace will be here. Little bit of John Wick's there. And we are going to tax our GPU quite a bit. Here we go. Let's go. Hand is hurting. This machine has 64 gigs of RAM, RTX 3080 tough, and a 12-core AMD processor. And we have armies on every side of the John Wick action. Let's do this. Here we go. We've got John Wick's moving towards the puppet terrorists here, firing already at our puppet terrorists, who are very powerful. Our puppet terrorists are going to be firing back here shortly. We already got 20,000 kills. John Wick taking a lot of damage here. And now taking even more damage. And there comes our Kool-Aid men into the battle. Very slowly and very weird looking Kool-Aid man. With very muscular legs and arms and ice on top. Back here to the battle. We've got these John Wicks fighting the puppet terrorists here and winning handily. And then we should have some other battles going on back here somewhere. Yes, we do. We've got our ghosts back here fighting our John Wicks on this part of the battlefield. And mowing right through them as before. And now they are headed this way. Right into the wall. They just bump right into it and keep going. So they are headed to the other battle. I think that they eliminated all the ghosts. And the John Wicks have 430,000 kills here. Mostly probably are all Kool-Aid men, and the John Wicks are moving downhill towards our puppet terrorists. And doing quite a bit of damage. And we still have a whole lot of Jukebox men just trying to make it to the battle. But they are getting mowed down way back here by this little army of John Wick, who are just doing damage. Blood covered, doing damage. And now they are up to 545,000 kills. And that is a lopsided battle. They will need less people to be able to be fought with. John Wick is a tough customer here. Let's put some full auto archers on team 2 on this side. And start this battle of GPU destruction. Because this is going to be GPU intensive once it finally loads. Here we go. Look at that thing counting slowly. Alright, this might be pretty brutal. If the full auto archers start firing on screen, we might get some weirdness, but hip hip, let's go. And here comes our surrounding of the Our guys, our John Wicks are surrounded, but they already have 1,500 kills, 5,000 kills, 7,000 kills, and they are chewing through the competition here. And I don't know where our full auto archers are. They are not in range yet. These are ghosts getting mowed down by John Wick. Yep, no full auto archers yet. Maybe they're already gone. And the biggest battle is happening over here where we have a 280 to 1,500 advantage for John Wick, just mowing over the competition. John Wick is getting the best of even that many. So let's knock the John Wicks down and make it a little bit more fun for everybody else. So let's go to Action Man and give him 1,000. And John Wick is green. Let's surround him a little bit more. He's right there in the center. And these are very far apart, so let's go like that. 1,000 John Wicks, let's see what they can do. Still loading. Alright, so it didn't crash. That's good. It's been crashing a lot less as they've been improving the game, so that's great. And boy, this is a tight quarters. There's our John Wicks, and right there we see our ghosts, we see our juice men, and we see our puppet terrorists. And we should see our full auto archer somewhere as well. I don't see them. Is that them? Let's just start it. Hip hip. Here comes our ghosts. Wow, Juice Men already ran straight over our John Wick. So let's try that again. Give John Wick a little bit more. Alright, so our John Wicks are there. Oh, we got full auto, we got puppet terrorists twice. Let's make them full auto archers. John Wick's gonna have to have a little bit more. Let's give him 3,000. So I was gonna say, yeah, I have SSDs, really fast SSDs, 64 gigs of RAM, 12-core AMD processor, and a RTX 3080 TUF. And it's liquid cooled. The card's not liquid cooled. The CPU is liquid cooled. All right, so we're already like lagged out just a tiny bit. I'm letting it kind of catch up. Let's go. Hip hip. And look at the carnage of our John Wickness. John Wick with 31,000 kills already. Here comes Juice Man. Here comes, I believe, the full auto archers. Yep, here comes our full auto archers trying to get in range. They are short range. And here comes our Jukebox Man. Juice Man won again. There was just too many for... Too many. Let's kick that Jukebox Man down quite a bit. There are too many Jukebox Men there, just overwhelming John Wick at this point. Juice Man, we got 200,000. Let's knock that down to 5,000. Will also help with our lag. And here we are, and it is still trying to load all the textures, I think. And let's hip hip. And the battle has begun, and John Wick is trying his best. And he has armies on all sides of him. Rather large armies, but he already has 30,000 kills, but he has lost. And it is going to be over quickly here. Very quickly as John Wick falls to the 4-position army that was on top of him. And that is it for that one. And John Wick has lost that battle. So John Wick lost. And he had only 3,000 troops. Let's give him... let's kick this down to 1,000. Let's give him 20. Let's give him 1,000. Quite a bit different. Let's see what happens. And this will be our last battle as we are approaching an hour of gaming. And this might be a slaughter the opposite way around. I think John Wick's going to take this one. My gut says. And let's hip hip. Here comes John Wick against a much smaller army on all sides. And John Wick already with the overwhelming of the other troops. And this is going to end quickly for John Wick. Look, check out John Wick has gotten all of the Jukebox men, and he is heading towards the other armies now. And he is super confused and he does not know what to do, so don't know where our other armies went. I think they already got them. They did. Guys, this one is over. And I hope you guys enjoyed SCSR Gaming. We're going to call this one done for the day. I'll see you guys next time, man. Have a good one. Peace out. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we have something kind of special because this is going to save you guys with home theater systems a lot of money if you'd like to enhance the bass on your home theater system or just your regular audio system inside your house. Supercar Street Racing here, and today we have the Blaupunkt digital bass processor. This is the EP1600X. And what this guy is designed to do is enhance and process your low frequency sounds and create bass maybe where there is inadequate bass or lack of bass. Now, the first thing we notice right away about the Blaupunkt EP1600X here is that it is named EP1600. Now, that is a good case for proving that the Blaupunkt unit is a clone of the Epicenter, which costs about 6 to 8 times more than the Blaupunkt EP1600. Now, taking a look at the box here on the EP1600, we can see that it says that it is a digital bass processor. Now, notice one thing about this. This is actually designed for a vehicle, meaning that the power input on this is 12 volts, and it comes with a bass knob here to adjust the bass level on your Epicenter EP1600. Now, taking a look at the back of the box and the side of the box, right here it says Bass Note Restorer EP1600. On the front we have the maximum input level of 15 volts. The maximum output level is 13.5 volts, and the signal to noise ratio is 130 decibels. On the back, it has some of the same information, tells you the total THD, total harmonic distortion. It sits at 0.003%. Less than 60 dB of balanced input noise rejection. It tells you that it's got 10,000 ohms of impedance, and it tells you that it needs a 150 amp power draw, and that would be at 12 volts. However, it recommends a 1 amp fuse. The house units are 4 to 5 times more expensive than this car unit. Now, why on earth would you want to take a car bass processor and use it on your home theater system in your house? Well, it's quite simple. The car bass processors do the same thing as the Behringer, the PV, and the DBX units for your home, and those do subharmonic synthesis and bass enhancement. But this was a total of about $40 for the actual unit and another $10 here for the power supply. So this is just a standard 12 volt power supply that plugs into your house. This particular power supply has a place where you can connect leads to it. So it is perfect for a car audio environment where this guy will just have a screw to put 12 volts and a ground and a remote turn on into the device. Now we're going to take a look at what we have for the house that accomplishes the same thing. All right, guys, we are here in the audio closet taking a look at the Behringer EX1200 Ultra Bass processor. This guy right here is very, very difficult to find, and when you do find them, they pop up around the $250 to $300 range. I do have 2 of these in the house. I have one in my home theater room, my legit home theater room, and I have one here feeding the whole home audio subwoofer system, which consists of 3 subwoofers and is growing by the day. So what this guy does is it does a digital subharmonic processing, and it actually enhances the bass just as the Epicenter and the Blaupunkt will do. However, this is designed for the home, so it has the 120 volt input. It has a number of adjustments here under the digital harmonic processor. It has frequency, dynamic punch. It has a bass mode between ultra low and punch, a bass level, and then also it has a limiter here, a bass limiter, and then it has a adjustment for satellite speakers if you actually want to power your satellite speakers with this guy. Not power, but process your satellite speakers. You can do that as well. So that's the Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 subharmonic bass processor. Will pop up online every once in a rare while. If you really want to do a home unit, this one is cheaper than the DBX, like 120, I think is the model number on the DBX, and does the same, if not better, processing. And then your third choice would be the PV unit, which I have had a hard time finding at all online. Now that we've taken a look at our home subharmonic synthesizer, we're going to take a look into the box of the EP1600 by Blaupunkt and see exactly what's inside and how we're going to be making our connection. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Blaupunkt EP1600X here, and here's a good look at the box. Look at the back of the box, the side, and the front of the box. This has not been opened yet, but you can see this is called the Digital Bass Note Restorer, and the EP is a good homage to the Epicenter, which is what the original manufacturer was who designed this type of technology for the car. However, the Epicenter is over $150, so we opted for the Blaupunkt so that we could test a lower model unit. And going right in here, see if you can talk to Blaupunkt, you can get a free car charger and USB cable. So they want you to do a review to do that. So we do have that review here, and also we will make one on Amazon and get our free charger. And now, okay, so we accidentally woke up the TV there, but here is the manual that comes with the EP1600X, and it shows you how to install the device here. Shows you setting your voltage for the size of the speaker. We have a 10-inch Polk subwoofer. Shows you signal connections here from your head unit. We are actually connecting it from our receiver there. And then it shows you the functions. Shows you the input, the output, the dash remote control, the power connector, and the para base controls. And that is how you actually set up the device there. And then on the next page here, we have what's inside of it. And then we have connections and wiring once again for showing you how to do the power part. So this will require 12 volts and a ground, which we will provide with this power supply here. And then also it will require a turn-on wire. So that will be also 12 volts. And then it has your troubleshooting steps on the back. Next here, it looks like we've got a bass knob here. Take a look at that. And we will mount that somewhere, don't know where yet, somewhere convenient, or just set it and forget it. But there is the included bass knob, and it looks like it has an LED as well, and it looks like it works off of a phone style connector. Then we have a little power block adapter here, looks like, for doing the power. It looks like it pushes in the side, and then you put your wiring in there. And yes, we have a phone cable. I think they're called RJ11s. Pretty lengthy phone cable. If you were in your car, you would run this from the unit in the back of the car all the way up to your dash, and then mount this control here, and you would plug each end into your your EP1600X. I wanted to call it a DBX, but yeah, it just plugs in just like that, and then runs to the actual unit in the back of the car. We're gonna go ahead and unbox the EP1600X from Blaupunkt. And we're gonna use this box for a nice stand for it as we open up this box and take a look at this fresh, never been opened device here. And you are saving around $100+ by doing it this way rather than going with an epicenter. You're saving maybe $200+ from going with a Behringer, which are very hard to find, the Ultra Bass. And you can find the DBX subharmonic synthesizers, but they're up in the $300 or $400 range, and we're talking about for your home. Inside the bag here, we have our EP1600X, looking all beautiful and brand new. Came in a nice EP1600X condom, and hopefully this lights up. And if we see here, we got our wide and our sweep. Those are the bass adjustments. That's actually how you adjust for the subharmonic synthesis right here. These two guys right here. And on the side here, looks like we have our balanced inputs, and it looks like you output here to your subwoofer. So you need a stereo input to drive this. And I believe we have that, and we will need an RCA cable to go out of this to our actual Polk subwoofer down there in the corner. And we will end up mounting this somewhere, maybe behind the dresser. Maybe we can mount it up nice and screw it onto the back of the dresser, as it is a permanent fixture here. And then what we do here is we have our power supply that I purchased, and I will give all the specs for this in the description, but this has a nice adapter on the end where you can actually connect wiring here. So we'll have to get a little wire to run from here to the box here, the Blaupunkt. And it looks like here our little power plate thing plug goes on. And they do give you a bunch of screws and stuff to mount the device with. So this is how this actually connects. So this pushes in the side right here. Let's see, it might go this way. Yep, it goes facing up with the screws up. And it's a little difficult to push in. There it is, and then you take a small screwdriver, loosen those up, and you put your ground all the way on the right,
your 12 volts here in the middle, and your remote. Now, remote is just 12 volts, and that's supposed to be from your head unit that powers this guy on. Now, we won't be able to do that here, so we will just leave the device on all the time. It's not going to hurt it, and that will go right there. So that's a look at the inside of the box and what is in the box for the Blaupunkt EP1600 digital bass reconstruction processor. So now we've had a good look at what's included with the EP1600. We took a look at all the accessories, how all the connections are made, and how we're going to actually interface this with the 5.1 setup here in the bedroom from the project a few months ago. So let's go ahead and get this guy connected and see if we can tweak the sounds. Guys, welcome back. We have our EP1600X here laid out on the table. And my plan is, I don't know if these RCA cables work, but I am going to make a little bundle here with these zip ties. And these will be the outputs. So they're going to come off just like this. Kind of hard to plug in. And then we are going to just kind of bunch these together like a normal RCA cable would be bunched together. Pretty sure these RCA cables are okay, not 100% sure. But you can see I'm just making them into a pair. Now this will feed the subwoofer. So this is out of the device and into the subwoofer. And then we have a set of RCA cables coming from the receiver sub output, feeding the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So all we're doing now is making this little group of cables, and then we're going to make our power cables next. After we're done with this, we will cut these little tabs off of the zip ties. I'm really big about wire management, so this is why I'm doing this now. And grab my scissors over here that make it easier to cut these guys off, and we will have our finished signal wire. So all we did, just a brief overview, was just make it a little bit easier to manage these two separate RCA cables as one bundle, stereo, left and right. And now we need power, ground, and turn on. So we have quite a long cable on the end of this power adapter. We have our power cable I just robbed, and we will go ahead and cut the end off of this guy because one end goes to the power adapter, the other end goes to the Blaupunkt. And so we have a little bit stripped off there at the end, or separated, and we take our wire strippers and pull off a little bit of wire. There's not very much wire in there, however, it does not need to handle a lot of current. Not even an amp, it's more like milliamps. So this side will be kind of pulled back too much, but this side will be for the Blaupunkt, and we actually can go ahead and connect that. So we're going to use red as positive and red with black as negative. And I don't like that we have to put the wire directly in here without any kind of like pin, but I'm going to double up the wire. It's thin. So I'm just folding that over. And we have ground on the very left, but I'm gonna do the 12 volts first, so we just need a little screwdriver in there. And we got the power wire in there, and then we tighten down the screw. The screwdriver is stripped, so it won't really tighten that much.
Yeah, it won't even loosen. The screwdriver's busted, so I need to go find a new screwdriver. All right, I found my much better screwdriver here. And we need to loosen this up, and of course it will not stay for some reason inside the screwdriver. Loosen that guy up. Put our wire in there and tighten it back up. I really don't like how loose that is. I'm going to do that again. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of wire hanging out. I guess there's no chance of those shorting out at this point. Now the other side, we have to be mindful of positive and negative connection on the power adapter. So let's go ahead and strip a little bit back for that side. All right, I'm just wrapping this end up with some electrical tape just to kind of give me some self-assurance that this is not going to short. So I already wrapped one inside between the wires. Now I'm just taking one over those exposed terminals. And that is good enough. Let's power it on one more time. Make sure it works. Immediately we have power here. And so now all that is left to do is test it. All right, gentlemen, we have, and ladies, we have our EP1600X powered up, and we have connected actually have not connected anything to anything, but here's the output of the receiver. We're plugging it into balanced input there. And then the cable that we created goes to the back of our subwoofer. Usually should power off the sub because it will probably hum. Okay, it didn't really make that much of a complaint. Now I don't know that these RCA cables are good. That is going to be part of the testing here. And now we can get our TV on and maybe see if we can create some bass here. And we're going to put on something on Prime Video, which probably something with good low frequencies. We can go ahead and test the Blaupunkt EP1600X. So I'm looking for a movie here. And here is Tomorrow War, which has bass in it. Let's see if this does anything. All right, let's see if we have inputs and outputs. And it is loading. You guys can't see it. It's up on the screen here. Okay, do you hear bass coming out of the sub? Let me see if I can find something here with actual bass in it. Okay. We have our adjustment here. I noticed the Blaupunk logo lit up on that one. Yeah, it looks like the more level we have, the more the logo lights up. All right, so we got the manual out again. So it says the bass response in a system is affected by 4 acoustics of the vehicle, location, speakers, enclosures, and the music you're listening to. And it says the sweep control allows you to select the center frequency, the frequency most affected. The Y control then allows you to adjust the shape of the filter centered on the sweep frequency. So I'm assuming sweep, we want to go lower for lower bass. So that would be a lower frequency than All right, so this is going to take some experimentation and some tweaking to maybe adjust the levels coming out of the receiver to get the adjustment correct on the Blaupunk. But as you can see here, we have our subharmonic synthesizer connected and working in harmony with our Polk audio subwoofer down there, our 10-inch sub. It is working properly. I highly recommend this already. I love the difference in the sound quality. Guys, I completely forgot to update on the bass control. We did not hook up the bass control, so we're going to do that now. Here we've got the phone wire, for the bass control, and it goes right on the side here, and then it connects to this little potentiometer here, which we can mount wherever we want in the room, and it just plugs straight in, and it has a nice blue LED, pretty bright though. So let me go back to a section with bass here, and we will play with this. Now we got this on minimum. That's max. You can see now the Blaupunk. You can see now the Blaupunk logo really. That is your bass control knob. So that's how the bass control knob works, and it actually just fell right off. Wasn't plugged in all the way.
Get the hell out of there right now.
Notice the blue light coming on for the input. That's quite a bit of a difference from the stock bass with the Blaupunk EP1600X. All right, guys, just a little final update on this video. I did end up just putting the EP1600X right here on the corner of the dresser for now. The best mounting spot would be behind the dresser, right back there, and then I actually took a screw out of the back of the receiver and mounted the bass knob there because it doesn't really need to be changed much, but it came out really clean. Now, I'm noticing a little bit of thumping on my subwoofer. I don't know what that's from. I've got to look into that and see if it's this causing it. but every 10 or 15 seconds it's making a thumping sound. Let's see. Let's see if it does it now. Okay, this is not doing it now. It's definitely the Blaupunk input. Something is causing like a ground loop or something like that. It definitely could be where I have the power plugged in, but there's a little thumping. Let's see if it stopped. Nope, there it is again. So something is causing a little interference with the sub, so I got to get that sorted out. But yeah, that's how it ended up on the Blaupunk EP1600X. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll get the ground loop problem sorted out and let you guys know what happened. Dude, you need napkins after that. It's juicy. Oh yeah, get it. He's like, me like ribs. Dude, he loved it.
He took it.
Yeah, he took it. Dude, he's eating it.
All right, I'm over here and mix one. You care?
Nope.
Yep.
All right, do one more so I can video him.
This has got more weight to it. I'll
Okay.
get it closer to him.
All right. See your baseball arm. Oh!
Nice bounce shot.
Dude, he's so stoked. Look at him. Hey guys, welcome to another video. Supercar Street Racing here. That is deceiving because it is very cold out there today. And we're expecting a freeze tonight in Jacksonville. It's supposed to get down to about 27 degrees. Today I'm going to be showing you guys landscape lighting. Something that people are scared of to death to do, but honestly it's not that bad. I'm going to show you guys how you can do it and do it cheaply. Find you guys some products online to link to. And we're going to do that here in a little bit after I do maybe 3 miles and burn about 350 calories in this thing. Huffing it, huffing it, huffing it, huffing it. Just finishing up this workout, man. I sweat when I do this thing. I can probably not see it, but 327 calories, 3.11 miles, and It is a nice little workout in the morning. Try to get this done usually early, but I was out late last night, so got it done when I got up out of bed. And that's gonna do it for this workout. 1 hour on this. All right, guys, so starting with the patio here. So just to let you guys know, and I'll put this all out there in the description and in graphics and stuff, but there's a couple of different ways now you can do your landscape lighting. But before that, I have to get a jacket. It's cold out. Okay, that's a lot better. Now I have a nice wool hat on. It's actually 40 degrees out here trying to film outside. But so starting on the patio, we have these mainstays, LED globe lights that go all the way around the outside of the patio here, and they continue up here on the outside of the sunroom to the end right over there. So you can actually get these course, the yard has these type of path light. Now, you can see that one, the paint is kind of chipping off. I'm going to have to refurbish these again. I've done it a few times. These are glass and metal, not the cheap Malibu plastic lights that you usually buy. Now, the one thing different about these guys is that I have converted them from incandescent regular low voltage lights to LED. So inside of this guy, I don't know if you guys can see it, but inside of here there is a G20 bulb that I purchased, about 25 of them, and I cut and spliced on the inside of these guys, and now they're really high output. I think they're 15 watts each, warm white LED bulbs, whereas they came with regular incandescent bulbs that were kind of dim and kind of cold. Now we have a variety of power sources outside. So these are low voltage landscape lights. What does that mean exactly? So low voltage landscape lights use a transformer or a power pack that plugs into AC, and it converts them to it converts the power to DC, and then it runs over a regular wire. So I have a multitude of power packs for my low voltage lighting, and one of them is right here. So this is the power pack here. It does have a switch on it for either coming on with the sensor right here, which of course it got painted over, so I had to move the paint off, or it can stay on with the sensor, or it can turn off after I think it's 2, 4, or 6 hours, or 8 or something like that. And so you can make it so it doesn't stay on all the time. So you can see here it's got standard, you know, you can use zip wire, or you can use the landscape wire. You don't really have to. I'll just tell you this, a lot of wire outside will break down, especially in Florida with the temperatures and the humidity. But this wire goes down with another couple of wires into the ground. I actually have AC power coming out of this box that goes down into the ground as well. So that's DC to AC for the low voltage lighting. So there's a light there. Now the AC part feeds this LED globe lighting that goes all the way down the fence. Really, really, really long. That's probably about 90 feet of globe lighting. Also mainstays from Walmart, about $8 per string. So that's AC. The one thing I want to explain to you guys about AC lighting outside, so if you're using standard electrical, you know, 110 volts, here, up this fence, and around this palm tree. And you know light here that lights up the sun at night, looks really cool, and a path light right there, and path light there. And my power actually comes from inside the house. I drilled through the wall right there for my outlet. Now that actually powers my well over there, my irrigation well. It also powers my security camera, and then 2 timers. This is an AC timer, like the one in the backyard, and it feeds the AC lights in the middle of the yard right there. That's the low voltage power pack for all the front yard lights that are low voltage. And then that's a stake timer, and it's just, I really just wanted it for extra power plugs that I could secure my security camera plug in. So my security camera plug goes there, and I can lock it. We have a 15-watt LED warm light spotlight shining up on an angle side of the house. We have a path light there, my well here, and then we have one more final path light right there. So we've got quite a variety and multitude of lights in the front yard. And so the next time you guys see me, it'll be dark outside, and I'll be able to show you guys how that looks, and I think you're going to be impressed by it. I take pride in my ability to do good lighting, so if you need any advice or help, feel free to hit me up and we'll talk about it. Well, I was going to show you guys a little cool little snowflake on the dash here. Woke up this morning and it was 24 degrees in Jacksonville, which is unheard of weather. Unheard of. This is undoubtedly the coldest day of the year. I don't think it'll get any colder than that here. If it comes back on, I want to show you guys. It was cool to see it on the cluster for the first time. And as soon as I wanted to record it, of course, it went off. There it is, man. There's the freeze warning indicator on the cluster. Taking the car through the car wash. It's weird with a convertible hardtop because it's so loud when the water hits the roof, you have to hold your ears. But I got the so loud. I got the unlimited wash plan. Hear how loud it is? And there's a guy here who's got a 328i. It is loud. So he's got a 328i, and he stopped me one day and wanted me to come to the Jacksonville Bimmers Club. And the other day I came through and he's like, man, you can't wash your car here every day. I was like, alright, dude. That was funny. But yeah, I got the unlimited wash plan. We can dry it. Alright, good morning, guys. It is unfortunately a Monday morning. It's early. It's about 5 in the morning, which is my usual ritual. I wanted to take you guys for a little tour of the yard. here burned out, and I have a replacement string for them. It's just kind of a pain to everybody. It is Thursday. I got a long extended vacation right now for the holidays, so I'm just chilling out here in my sunroom, and as you can see in Florida right now, it is raining. It has been raining for a couple of days now, so I've been making the most of that and working on the car and getting things done around the house that I need to get done. So we're waiting right now for some parts to come in from Italy. I'll show you a snapshot now of that tracking information from the courier coming from Italy, and this package sat in the exchange office for literally 10 days. So as soon as this package gets in, here's a look at what we'll be doing next to the car. I bought all replacement interior pieces in carbon fiber for the car, and my one pet peeve about the car always is that it has wooden interior pieces. Should look a lot better, honestly. I think the wooden pieces are more luxury, and the car is definitely not a luxury car, it's a sports car. So I'm going to overlay pictures of the carbon fiber interior pieces while we're talking about them, and also tell you a little bit about them. So inside of the car, there's basically three wood pieces that come from the factory. You've got on the doors, you've got strips of wood. It's not cheap wood, it's really expensive. The actual stock pieces I'm hoping to sell and make some money off of. But you've got the door pieces, you've got the center console piece. Total of 3 pieces. As you can imagine, making these out of real carbon fiber, not some cheap stuff, but actual laying carbon fiber for these pieces is expensive. So you can expect to spend on the pieces, depending on where you get them. There's a good shot of outside there, the rain. Depending on where you get them from, brand new, they run about $1,700 US for just the 3 pieces. So they're not cheap. That was one thing that I was not too sure about if I was willing to spend $1,700. And also, coming across the pieces used is not very common. So I did get lucky. I found a guy who had actually 4. He has the shift knob too. Now the only thing about the shift knob is it's keyless go, and I do not have keyless go. The one option that I really wanted in the car, I don't have. But the car had a warranty, and that's what made me buy it over everything else. So I'm getting the keyless go knob, which looks way better than the factory knob, but it will not start the car, unfortunately, with the push button on the knob. But it is a full carbon fiber shift knob. Now, I got all of these pieces for under $1,000 used, and they are lightly used. The guy who has them actually got brand new pieces fit in a red carbon fiber. He has red interior, and it looks ridiculous, but now he's selling these to me for under $1,000. Of course, the only drawback being that they are coming from Italy, and it is taking forever. And I'm hoping that they get here before the Cars and Coffee event in 3 weeks. Second Saturday of January, there's a big Cars and Coffee, which I will be documenting. So that's what's going on with the car now. As you can see from the pictures I overlaid, it's going to look pretty sweet. I'll also show you. Actually, I'm going to hold off on showing you how it looks completed. You can easily find that online, but I want you to see how it actually looks when it's done. So as soon as I have an update on the carbon fiber interior pieces, you'll see me again. Have a good one, guys. Make sure you thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you.
Are we alone? It's a question that's fascinated people for, well, probably as long as we've been looking up at the stars.
It really is one of those fundamental questions, isn't it? And today, we're taking a deep dive into it.
That's right. We're going to explore the history of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life, the scientific methods we're using to search for it, and some of the most tantalizing clues we've found so far.
And who knows, maybe by the end of this, we'll have some answers, or at least some new ways of thinking about the question.
At least some more questions, I'm sure. But let's start with the basics.
Okay, that was good.
Have we already found evidence of alien life, but we just haven't recognized it yet? What do you think?
Well, it's certainly possible. And that's actually one of the most intriguing ideas that we'll be exploring today.
It's pretty mind-blowing to think about, right?
It is, especially when you consider how much our understanding of life in the universe has changed just in the past few decades.
Exactly. I mean, for centuries, people could only speculate about what might be out there. But now we have actual scientific data to work with.
Yeah, we're discovering new planets almost every day. And some of them are in that sweet spot, the habitable zone, where conditions might be right for life as we know it.
And maybe even for life as we don't know it.
Exactly. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's rewind the clock a bit.
Okay, let's go back in time, way back. did people in ancient times even consider the possibility of other worlds, other life beyond Earth?
Oh, absolutely. Ancient philosophers, even early Christian writers, were already grappling with the concept of plurality of worlds.
Wow, really? So this isn't just a modern idea.
Not at all. Thinkers like Democritus and Epicurus in ancient Greece, and later Christian writers like Augustine, they were already pondering the vastness of space and the possibility that Earth might not be unique.
I love that. These ancient thinkers just looking up at the sky and wondering what else might be out there.
They didn't have telescopes or space probes, but they had their imaginations. And they weren't afraid to push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about.
And sometimes those big, bold ideas, even if they seem a little crazy at the time, they can end up leading to incredible discoveries.
That's so true. And we see that throughout history as we explore the evolution of how we've thought about extraterrestrial life.
Okay, so we've got ancient philosophers pondering the possibility of other worlds. When did things start to get a bit more, well, concrete?
Let's fast forward a bit to the 15th century. Now, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, lay it on me.
William Vorlong, a theologian, actually proposed that Jesus might have visited other worlds to redeem their inhabitants.
Wait, hold on. Jesus visiting aliens.
I know it sounds pretty wild, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially for the 15th century. But it shows how people were already grappling with the theological implications of extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, if there are other intelligent beings out there, what does that mean for our understanding of religion?
Exactly. And it's a question that still resonates today. But it wasn't just theologians who were pushing the boundaries of what was considered acceptable to think about. Nicholas of Cusa, writing in 1440, described Earth as a brilliant star, just like all the other celestial objects we see.
Okay, so he's starting to see Earth not as the center of everything, but as just one part of a much larger system.
Exactly. He theorized that all these extraterrestrial bodies, including the sun, could potentially be inhabited. It's a remarkable vision, considering the limited scientific knowledge of the time.
So we've got this idea of a plurality of worlds gaining traction. Was everyone on board with the idea of extraterrestrial life by this point?
Not exactly. René Descartes, a prominent philosopher of that era, argued that while we can't definitively disprove the existence of intelligent beings on other planets, it remained a matter of speculation.
Okay, so a healthy dose of skepticism, always a good thing in science, right?
Absolutely. We need to be cautious about jumping to conclusions, but even Descartes couldn't completely dismiss the possibility.
Right. The seed had been planted, and over the centuries, that seed would grow into a full-blown scientific quest for extraterrestrial life.
Exactly. And it wouldn't be long before that quest took some major leaps forward.
So when did we actually start looking for alien life?
The mid-20th century is when things really took off, and it split into two main branches: the search for any kind of past or present life, and the hunt for intelligent life. That second branch, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, or SETI, that's had a huge impact on our culture.
Oh, absolutely. Science fiction has given us some incredible alien encounters on the big screen. Close Encounters, E.T., Arrival, just to name a few.
And those stories, they've done more than just entertain us. They've helped shape public perception and spark debates about the potential consequences of contact.
That's true. I mean, what would it actually be like to meet an alien civilization? Would it be friendly, hostile, something we can't even comprehend?
Those are some big questions. And science fiction has helped us explore those possibilities, even if just in our imaginations.
Yeah, but it's not all about hypothetical scenarios. Scientists are actually out there actively searching for signs of alien life, and that's where the famous Drake equation comes in, right?
You got it. The Drake equation is an attempt to estimate the number of communicative civilizations within our galaxy.
So, how many alien civilizations are out there? Does the Drake equation give us an answer?
Well, not exactly. It's based on a series of factors, many of which are highly uncertain. Things like the rate of star formation, the fraction of stars that have planets, the fraction of planets that could support life, and so on.
So it's more of a framework for thinking about the problem rather than a definitive answer?
Exactly. Even Frank Drake himself, the creator of the equation, acknowledged that these are speculative estimates. They're open to debate and revision as we learn more.
But even if it doesn't give us a precise number, the Drake equation has played a crucial role in the search for extraterrestrial life. It helped to kickstart the scientific search and focus our attention on the factors that matter most.
And that search has led to some incredible discoveries. We're finding new planets all the time, and we're developing increasingly sophisticated tools to study them.
So what are some of the methods that scientists are using to actually look for signs of life out there?
One of the key approaches is the search for biosignatures.
Okay, biosignatures. What exactly are those?
Think of them as clues that might indicate the presence of life. They can be anything from chemical compounds in a planet's atmosphere to geological features that suggest the presence of liquid water.
So, like finding oxygen in the atmosphere of a distant planet, that could be a biosignature.
Exactly. Or methane, or even more complex organic molecules. These are all potential signs that something biological might be going on.
And scientists are actually finding these biosignatures on other planets.
We are. It's still early days, and we need to be cautious about interpreting the data. But there are some really intriguing findings out there that suggest we might not be alone.
This is getting really exciting. So are there any places in particular that have scientists buzzing about the possibility of finding life?
Oh, absolutely. Our own solar system has a few hotspots that have scientists really intrigued. Mars, for example, has long captured our imaginations.
Yeah, Mars, the red planet. I remember watching those first images from the Viking landers back in the 70s. It was like looking at another world.
And in a way, it is. And what we've learned since then is that Mars wasn't always the cold, dry desert it is today.
Really? So what was Mars like in the past?
Evidence suggests that billions of years ago, Mars was a much warmer, wetter place with rivers, lakes, and possibly even oceans.
Wow. So you're saying that Mars might have been habitable at one point?
That's what the evidence seems to suggest. And that raises the tantalizing possibility that life might have emerged on Mars, even if it's long gone now.
Okay, so Mars was potentially habitable in the past. What about now? Is there any chance that life could still exist on Mars today?
Well, Mars lost most of its atmosphere and became much colder and drier over time, but some scientists believe that microbial life could still be clinging to existence somewhere beneath the surface.
So like little Martian microbes hiding out underground?
Exactly. Perhaps in underground aquifers or hydrothermal systems, places where there might still be liquid water and a source of energy.
That would be incredible if we found even microbial life on Mars.
It would be a game changer. And it's one of the main reasons why we keep sending missions to Mars, to search for those signs of past or present life.
Okay, so Mars, maybe microbes underground. Are there any other places in our solar system that have scientists excited about the possibility of life?
Definitely. Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, is another prime candidate.
Europa, isn't that the one with all the ice?
That's the one. But beneath that icy surface, scientists believe there's a vast global ocean.
Wow, a whole ocean hidden under the ice. How deep is it?
Estimates vary, but it could be tens of kilometers deep. And what's even more exciting is that this ocean might be heated by tidal forces from Jupiter.
Tidal forces, so like the moon's gravity pulling on the Earth's oceans.
Similar idea. Jupiter's gravity creates friction within Europa, generating heat. And that heat could create hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, similar to those we find on Earth.
And on Earth, those hydrothermal vents are teeming with life, right? Even without sunlight.
Exactly. They're like little oases in the deep ocean. And some scientists believe that similar vents on Europa could provide the energy and nutrients needed for life to exist.
So we've got Mars, maybe microbes underground, Europa, maybe something swimming around in those dark depths. Are there any other contenders in our solar system's life lottery?
Well, there's one more that might surprise you. Venus.
Venus, really? But Venus is like a furnace? The surface temperature is hot enough to melt lead?
I know, the surface is definitely not hospitable. But recent studies have suggested a surprising possibility microbial life could exist in the cooler, high-altitude clouds of Venus.
Wait, life in the clouds of Venus? That sounds like something straight out of science fiction. What kind of life could possibly survive in those conditions?
We're talking about extremophiles, organisms that thrive in environments that would be deadly to most life on Earth.
Okay, so like those microbes that live in boiling hot springs or acidic mine drainage?
Exactly. And in the case of Venus, we're talking about microbes that could potentially tolerate the acidic conditions and high pressures found in the Venusian atmosphere.
So instead of little green men on Mars, we might find microscopic life floating around in the clouds of Venus.
It's a possibility. And it highlights how our understanding of what's considered habitable is constantly evolving. Life might find a way to exist in places we never thought possible.
This is all so mind-blowing, but it raises a crucial point. How can we be sure we'd even recognize life that's radically different from anything we've encountered on Earth?
That's the million-dollar question. Our understanding of life is based entirely on what we've observed on our own planet.
Right. DNA, carbon-based life forms, water as the essential solvent. But what if life elsewhere has evolved in entirely different ways?
What if alien life uses different building blocks, different energy sources, even different solvents? That's where the concept of life as we don't know it comes in.
It's a pretty wild idea, isn't it, to think that life could exist in forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
It's a challenge for scientists, but it's also incredibly exciting. It forces us to rethink our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And that brings us to some of the most cutting-edge research in astrobiology today. The search for life as we don't know it.
And that's exactly what we'll be diving into next. One of our sources makes this really interesting comparison between the search for exoplanets and the search for extraterrestrial life.
Oh, yeah. Like, what do they say?
Well, they basically argue that just like scientists once assumed planets existed beyond our solar system, long before we actually had the technology to detect them, we might be in a similar situation with alien life. Like, the evidence could be out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. We just might not have the tools or the right mindset yet to recognize it.
Right. We're always discovering new things about the universe, constantly refining our instruments and our understanding.
Yeah, it's totally possible we've overlooked something crucial, or maybe we're just looking in the wrong places.
Well, think about those early exoplanet discoveries. The first ones we found were these massive gas giants.
Oh, yeah, those are the easiest to spot, right? Because they cause those huge wobbles in their stars.
Exactly. And it took time, more advanced technology, to find those smaller rocky planets that might be more Earth-like.
So maybe we're just starting to scratch the surface when it comes to detecting life beyond Earth.
I think so. It's like we're still focused on what's familiar to us, what we can easily measure with our current instruments.
So we could be looking for the wrong things or using the wrong methods because our understanding of life is limited to what we've observed here on Earth.
Exactly. What if alien life is so different, so bizarre, that it's literally beyond our current comprehension? It's a pretty wild thought.
Yeah, it's like trying to imagine a color you've never seen before.
That's a great way to put it. And it's a challenge that astrobiologists are constantly facing.
And speaking of challenges, one of our sources actually highlights the skepticism and debate surrounding the field of astrobiology.
Oh, yeah? What do they say?
Well, some critics argue that it isn't a true scientific discipline, They say it's more speculative than rigorous because we haven't found definitive proof of extraterrestrial life yet.
I can see where they're coming from. It does require a certain level of, I guess you could say, faith to devote your career to searching for something that you might never find.
Right, but even without that definitive proof, astrobiologists are making significant progress in understanding the conditions that are necessary for life and the potential for life to exist beyond Earth.
Oh, absolutely. They're exploring some fascinating areas, like extremophiles.
Yeah, those organisms that thrive in those super hot hydrothermal vents or in the freezing depths of the ocean. Those are pretty incredible. They really push the boundaries of what we thought was possible for life to exist.
Exactly. And by studying those extremophiles, scientists are gaining insights into the incredible adaptability of life and expanding the range of environments where we might find it, broadening our perspective on what's considered habitable.
So if life can survive in those extreme conditions here on Earth, it could potentially exist in even more extreme environments on other planets or moons, right?
Precisely. And it opens up the possibility of detecting life through unusual signals, which reminds me, one of our sources mentions the famous wow signal.
Oh, yeah. I remember reading about that. Wasn't that a strange radio signal detected back in the 70s that some people thought could be a message from an alien civilization?
That's the one. It was back in 1977, a radio telescope picked up this strong narrowband signal from space, and it lasted for 72 seconds.
So what happened? Did they ever figure out what caused it?
Well, despite repeated attempts, the signal was never detected again, leaving its source a complete mystery. Was it a glitch? A natural phenomenon we don't understand yet? Or was it a fleeting message from an alien civilization? We may never know for sure.
It's kind of unsettling to think that we might have already brushed up against evidence of alien life and just missed it,
It's a good reminder that we need to keep an open mind and be prepared for the unexpected in our search for extraterrestrial life.
So, the wow signal, a potential hint, but still a mystery. Are there any other observations out there that have scientists scratching their heads?
Well, there's KIC 8462852, you might have heard of it, also known as Tabby's star.
Oh yeah, Tabby's star. I remember reading about that. That's the one that has those weird, unpredictable dips in brightness, right?
That's it. Astronomers have proposed a bunch of different explanations for its strange behavior.
Like what?
Swarms of comets, dust clouds. But honestly, none of them fully explain the observations.
And I think I remember reading that some people even suggested that it could be a sign of an alien megastructure, right?
Yeah, some have proposed that, the idea of some kind of megastructure built by an advanced alien civilization to harness the star's energy. But that's considered a very unlikely scenario.
I mean, it would be pretty amazing if it were true, though.
It would be groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And it highlights how our thinking has evolved. We're starting to consider possibilities that might have seemed outlandish just a few decades ago.
Okay, so we've got these potential hints, the wow signal, Tabby's star. But what about more concrete evidence? Has there ever been a discovery that's come close to proving the existence of alien life?
Well, one event that generated a lot of excitement and controversy was the analysis of the Martian meteorite, AL-884001.
ALH-84001. Refresh my memory.
It's the one that came from Mars and landed in Antarctica.
Oh, right. I remember reading about that. Scientists thought they found fossilized bacteria inside it, right?
Yes. Back in 1996, a team of scientists announced they'd found what looked like fossilized bacteria within the meteorite. It was huge news.
Yeah, I remember it was all over the news. But what happened? Did other scientists disprove the findings?
The debate over ALH-84001 continues to this day, but most scientists now agree that the evidence is inconclusive.
So another case of tantalizing hints, but no smoking gun.
Pretty much. It seems like we're still searching for that definitive proof that we're not alone.
And in the meantime, scientists are developing new ways to search for that proof, right? Even if that life is completely unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Exactly. We'll dive into those new approaches in the next part of our deep dive. So we've covered some pretty fascinating ground in our search for an answer to that age-old question. Are we alone?
We really have. From ancient philosophers imagining a plurality of worlds to modern scientists searching for biosignatures.
And let's not forget about that mind-bending concept of life as we don't know it.
Oh, yeah, that one really stretches the imagination.
It does, doesn't it? But it's a crucial part of this search, forcing us to challenge our assumptions about what life is and where we might find it.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways for me has been the realization that we still have so much to learn.
Absolutely. For centuries, we assumed Earth was unique, the only planet capable of supporting life, and now we know that our galaxy alone likely contains billions of planets.
Billions. It's incredible to think about, and many of those planets could potentially harbor life.
It really is mind-boggling. The discovery of exoplanets has completely shifted our perspective.
It really has. It's no longer a question of if there are other planets out there, but rather how many of them might be suitable for life as we know it.
Or even life as we don't know it.
Exactly. And that's what makes this search so exciting.
It really is. We're not just looking for another Earth, another planet that looks just like ours.
We're exploring a vast universe of possibilities, acknowledging that life could take on forms that we can't even begin to imagine.
And you know what else has really struck me during our deep dive? Life might be far more adaptable and resilient than we ever thought possible.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, just look at the extremophiles we find here on Earth, thriving in those incredibly harsh environments.
Exactly. Boiling hot springs, freezing cold depths of the ocean, acidic mine drainage. Life finds a way.
It makes you wonder what might be possible on other planets and moons.
It really does. It highlights how important it is to be open to new possibilities, to challenge our assumptions about what life requires.
And that's where life as we don't know it comes in.
Exactly. Thinking about life that might be based on completely different biochemistry, using different building blocks, different solvents, different ways of harnessing energy.
It's a challenge for scientists because it means we can't just rely on the biosignatures we're familiar with from Earth.
We need new ways of detecting life, even if it's completely alien to us.
So instead of looking for familiar signs of life, like oxygen or methane, we need to focus on those fundamental properties that define life itself, regardless of its chemistry.
That's exactly right. Things like complexity, organization, the ability to maintain a state far from equilibrium.
It's like learning to read a language we've never encountered before. We might not understand the individual words, but we can still recognize patterns.
That's a fantastic analogy. And that's what groups like ELAB are doing, developing those tools, those frameworks that will allow us to recognize life even if it's radically different from anything we've ever seen.
It feels like we're on the cusp of a new era of exploration, one that's not just about finding another Earth, but about expanding our definition of life itself.
And embracing the incredible diversity that might exist out there. It's an exciting time to be in this field.
It really is. But as we push the boundaries of our understanding, We're forced to confront that fundamental question once again. Have we already found evidence of alien life?
It's the question that's been driving this search for generations, a question that has fueled countless debates, inspired scientific missions, and captivated the public imagination.
You know, after all the research we've done for this deep dive, I can't help but wonder if the evidence might already be out there.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, just waiting for us to develop the right tools and the right perspective to recognize it.
I mean, think about those tantalizing hints we've discussed, the wow signal, the strange behavior of Tabby's star.
Even the controversial analysis of that Martian meteorite, ALH 84001.
What if those weren't false alarms, but rather glimpses of something we didn't fully understand at the time?
It really makes you think, doesn't it? The answer to this age-old question might not come from some grand singular discovery,
But rather from a gradual accumulation of evidence.
a shift in perspective, a willingness to embrace the unknown.
And you know what? Here's a final thought to leave you with. Imagine for a moment that we do find conclusive evidence of alien life.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
Not in some distant galaxy, but right here in our own solar system.
Wow, okay. In our own solar system.
Maybe on Mars or Europa, or even in those enigmatic clouds of Venus. How would such a discovery change us?
That's a huge question to think about. It would completely change our perspective on everything.
It would force us to confront our place in the cosmos in a way we never have before.
It would challenge our beliefs, our understanding of science, our very sense of identity.
It would be a defining moment for humanity.
It's both exciting and a little bit terrifying to think about.
It is. But as we wrap up this deep dive, I'm left with a sense of wonder and a renewed appreciation for the sheer vastness and mystery of the universe.
Me too. Who knows what incredible discoveries await us out there?
And maybe, just maybe, the answer to the question, are we alone, is closer than we think.
Well, I guess the search continues. Thanks for joining me on this deep dive into the search for extraterrestrial life. It's been an incredible journey.
It really has. And for all of you listening out there, keep looking up at the stars and keep asking those big questions. Who knows what we might find?
Are we alone?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It is Monday, and besides having a bunch of back problems, some other things developing is looks like I sold my car. I know, I just bought a car. Right. Well, did not sell the SL65. Looks like I sold the 335i. So, this beautiful car right here, and I am so disappointed that I'm selling it. This is one of my favorite cars of all time. And I am taking a beating on it. But this car looks like it is sold. A gentleman in Kentucky is coming to pick it up, and we will be driving away with this car on Friday. Which leads us to this car. So what's next for this car? And most immediately, the stereo. We're going to be finishing that up in the next week or so. I will keep you guys posted about that. But meanwhile, this car is sold. No more double car garage. And I believe, I'm not even going to tell you guys what might be going in this place next, but it's going to be pretty sick. Sold right here. Sold, sold, sold. I will give you guys an update soon. That's all for right now. Subscribe for more. Where are we right now?
Hidden Hills.
All right. We're at Hidden Hills, and we are enjoying martinis, and they are fantastic. Thank you to the lovely bartender. Guys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio today, and we have graciously been provided this eMeet 4K Nova camera here to go ahead and check out on the channel. This thing is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to opening up and testing it against the Logitech that sits right in front of me right here. So let's not delay this any longer. Let's get this eMeet 4K Nova camera opened up and check it out today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, right here in front of me, I have the eMeet 4K Nova camera, graciously provided by eMeet to Supercar Street Racing to come right to your house and review. So let's get this eMeet camera opened up right now. But first, we want to just take a look at the box. And it does say that it has 2 microphones. It does have autofocus, and on the screen right here, you can see it has noise canceling mics, 73-degree field of view, auto light correction, USB plug and play, and a privacy cover. And we want to see how this compares to the Logitech Brio that's sitting right up here and that you're looking at me on right now. So we'll probably put those side by side as well. Let's get this box opened right now. In front of me we have the eMeet Smart Cam. And I did take a picture of the back of the box because it was so small so I could read off to you guys the model. This is the E3131 Smart Cam Nova 4K, and it is part number E3131111. It's Shenzhen eMeet Company is the actual company name, and they are in Shenzhen, China. There is an 800 number on here also if you guys are looking for support. It is 888-959-5320. They are open 9 to 5 Eastern Time. And we have the eMeet camera right here in the box. Let's go ahead and get that out and see what's inside. We have a nice user manual right here, right on top. Looks like the privacy cover is right underneath that. Now this is a USB Type A, so it does not use USB Type C. If you need that, you're gonna have to get an adapter for it or figure out a different way because it is only USB Type A. It does also have a stand here that goes on the monitor, but also on the bottom of the stand it does have a screw mount if you wanted to mount this permanently somewhere. And there's a good look at the front of the eMeet, and it looks very similar to the Logitech Brio, but it is not the same camera 1000%. It also is 1/3 of the price of the Brio. So basically if you look at the front of the eMeet Nova, you can actually see a microphone on each side of it. It has dual mics. Now let's get this eMeet Nova plugged in and see how it works. All right, we do have the eMeet here. You guys are looking from above now. I'm gonna go ahead and take off the little retaining clip on the E-Meet's cord here. And I'm going to go ahead and just plug it into this front USB, and it did recognize the E-Meet camera. So let's go ahead and get this source added to OBS Studio so we can take a look at how this looks full screen. And here is the E-Meet 4K camera, which I am going to actually place over here on the other monitor, but I wanted you guys to get a good idea of how it looks compared to the Brio. Now the Brio is actually this. There's the Brio, here is the E-Meet. So let's get this set up so you guys can see how it looks. So I'm just going to temporarily run it back here onto the monitor and point it at me. Now that's another thing, it does twist left to right, so we are going ahead and plugging it in right there. Let's go back to the E-Meet now. Now here's the E-Meet camera ready to be tested on Supercar Street Racing. So there's a good view of the E-Meet and what it looks like. Now it is a little bit washed out. We could fix that with the actual properties on the camera. It's on 57 right now. Now that did help a little bit. I like it with a little bit more contrast there. And we do have some other controls like camera controls, zoom, focus, exposure, aperture, all that. So that is the E-Meet 4K Smart Cam. And now let's take a look at these two side by side. All right, so I am looking at you right now on the Logitech Brio in the upper left-hand corner. I am looking at you now in the E-Meet Nova 4K in the lower right-hand corner. You guys tell me what you think. I think the E-Meet focus is a little bit better than the Brio. It has some issues with the lights in the background, and sometimes it loses focus because it's trying to focus on these. Other than that, the picture quality is pretty close to the Logitech for the value of about 1/3 of the price of the Logitech. Now, I did tweak both the Logitech and the Brio. When I first got the Brio, I tweaked that one, so this is the one you're looking at right now with me. And then I did tweak the E-Meet 4K cam just now to get a little bit more contrast out of it because it was kind of washed out. All right, guys, we're 100% on the E-Meet 4K Nova Cam right now, sitting right here in front of me, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at this on the E-Meet Amazon website here. Now, E-Meet did send me this free of charge in order to review, so I'm not going to pull any punches, but I'll be honest, it has issues with the this is called moire right here on my shirt, but that is common with cameras. Some cameras have issues with those kind of stripes. Here's the E-Meet Nova sitting on Amazon here, and it does say that it's Ultra 4K HD. It has autofocus and noise canceling microphones. It is USB Type A, so remember that if you don't have a USB Type A plug available, you will need to get that. And also it has a cover, it has a privacy cover right here that you can actually put on it, and it does have a stand for the monitor, or it has a screw-on thing on the bottom where you could possibly permanently mount it. Right now this camera is on sale. It is $49.99, and they do have a 10% promo code and a 15% coupon. So it is actually quite a bit cheaper than what it is listed for here. And it's also 29% off. So this is kind of a good time to go buy the E-Meet if you need a 4K webcam. Now the 4K E-Meet is sitting at a solid 4.4 star reviews out of 5, and that is 66 people have reviewed this camera, and I do believe it is kind of new, and that's why I think it only has 66 reviews so far. Now here's a look at the resolutions that are available on the E-Meet camera. It can do 1080 or 2K or 4K UHD. It says that it's crystal clear for conference calls also, and it's just showing you as plug and play, and it shows you just plug that right into a USB Type A in any computer, and it should just automatically be recognized and have all the drivers and everything automatically. It says it's kind of flexible because you can tilt it forward and backwards. And then here is a small video that we'll show you guys right now. right, guys, I wanted to show you the eMeet website and how you download their software. So if you go to eMeet.com and you go to support, you can download the eMeet Stream app and stream live to your favorite platform. And you can download the eMeet software and firmware here if you click support and download eMeet link. There's all the software, and here is the tuner software. So this top one is for Windows and PC. eMeet Stream and eMeet Tune are both for Android and iOS. Let's go ahead and download the Windows software and see what that's about. It is similar to Logitune, I believe, which is running right now for my Logitech Brio. We're going to go ahead and install the software, and it is probably going to complain because the camera is in use on OBS Studio, but we will see. All right, here is eMeet link. And it says that the camera needs a firmware update. So it does say that the camera is in use right now for OBS Studio. Now look right here, it says the camera needs an update. And if we click update now, and you can see on the right hand side, we do have all of our controls for the eMeet. And you can adjust the flicker to either 50 or 60 hertz if you get flickering. Now it says the update is complete. And that is how you work with their software. All right, guys, I did tweak the brightness a little bit just now on the eMeet Nova 4K, but I just wanted to thank you guys so much for watching the video and tuning in. I want to encourage you, please, to go down into the description and order this eMeet through my official link. And I do appreciate all the support. Please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. And the next time we are available, we will bring you more high quality videos like this one. So thank you so much, and we're going to get out of here right now. Buy your eMeet Nova 4K. I do enjoy this camera. I'm going to keep on using it along with all my other webcams on the site. We'll see you later. Hey everybody, Supercar Street Racing here. Took a little bit of a break. I know you guys noticed if you watch the channel that I've been gone for quite a while. Had some personal things going on in my life that I needed to take care of, and so I took a small break. I actually toyed around with the idea of doing SpaceX related content, but there's so many other channels out there that do this already that I decided probably wasn't going to do that, and I was going to actually live stream SpaceX launches with commentary behind them and all that. That is not going to happen now, but I did want to get back to the channel, maybe start posting some updates. Car needs a couple things and had just a couple things done, so I will talk about that here shortly. But also I think the channel is going to be renamed back to what it was again, because I'm going to hopefully get some car content going, so I hope you guys stick around for that. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of update over what's going on with the car right now. So also shooting an 8K video for the first time, and hopefully editing in 8K, but not sure what Premiere can handle. But the car does have new wheels, and I believe that was featured on the old channel. And so looking good with the new matte black powder coated wheels here. And other than that, the car hasn't given me any issues except for the radiator. Now, those of you who know BMW know that the radiator is plastic, and there is a history of those things cracking because this car is 11 years old. So decided, had a few weeks left on my factory warranty, decided to go ahead and pony up and get the Mishimoto. So as you can see where the coolant was leaking there, but this is a Mishimoto radiator in there. Waiting for one hose that was back ordered for 7 days that they patched together, but the car does have an aftermarket radiator. No other modifications have been made to the car except that. In the next couple of weeks I'll be ordering the digital ID4 display, which replaces the analog gauges here and is programmable. But for now, what I'd like to do is concentrate on what today's task is, and that is I want to get all this chrome trim here, or polish trim, or whatever you want to call it, metal trim, to matte black. So what we're going to do is go through the process of how you do trim. It's different from emblems, because you on emblems you just, and these lights even, you just spray all the way around them with a big square and peel them off. Well, these guys you have to tape off, and then you have to spray, a wet coat after you've got about 3 coats on it, and then peel your tape while it's still wet. What happens is the Plastidip on top kind of softens the stuff on the bottom, and then it allows you to get a sharp line. Otherwise, you start peeling dry with a tape, you're going to pull all the Plastidip off. So the first thing I'm going to do is clean this stuff. So I'll get back to you with that. So I've just got some Windex here and a standard, what do you call it, soft cloth used for cleaning the car. I'm going to go ahead and clean all this trim up, just like this, just to get all the exterior dirt off. You can see here how difficult this is going to be to get right under here. That's going to be fun. But see this cleaning job here, and you notice on the back we have this long strip here. It's got some black stuff on it. I'm going to do my best to get it off of there. So I'm going to go ahead and clean the whole car, and I'll get back to you guys after that's done. Okay, so I cleaned the entire trim here all the way around the car. Even though there's still some black right there, I can't seem to get that out, so I hope that isn't an issue. Plastidip is usually pretty resilient and it will stick to almost anything. So I got that all cleaned off. So the next thing you have to do now is tape off the trim and mask off the car. Otherwise you're going to have Plastidip overspray everywhere. Now it will come off, but I don't recommend that that's something you do, is try to do that and take it off. Go ahead and cover the car up, mask it off with plastic, and I've got some 3M blue tape to facilitate that, and I also have a painter's tarp, and I'm going to use sheets for the inside of the car. Now this is a 2-step process. There's trim here, and then when I put the top up, there's going to be more trim that's going to be all the way around this back part here that we're going to have to do, and up on the window. It's going to be a 2-part step. Each step needs about 3 to 4 coats, and they take 20 minutes each, so this is going to take a while. So I'm going to go ahead and start the masking process, and I'll get back to you guys. Car had to go by, of course, but we're back with a little update. So I just want you to be prepared that this prep process is very time consuming. And I know why I started doing this one time and then quit. Now the other problem I'm having is, of course, this tape sticks to literally nothing. It doesn't even stick to itself, as you can see here. So you're going to have to do your best to get everything taped and hope that your tape actually sticks. Mine does not, and that's becoming a huge problem. So what I've done here is I've got some sheets on top of the car like this. I'm going to tape around, and then down at the bottom I'm going to be doing this plastic drop cloth. I'm going to work on that, and I'll see you guys shortly. Alright, so a little update for you guys. So I've got most of the top taped off, except where you can see here the tape does not stick to anything. It literally will not stick. It sucks. But I wanted to give you an update on how I see this happening. And you notice here, again, the tape is not sticking to anything. So before I hit that coat, I'm going to have to go around and push everything back. But here's what I did. On this side, I tried doing it without rolling the windows up. And I wanted to do a little experiment on this side and see if I should roll the windows up. And then I figured out it's hard to get in these seams where the trim rubber is. But then I had this idea to take my little trim removal tool here and just kind of push it into the cracks. It works so much better than trying to, like, originally I was trying to get the tape into that seam. This just absolutely destroys that. So I use this little trim removal tool and I just push it down in the edges there. And anywhere it's like extra, if you can just like push it in there. Now don't forget, this is all going to be in view. If you have tape lines, you're going to see them right here, and then actually you probably can go up this way too to tuck it under. It works awesome. Can't believe I didn't think of this beforehand. But you see, like right here where the edges go in there, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap right there. Hopefully you don't see that. I'm really trying to get that fixed. But now the issue I have is that the tape is all coming up, and hopefully it sticks right here where it matters most. But yeah, you see here like where the edges are? If I run this up, it should tuck the tape underneath there. This is a hard area right here. It's not sticking to anything like up here. Hoping that this just will stick long enough for me to spray the car. But I still have to do the bottom masking, and I've got the plastic ready for that. So I'm going to first finish this side up here and around this mirror, and then I'm going to start masking off with plastic. All right, no, yeah, I agree. This is the most cluster FS I've ever seen in my L. I mean, life isn't even a curse word, but... So, this stuff here, you want to shake it for like 1 minute straight. Get some practice on other stuff. And then I'm going to show you guys how to start this process. Get all your tools out of the way like I didn't. Those over here. Oh, oops. Well, I guess I just lost some scissors because they fell into the tray. So shake that for like 60 seconds and then I'll get back to you. Alright, so very important with this Plastidip, even though this isn't legit Plastidip, it's Rust-Oleum, is that your first spray, and sorry I'm working with one hand here, your first spray needs to be out in the open to clear. This is every time you start a new coat, out in the open, spray it to clear the nozzle, and then run your fingernail over it too if you've already done a coat so that you clear it out, and then you can start your first coat. So this is like me ruining my car. Okay, so first coat is light. It may not seem light from what I'm doing, but it is, trust me. And if you miss some spots, it's cool. And like under the mirrors here, this is a difficult spot, so nobody can see it, but you still have to paint it. And so check this out. So watch this. So, you know, it's not going to be completely covered the first try. And don't forget, you're going on an angle, so you got to do the angles too. Otherwise, somebody will see the top and the bottom. So do the angles. And if you're properly masked, you won't see this. And so just, you know, I mean, you're on kind of a flat surface, so it's not going to run, hopefully. But you got to remember that first coat is just, and look, the tape is coming up as I speak. That first coat is just that, first coat. So if you don't cover everything, don't worry about it. Just be like, go easy on it. And I brought 2 cans. I don't know if that's going to do it. But notice how I'm like accepting the fact that it might not get covered. Now you have like a little bit of leeway on flat areas because it's not going to run. So this, you can probably get a little bit more generous on your coatage. Is that a word? So this is how I'm going to do the rest of this coat, and it's really hard with one hand, so I'm about to stop the video, but you guys get the idea. Make sure you're going on all the angles. Remember, this can be seen from every angle, so you need to be like thorough on your... See how I'm cutting at this from every angle? Sorry. Alright, so at some point my video cut off, so I'm just trying to tell you guys that you want to get all angles. So see the bottom here, where you can see the edge? People can see that, so you want to get from up here, and I know my camera keeps tracking off in the distance, and you also want to get from down here. So get the top edge, and then the bottom edge. Beware of drips, but at the same time, you've got to get these edges. See how that covered that whole edge there? Don't go too crazy on your first coat. Your second and third coats will stick more. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, you see how that isn't covered on the underside edge? With that, like this. And if you got any issues later, you can always touch it up. But look, see that? You got to get that edge. And then underneath here, where people can or can't see, you still got to get that. And then cover this top edge. See that? I know my camera, it's really difficult because it's such a small field of view. But that's the first coat, and I can already see where we missed this edge. So come back and get that whole entire edge on the bottom. If you don't, people will see it. They're going to be calling you out on your work, and then they're going to call me and be like, dude, what happened? All right, we'll be back with the second update. Let this dry for 20 minutes. All right, guys, so the timer just went off. Evidence. So we're headed outside to the garage to do coat number 2. Always remember, like, on your second coat. So the goop can get caught in the nozzle. So scrape that with your fingernail. Take it a little bit. Walk outside. Give it a good spray. Start coat number 2. Oh, coat number 1 looks so good. So let's start number 2. Coat number 2 can be a little bit more thick. Just remember, like, when you do this coat, to get the bottom edge and the top edge. Even in the places you can't see, because your passengers can see it. So let's start with coat number 2. And I'll get back to you guys for coat number 3. Alright guys, so the last coat is about to go on. So this is the 4th coat. And this coat is spray and then pull the tape while it's wet. So I'm about to do that. So it's a 4th coat. It looks amazing. I'm hoping like it stays amazing. If anything weird happens, I guess lesson learned, and it'll go on my channel, and that's just what happens. So many golf carts in my neighborhood. All right, so I'm about to do the 4th coat and then peel. All right, so I just finished pulling the tape and issues. So overspray right there, and I'll let you decide. Yeah, so that just came right off. So I gotta fix that. It literally peeled right off of there. I don't know if I'll be able to fix that properly, but I'm gonna try. Right there. Issues. Overspray. Now, mind you, this will come off, all this overspray, but these little missed spots will not. Missed spot right there. Overspray. Overspray, even though I masked. So I'm about to work on that, and then I will work on fixing the issues that didn't get covered. Alright, so I just got done touching up all the spots that I thought had issues, but I'm sure I'll find more as the days go on. But here's a good look at what, some of it's still wet by the way, and I see right there I got an issue. I'm gonna have to fix that. And right there, so those are still bad. The problem is once you have an issue, it's hard to cover that up with a fix. And clearly on camera you can see that there's some kind of white spots there, and I guess I can work on that later. But as you can see, like, okay, there's also an overspray right here, but that'll come off. It comes off easily. Overall, I mean, that look is 1,000 times better than the look with the metal trim. But I still have to do the whole top of this once the top closes. So I'm gonna let that dry overnight, and then I've got another probably 2 hours to do that, and then I still have issues after that. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Gonna have to see what happens after I'm totally done to see if it's obvious. And I'm a stickler for perfection, so I hate these little metal edges showing and all that. So I'm gonna continue this tomorrow with the second part, which is when the roof is up, and I'll see you guys then. All right, it's the next morning. Went ahead and put the top up. I drove around last night. There's some imperfections I need to fix that we'll do later. But now you can see with the top up, now I have to finish the rest of this enjoyment. So I'm gonna start taping this off right now, and I will update you guys as I get closer to being ready to do this. All right, I got some music playing. Hopefully you don't get immediately copyright struck and demonetized because it's playing pretty low, but I got one side taped up here. As you can see, it's super fun. It takes forever, and yes, I did it, and there you go. I'm gonna work on the other side now. Just a little update. I kind of wanted to show you guys this tape that I'm using. It is number 2098 multi-surface. I've never used it before this, and I bought it by accident. And it's almost like plastic. I really like it. The only problem I have with all these absolutely ridiculous tapes is that none of them stick. They don't even stick to walls. Like, I've done this 100 times. I've painted 100 times in my house, and this stuff, literally you put it up and it peels off the wall 5 seconds later. But yeah, this is like a plastic type tape. So give that a try if you ever need to tape something off like this. It really works pretty good, except for the fact that it doesn't stick to anything. All right, so we are done prepping for the second round of trim, and see a little gap already right there I need to fix, but you can see I just used plastic and sheets, old bed sheets. But we're ready to start painting, and you already know how that goes. So remember a few things about Plastidip. If it's cold where you live, make sure you pre-warm the can up. Just run it under some warm water for a little bit. Also, on your first spray, make sure you spray away from where you're actually going to be spraying, so you clear the tip of the can. And 15 minutes between recoats, 4 coats total. Your first coat is light, your 3 coats after that are heavy. And make sure you shake the can very well. So this is a brand new can here. Shake it good for about 1 minute, and if it's cold, which this one is not, it's been sitting in the garage, then make sure you warm it up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start. All right, guys, well, we are on the 4th and final coat, and this is the coat where it goes on wet, and then you peel while it's still wet. So if you don't do that when you start peeling, if it dries, you will take the Plastidip right off the trim. The only time you peel when Plastidip is completely dry is if you're doing logos or lights or anything like that. You make a square around them with tape, and then you peel dry, and it will peel off around the edges of the emblems or the lights. With trim and with tape, you have to do it while it's wet. So if you've tried it and you've had bad luck, that's why. So I'm going to put a wet coat on here and start peeling. All right, everybody, so I just got done peeling this tape, and I had some issues, unfortunately, that I'm going to have to fix. It did start peeling the Plastidip in a couple of areas, and it does not look good, so I'm going to have to redo this little part here. I don't know if you guys can see, but it started coming off about right there in some places, and that's probably out of focus, but I'm going to work on that real quick and get back to you. So I just got done with the touch-ups, and have to say it came out good. I don't think I've ever spent this much time on a project on this car. It was relentless, but you can see here it was worth it. Now I just have to say one other thing. There is overspray. It will come off, but even taping everything off, I got overspray on the car, and that will come off pretty easily, and it'll wear off over time. But if you just get like a soft cloth and some detail spray, it will come right off. But just in the process of peeling the tape off, just remember when you do your touch-ups here, you want to peel your tape wet on your touch-ups. So any place you missed, tape it off, spray it, and the second you're done spraying it, peel your tape off. Now I didn't have to do that up here because this has a real big edge underneath the trim here, so the tape doesn't actually touch the Plastidip. But anywhere that the tape is touching the Plastidip, you always want to peel that wet if you're touching up or on your last coat. Had some issues, of course, with mine on my last coat. I don't think I put a wet enough coat on for the very last one, but that's it. Car is completely blacked out now. No chrome at all. I did all the lights, all the trim, the rear valence, the emblem in the back, the front grille, and that is that for this project. I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned something on the way. It is Tuesday morning, and I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Bluetooth audio for a car that never had Bluetooth. So the SL65 AMG, obviously, this model started in 2005, and of course back then Bluetooth did not exist at all. So there are ways to get Bluetooth in this vehicle. Now, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Mercedes thought it was smart to not put an auxiliary port in this car. They had them before this year, but they deleted it on this year model, which makes 0 sense. So in order to get Bluetooth in this car, there is a device installed called the Stream Blue. Now, the person who owned this car before me paid a ridiculous amount of money for that, about $1,200 or $1,300, I think. You can actually buy it for $400, and I will be selling the one that's in this vehicle because I'm going with an aftermarket head unit. So let me show you exactly how this Stream Blue works. First things first, well, I do have the keys. I was trying to figure out if I had the keys. When you get in the car and you turn on, there's the factory command system. I'm going to flip this around real quick and show you. So there's the factory command system, of course, almost 12 years old now. When you put that in there and you turn it on, now the only thing I have figured out is what that no iPod thing is. Now, to get Bluetooth audio on this, all you do is press the audio button till you get to this screen. And then once it's on that screen, on the phone, there will be a Bluetooth that says Stream Blue. Now, I will include a screenshot of that. And then once that's on, then you have Bluetooth audio. And there it is. So that is Bluetooth audio playing from my phone right now. There's the old school navigation. If you press audio, I don't know what this no iPod means. Not figured that out yet. But steering wheel controls work only for volume, nothing else. So that is the Stream Blue audio adapter for the Most M.O.S.T Mercedes fiber optic Bose system. Editing now. My $20 iMac from the thrift store. Video coming soon, edited on my $20 iMac from the thrift store. Alright guys, we are on our first trip in the electric vehicle category. I have never done an electric trip, and I am headed to Pensacola for a little jaunt for a couple of days, because that's what we do on Supercar Street Racing. And so we're going to see what it's like to drive in an electric car. You can see right here, I have to stop at a supercharger at 1:14 p.m. And it will allow you, I think, to just charge up to whatever's necessary to complete the trip. But of course, we will probably charge it up to 100% and avoid that and have some lunch at the time. But we already caught some traffic, so we are dealing with that right now. We'll update you guys in a little bit when we get to the first stop, but man, we are in non-stop traffic right now. Guys, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. Today on the channel, we are going on our first ever trip in an electric vehicle, which will require charging on the way. Stay tuned, this should be fun. Alright, so I figured out how to enable full self-driving. It was not enabled. There was a button that said request full self-driving beta, and I turned that on, and now the car is driving itself. I don't know if it's going to warn me about grabbing the wheel or not. I'm going to find out real quick, but it was doing that with autopilot. So if I like this, I'll probably buy it for my car. I don't have it for my car, but you can see now I'm not doing anything except being ready to take over because it tells you to do that. It says be ready to take over at any time, so I'm going to do that if I need to. But yeah, the car is basically driving itself now. Pretty cool. All right, a little update from the road now. We're a mile from Lake City, as you can see right there, and I did learn very quickly that if you take your hand off of this, it will actually warn you to apply force to the steering wheel probably about every 45 seconds to a minute. You just keep your hand right here on this little crease, it pretty much will drive itself, and it takes a turn signal to change lanes. See, it just warned me right there to apply force. And I don't know if it realized that I wasn't looking at the screen or I was doing something else, but I just touched the steering wheel and applied a little bit of pressure, and it did go back into auto steer. So we have a stop here in Madison, Florida, at a supercharger, and so that will happen here at about 50 miles. So for now, everything's good. Just wanted to report in from the road with the full self-driving on the Tesla. All right, we are out here at the supercharger in Madison, Florida, and we have the P100D right here charging, and it has already added, I think, 35 miles to the trip in about 10 minutes. And so I'm gonna let it charge all the way up and eat some lunch here, and then I'll update you guys on what's happening. All right, I would say we've been here about 45 minutes and we are up to 90, like with 1% charging, and I'm gonna go ahead and let it top off, even though the last like 10% takes longer. It does say I have enough to get to my destination right here. You can see I'll have 8% when I get there. Just gonna go ahead and let it top off. I'm not in a hurry right now. So that's where we are now with the supercharging. Well, this has officially become the worst trip I've ever been on. I have been sitting in traffic now for an hour. It has not moved. There is some kind of accident way up there, and I looked it up online and there is a fatality. This is not moving at all, and we are in the middle of nowhere. Fortunately, we did charge up, so we're in no danger of losing charge, but there is a lot of traffic backed up right up there, and it has not moved. The people are not even attempting. A couple of cars went over the median to go back. I'm surprised they haven't just redirected everybody back to the last exit and through a different route, but nope, that is what we're dealing with right now. 1 hour of this so far. It's so frustrating. I mean, can they not just clear this out? Come on. Back, guys, I was stuck in that traffic jam for an hour and a half, and it was still going. And I noticed some people starting to cross the median and go back the other way. And I wasn't sure. I saw a bunch of trucks and SUVs do it. I wasn't sure if this car would be able to do it without getting stuck, but then I remembered all-wheel drive, so I just sent it and went right across the median, and the car took me 4 miles backwards and then around the traffic jam. I should have done that an hour before I actually did it. So now we're on the road again to Pensacola, and we are headed to a supercharger where we will have 11% or 12% left, as you can see there on the screen. And that's where we will charge up for the remainder of the Pensacola visit, and also getting back to a supercharger to go home. All right, guys, so I just stopped at the supercharger and I put in 160 miles. It took about 30 minutes to supercharge that much, and it was giving me between 115 kilowatts at the beginning all the way down to 95 to 85 kilowatts at the very end. So you can see now we have a range left of 153 miles, which will get us to our destination of Pensacola, Florida. I won't need to supercharge again until I go home to Jacksonville, most likely, and I might find a charger to drop the car off here and max it out while I have nothing going on. So that's our current status. We are about, 39 minutes from the destination now. Hey guys, and just here with a little update on the trip. And this time on the way home, we are going to follow the suggested route of the navigation system. And as you can see here, right here, and right now, it wants us to stop in Chipley, which is about 80 miles away, and it wants us to charge 2 for 30 minutes, and then it will stop us again in Madison and charge us for another 25 minutes, which should arrive at home at 17% battery charge. So we're going to do that today on the way back and update you guys when we get to the superchargers and how we are doing on our first road trip back home on a electric vehicle journey. Guys, we just got finished supercharging about 30 minutes ago. It took about 40 minutes to charge, and now we were en route to the next place to supercharge, which is Madison, Florida. And it says we will have 23% battery and need to charge for 25 minutes. It tends to be on the low end of what actually you need, so I'm assuming we'll be there longer, and then after that we will be to the house. So I just wanted to give you guys a little update of where we are now on our trip. Alright guys, just charged up for the last time. I think it took about 25 to 30 minutes. I didn't really check it, and I had forgot to record at the last supercharger, but we are back on our way to Jacksonville, and it says we will be there at 2:09 p.m. is what we're looking at right now. So just wanted to give you guys a little update. I will update you again when we get back home. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing Studio. You got Brad here, and that was a look at my first trip in an electric vehicle ever that required charging on the trip. We took the car all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and that is the loaner P100D, not the Model S Plaid, which is in the shop actually getting some paint work done from the factory that had issues. And so as you can see, it actually works out better if you have a charger at your destination to actually let the navigation system pick the best routes for you. If you don't have a charger at the destination and your goal is maximum charge at the end, then you will want to, on your last stop, charge up as much as possible. So you can see on the way back, I had to stop twice and charge, and that's just the way it is. That is what is going to happen when you have to go on a long trip. Overall, it added about an extra hour and a half to my trip both ways, a little more on the way there because I charged extra instead of just what it wanted me to. So keep that in mind when you get an electric car. You're going to have to plan your route with a navigation system or an app like PlugShare and make your route totally planned so that you know what you're going to do, when you're going to stop, and how much charge you're going to have. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope to see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing. You're ready? Just like
punch it. Like,
stop, but stop all the way first. All right, straighten the wheel out though. Straighten the wheel out. There you go. Go for it. Oh, it spun a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's cool.
Right?
I don't think you laid into it all the way.
Go that way.
Like, go, like...
Was that to the floor?
At the very end. It took me, yeah.
I think a little bit of traction control too with the wet.
God, yes.
I knew
do the round table thing.
Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Go. You do it, I do it.
We can't do it like him.
Do it.
He's so light. He's like, you don't even see anything. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God.
All right, I am currently in the process of leveling this out. I'm taking everything out of here and bagging it up, and I'm trying to get this garden at the same level as these pavers, which will be the same level as the yard. And then tomorrow the sod will be coming in, so let's get to work here. The next piece of the puzzle is right in front of me for the driveway project, and here you can see the Polk Audio Atrium 5 speakers that are going out in the new sitting area, and right next to it we have this Hawaii Collection 409 Pebble outdoor rug. Both of these are going to be heading outside, so let's go ahead and get these guys unboxed right now and see exactly what they look like. All right, these are the Atrium 5s by Polk Audio. There will be a link in the description. And I can't recall how much I paid for them, but there will be a link. But I did pay a little bit more for a nice set of speakers. They were a little bit more expensive than I could have paid for some other brands. But you can see right here and right now the Atrium 5s right in front of me. They make a 5, 6, a 7, and an 8. And we have the 5 here. And it says here the Atrium 5s weigh about 4.6 pounds each. And checking out the specs for the Atrium 5. Yes, they have a 5-inch woofer and a 3/4-inch tweeter. And here they are, so fresh and so fly. Actually, they look really good. I'm impressed. And this is all they come with. There is no mounting hardware or anything like that. We're going to be using Tapcons. Now, if you don't know what a Tapcon is, it's what you put into concrete. So we will put these into the actual side of the house and run the wiring up through the soffits to the attic. And we already do have a connection where my garage was on the switch. All we have to do is put a little bit of wire on here and then tie everything up inside the attic, which will take about literally 5 minutes. I think what I want to do is go ahead and install the Atrium 5s before we get this rug undone, because I am going to have to work out there with my ladder. So let's get moved outside, get these Atrium 5s mounted. But first, let me show you the speaker wire we're going to be using. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and we have this Amazon Basics wire left over from our last project. It is 16 gauge. That is plenty of gauge for what we are doing. So what we will probably do is put about 10 feet on each speaker so that we have enough to reach into the attic. We already have a lot. We have one speaker right next to it in the attic where these are going to go, and we have another one on the other side of the attic. So I believe both wires will reach with no issue. So all we should have to do is just get up there and splice these together. So this is the wire we're using. Let's get moved outside and see where we're going to mount these things. Okay, we did get the speakers installed out here in the lounge area. And what we did was we ran the wire up through the attic, and now I have to go into the attic and tie in to the existing switch that was switched on the garage before we converted that over to its own system. But you can see right here and right now, I put the same spacing from the edge of the wall on both sides and aimed them straight down. Once the love seat is down here, these chairs will be spaced closer to the speakers and there will be sound for everyone right here. Let's get up in the attic and get this rest of this done. Well, one of the wires doesn't work at all. It's connected and doesn't work. No clue what's going on with that. I did put the fish tape up here so I could find the other one, and I do see it. I'm trying to get back up here, and getting up here is tricky. All right, guys, a little update, and hopefully this is not copyrighted music, but for whatever reason, it just started working, and I guess maybe there is a slight short in the wires, and when I finally cranked it up a little bit, it started working, but as I say that, it is not working. Did I not turn it on? We have it connected to, okay, we have to hit garage right here on the switch thing, and it is not on. And I noticed when I raise the volume, it comes on. Okay, I must be having an issue with my switcher because when I crank the music up a little bit, it does come back on. So my switch box may have an issue, but that's okay. For now, we're good, and we did get our speakers installed outside. And tonight, we will come out and give a tour of the lit driveway for the same video. Alright guys, just a little update from the SCSR compound, heading outside while dinner cooks, and you guys can see right here that we have all new sod, and it came out amazing. And so mulch masters came in today, they leveled out the yard, they graded everything, that's just a sprinkler pipe, so no big deal. But they did all new sod right here, all new sod right here. And then tomorrow they will come back and finish this section here where they busted the sprinkler pipe and a little bit of extra fill in. And then we will update you guys again on the new sod situation. But this is the way it looks now. And it actually looks kind of crazy. I'm hyped to have grass finally. Tomorrow we'll get another update. And I hope you guys are doing amazing. All right, we are out here in the Supercar Street Racing front yard where the yard guys just left. We were unsuccessful in coming up with a plan to edge the gardens. However, they did repair the sprinkler head that they broke, and so the sprinklers work now, but now we just need to get something done with the actual patterns on the sprinklers, because they are, and yes, they ran out of sod, so they will be coming back to finish. But yeah, we could not come up with a plan for any of this stuff over here, and it looks like they didn't even finish that part. And so it's a good look at what we have to do now. We have to get this part painted on the bottom of the bricks. We have to get that part at the bottom painted as well. But I think I'm going to repaint the whole house white and do the trim in black and the front door in black, because the garage door is black and it is coming in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, this is it, how it looks from the outside. You guys can see right here that the driveway looks awesome, the lights look awesome, and the new side with no tree there looks pretty dang awesome. But so my next project is literally to figure out a way to edge these gardens and then put rocks in the garden that match the pavers. We tried using the pavers for the edging and it just simply did not work out for that. So guys, I hope you enjoyed the video and an update on our little project. And I guess I'll give you one more view of this part. So this is my seating area that just got all wet from the sprinkler, but this is going to be a lounge area, And we did get the speakers installed as you saw in this video. Now that's going to do it and wrap it up from the Supercar Street Racing compound. And we will see you guys next time. Fantasy Factory. Since nobody knows, 777 South Mission Road. That's it. Peace. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. Today we have a product here we're going to take a look at, see how it works for us. It is the Orion MotorTech Fluid Extractor. We're going to get this thing opened up and see what is actually in the box. Taking a look inside the box for the MotorTech extractor here. This is a 200 milliliter fluid extractor. And taking a look at the actual extractor here, we can see that it says you can do brake work with one man. And the reason that we got this extractor is because on the golf cart, the oil change is super difficult because of having to take off the bottom tray out of the vehicle. So we're going to try this and see if we can extract the oil directly out of the crankcase through the dipstick reservoir, and then we will be adding oil back with this as well. The golf cart, I believe, takes just a little over a quart of oil, and it is the break-in period. So we are needing to change the oil and put new oil in it for post break-in after it had 250 miles put on it. See right here, the instruction manual is for the little 200 milliliter extractor from Orion MotorTech. And inside here, it gives you some warnings. It shows you a parts list. It looks like it comes with 2 hoses here and also a little extra little nozzle for the end of the hose. It's got one small hose and one large hose here. So it says that one of the hoses right here is 0.95 centimeters and the other one is 0.6 centimeters. Taking a look right here. The adapter is on the end here. And the barrel right here. There's the adapter, the actual syringe here. And then it tells you how to operate the extractor. And it says be careful because some fluids will affect the paint of your vehicle if you're using it. So what we're going to be using this for is, like I said before, we will take the little dipstick screw thing out and try to pull the oil out of the golf cart without having to take off the drain plug, because the drain plug is blocked by a big under tray with about 30 screws that have to come out. And I'm hoping this will do the trick to change the oil in the cart. Okay, we're out here in the garage now. We need to get set up. So what we're going to do first is go ahead and get some lighting under here. I've got a little fluorescent light that we can run underneath the cart. We'll go ahead and get set up. what I'm going to do now is, you can see that is the dipstick area. I'm going to get our extractor here and try to extract from that dipstick and put it into this 2-liter bottle that I got right there. Now notice that I did put the cart up on the ramp on this side so that all the oil would flow to the dipstick side of the engine. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a try now with this extractor. And all you have to do to get this extractor going is put the tube directly into the end of this hole, and we will start off with the bigger one. So what you do is, all you do is push it into the hole it's in. To get it out, you pull down on the blue washer and it comes right out. So this thing is ready to go now. Literally just put this into the dipstick and try to suck out the oil, which I've never tried before. So let's do that now. All right, I'm getting my gloves on here to get ready to try this. I'm hoping I don't have to go ahead and put this thing up on ramps and take the bottom tray off, because really you need all 4 wheels off the ground to do that. But let's give this thing a shot. All right, I did some research. One place says 14 or 1.4 liters. The other one says 1.1 liters. So I don't know what the correct is. Literally says two different things. Engine oil capacity, which is 1,100 milliliters or 1,400 milliliters. At the same time, it says to fill the oil up until the oil is on the 4th mark here, which would be 4 from the bottom, I'm guessing, because they don't say, which is basically halfway. So I'm going to start with 1,100 milliliters, then check the oil and see if I can even see it, because I couldn't see it last time. So I guess we'll need to get our squeeze bottle out to put the oil back in and start doing some oil, or we can use our new extractor to do the same thing. This is hilarious, Haggard stuff. My funnel is way too big to pour into this bottle, so I'm using this oil filter removal tool because it has a little hole at the bottom. So we're going to see how big of a mess we make with this. We got to make sure we don't overfill. And we are using fully synthetic SuperTech oil from Walmart, which is just as good as any of the other brands that we've done some research on, and we know this stuff is good oil, if not better than a lot of the synthetics that you buy off the shelf. So far, so good. We only need a little bit more. Oh, we got close. We got close. We got real close. And that should do it. Now all we gotta do is clean up our big ass mess. Should be about 1,100. The difficult part's going to be checking it after, because you can't really tell on the dipstick what is what. It's very hard to see. We got our bottle ready to go and cleaned. I like to keep it pretty clean, like in the work area. And this is how we will be adding oil back. It is to the top. It couldn't be more full. Actually dripping out because I squeezed it. Don't squeeze the bottle while you're working on it. Okay, this thing's ready to go. Let's head back out to the garage. One thing I didn't even think about is whether this bottle is going to be able to actually get in there and inject this oil. But we're gonna find out right now. I think we're okay. There is a exhaust right in the way. Getting the oil back in is very tough. I had to wrap some tape around the end of my funnel to get it to work because it was too big. I did eventually get most of the oil in there with the funnel. However, I couldn't tip the bottle up enough to get the last little bit in, so I used the extractor and pushed the oil back in. And now the oil change is done. We have to check the oil though, and if it needs any more, we'll have to get it out of the quart bottle the 5 quart bottle that we got inside of the oil. Now there is a procedure for checking the oil here, and it says that we have to let's see, it just says, it doesn't say. I'm going to look and see how you check the actual oil here. All right, we're supposed to start the engine and let it warm up for a few minutes, turn it off, wait a few minutes, and inspect the level. And it should, this one says, yeah, about halfway up the stick there. Let's go ahead and start the vehicle. Neutral. And that's on. All right, we're gonna let this warm up for a couple minutes, then check the oil. Okay, it's been sitting for a few minutes now. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can check the oil level, which I tried once before, and it's kind of difficult to see on the dipstick. It's really a dumb kind of system. But I'm gonna go ahead and take that out. Oh yeah, that's hot. That's me getting burned by the exhaust, which is right next to the oil drain plug. Yeah, I mean, you can't really tell. It doesn't say also whether you screw it in all the way or just check it when it's out. So I'm going to see, screwed it in all the way and see if I can see any oil on it now. Yeah, I mean, you can't tell at all. It's just ridiculous. It's got oil on it even when you don't screw it in all the way. I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to add any more oil. I only put 1100 and it says do not overfill. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like that. And so that's going to do it for this video. And this is the extractor that we use. This is the OMT fluid extractor we use to change the oil. And I would highly recommend it. It works great. Did the job perfectly, actually. So yeah, go ahead and pick up one of these if you can, and we'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing.
Guys, today on the channel, we have this generic wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. We're going to be taking a look at this, unboxing it, setting it up, all that on Supercar Street Racing today. This is the wireless in Wi-Fi repeater, something about $18 worth on Amazon. This guy right here can take a Wi-Fi signal and repeat it from the wireless side or also from the wired side with that little port right there. And we're going to be unboxing this right here and right now on the channel. We're going to try it with one hand. We got skills. Maybe we got skills. We do have skills to open this and pay the bills. And inside of the wireless N, and of course being the band of Wi-Fi that it is able to repeat, we have this lovely little generic cheap Wi-Fi repeater, range extender, and this delicious manual that it came with that tells you how to set it up. Now, I already have one of these in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and I will be opening this for you right here and right now because I can't do it with one hand, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Nope. Need two hands.
We got the one-handed peel satisfaction on a video short on Supercar Street Racing, and we take a look at this Wi-Fi repeater. It has a number of confusing indicators on the front. Just one plug, so it's super easy to work. And if you have a Ethernet connection you want to then create a Wi-Fi from, you plug it right here in on this little port right there. And inside we have these quick installation guide. I will put that up on the screen. And what you do is you plug it in and you connect to the Wi-Fi network on it to actually start the connection to be configured. And all the instructions are right here, right now. So we are going to go over to Joe's house where we have to install this, and then we will continue the video from there with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. Just wanted to point out quickly the thoughtfulness of providing you with a tiny little Ethernet cable right here that came with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. So only thing you get in the box with the repeater is the actual device, and you get this little tiny little little tiny Ethernet cable, which is actually useful in some cases. You don't need a super long cable in most cases. Alright, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up, you then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater, and we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up right now, so we're just waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network, and then we will configure the wireless and repeater for Joe. Alright, here we are back on the phone, and we will go into our Wi-Fi networks and see if we can see this repeater. We're already on Joe's Wi-Fi, and there is the repeater, so you just connect to that. And it should open up the page. If it does not, you manually browse to the correct IP address. Notice it will say no internet connection. That is fine. And it did not. Ah, there it is. So you can say always connect or connect this time. We're going to actually configure it now. I'll just say always connect. And then there is a web page you have to go to in order to configure this. They give you a quick start guide in here. And there is an actual IP address you have to go to. And let's see if it takes us there. That is emotional damage. Okay, it did not take us to the IP address of the page. So we will be right back when we figure out what that IP is. It's on the actual instructions. I just don't want to bore you guys with it waiting. I will find it now. Okay, it is 192.168.11.1 is the gateway address, so we put that in. We go HTTPS / 192.168.11.1, and it did not work. Try that again. 192.168.11.1. 186. Okay, try that again. 68.11.1. Wi-Fi repeater. There we go. Alright, so then you just click login. So you see on the picture, the top one is for Wi-Fi, the bottom one is for wired. We are doing Wi-Fi. It'll scan for your available Wi-Fi. You will connect it, and at this point you guys cannot see this part, so we have to go away for the password. We'll be right back. Alright, so we are back, and I modified the name of the Wi-Fi extender to Trap 2. Let's see if it will connect. I don't remember the router, and I might have it wrong. Let's see if it will connect here. We will check here momentarily and let you guys know. Okay, we have successfully connected to the Wi-Fi extender. You can see there, Joe's Crab Shack Trap 2. And if we go to our browser, we can go anywhere like this. We can go to nasa.com. And it does load. That is not the real site, but we do have internet access. Here's boxing scene. We can go look at boxing articles. So we are connected to the Wi-Fi extender now, guys. So hyped. All right, guys, we just took a look at this generic Wi-Fi extender. So we have the page up here on Amazon so you guys can take a look and see exactly what this is that I bought. And you can see right here that this is a 3,000 square foot and 30 device extender. And what that means is you can only connect 30 devices to this. So if you have 300 like at my house, you're probably going to be in trouble with this 30 device Wi-Fi extender. And you can look, it has 3.4 stars. I don't know why. I have a few of these. I actually have one right here behind me in the 4K production studio, and it works absolutely perfect. So I'm not sure why the reviews are so low. We could probably take a look at that as well and see what some of the reviews say. So a lot of people having trouble connecting, a lot of people having trouble with the range, saying it's junk, couldn't set it up and things like that. I had the opposite experience with this. Had a little trouble at the first in the first try, but after that I was able to get it set up with no problem. And you can see right here that it is $18.88 right now. And it has a 10% coupon as well, so not a bad deal for a Wi-Fi extender for your house. And if we go back here and we go search for other Wi-Fi extenders, you can actually spend quite a bit on Wi-Fi extenders. If you really want to spend more and get a better product, you can definitely do that. For example, the TP-Link here, and there's a few of these right here about the same price, but there's the TP-Link right at the top. Looks like it's sponsored. So always be aware that people pay for their products to be at the top on Amazon. So if they're at the very top, they're usually sponsored, so they get more hits. But you can see here a very large range of Wi-Fi extenders available, and you can actually get some that have more devices available to be connected, and you can get some that are faster depending on what range of Wi-Fi network you need. The one that we bought for the studio and for Joe's Crab Shack is actually a wireless N repeater, and you can go anywhere from $30, $18, $229, $249 depending on your budget for your project. So this basic Wi-Fi extender here, don't forget, also has the ability to connect to a wired Ethernet port. So what that means is, just like right here in the studio, if we look on the side of this Wi-Fi extender here, you can see that it has a Ethernet jack, and that means that you can connect it to a LAN port, and you can extend a wired connection also. So that's what we're doing here in the studio. We have a switch up in the corner, and we extend one of the switch ports into Wi-Fi for the Supercar Street Racing studios here. And taking a look at the front of the device here, we see that the power indicator is at the top. Then you have another couple little indicators here for your wireless signal when you do a WPS connection, and whether you're using the LAN port on the back. The WPS button on the front is for connecting it to the router without having to put a username or password in. You would just hit the button on the front of the device, and then over on your router you would hit the WPS button. And also, if it ever gets confused and stops working, there is a reset button right here on the side of it. And right here you can see how it is installed. If you're going to use the WPS, that is how you do that. And it shows you the optimal connection, like in your house, what you should do if you really want a good signal there. You should follow this chart. And here we can see this generic used in many places. You know, you could use it with your family in a restaurant or at your house, any of those things. And then it shows you how to set it up here on your smartphone. So basically the way that works, I showed you in the video, you basically connect to the access point. It'll have a SSID that's pretty obvious in your Wi-Fi settings. You connect to that, you navigate to 192.168.11.1, and then you can actually connect it to your existing Wi-Fi network. You can set up a different username or password than your regular Wi-Fi network, and you can either tell it to be the same SSID as your main Wi-Fi network, or you can set a new SSID there. And that's going to do it for this edition of Unboxing and Reviews, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, please click through the links in the description for anything you need to buy, not just this product here. It helps out the channel a lot and gives me a few dollars to pay for everything that we do. So we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Reach out for the new, that means you too. I forgot the rest of the song.
Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel, and today we are going to address the fact that Amazon has seen my video on how to install Downloader, and they have blocked it from being able to be installed on the Echo Show 15. So what we're going to do today is show you an alternative to getting the Kodi app or any other app you want to get over to this device by using another file manager. Supercar Street Racing back with another video, and I did find this out before I browsed over to AFTV News and was just trying some things on my own, but they have verified on AFTVnews.com that this does work. So I am going to show you step by step how to get apps over to your Echo Show 15 and get them installed. Now, first things first here, I already have Downloader installed here, so I'm not going to show you that. I am going to show you how to get any APK file from your NAS device or your computer and get it over to this guy right here. All right, here we are in front of my Western Digital MyBook Live, which I have had for a very long time, and I'm actually surprised this thing still works, but it is a 2 terabyte NAS. It has public shares on them without passwords. That is your best bet, is using a SMB share from a NAS device or one from your computer. This one has a public share, and then inside of that it has a directory called software. That is where we're going to be pulling our file from to get it over to the Echo device. Now, if you don't have yourself a NAS device like this Western Digital MyBook Live, you can also do this from a PC, any kind of PC, even a phone, anything with a share that is an SMB Windows share that can be used for this. We can do that. We don't have to have a NAS. You can also create a share on your PC and then share that with your network, and you should be able to log on from the Echo Show 15 and but copy the file over, to which then you can install using the built-in file manager. We are in front of the Fire TV on the Echo Show 15 now. And after all that stuff I just went through here, I'm going to go ahead and post the full how-to here. So if we go to, let's see, so the app you actually want is called Explore. It's right here. Just got a blue icon with a red X So if you go up here to your home screen on the Fire TV and you go to Find, Explore, File Manager. Go ahead and download Explore File Manager. Okay. Now for this to work, you need to have your downloader app installed, actually not installed, downloaded to a share on a NAS device or a computer. So it has to be available on your LAN. It's going to be difficult for some people to get, but it has to be available somewhere that this software can browse to. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing here, and I am going to show you guys how to create a user and a share on the computer that you can use then with the File Explorer app on your show to get that file copied over. So the first thing you need is a user. So if you right click your little Windows icon in Windows 11, go to Computer Management, and this pops up, and then go to Local Users and Groups. Go to Users, and I had already created one. I'm going to remove that now so we can get this from scratch. Go ahead and right click and go New User. Pops up a little window here asking for a username. Make it easy, just type share. You can call it share. Password, put share. Confirm the password of share. Uncheck user must change password at next log on. So you've done the user here. Now you need to do a actual shared folder. So I'm going to delete the one that I previously created and create it all over again. So find any drive you like. I'm using my rendering drive. Go to new folder. So you can right click inside that folder or go new up here. Pops up and says new folder. Just type the word share. That names it share. Right click that folder, go more options, so show more options, give access to, and then specific people. When this comes up, it's asking you for a user, just type the one you just created, call it share. Click add over here. All you need is read privileges and click share. Now notice who you've just created it on desktop. This is the actual computer name, desktop F7Q119K. Keep that in mind if you can't find the IP address, because that's how you would add it to File Manager on your show. But if you want your IP address, go down to the search box and type in CMD for command and hit enter. Type in IP config. Now this might be complicated if you have more than one network adapter, but my IP address is here, 192.168.0.11. You can also get your computer name by going to System. So if you search for System, pops up, here is your computer name that you would then put into the File Manager. Mine's desktop F7Q119K. So yeah guys, that's how you actually get a user setup and a share that you can then go into your Show 15 and get files from. One more thing though, I have downloaded the actual Kodi APK. Let's show you how to do that real quick. So first things first, let's open up a new Chrome window here. Go to me, and so we can get Kodi from Kodi.tv. When that pops up, click the download. Make sure you get the Android version. So here it says ARM 32-bit or 64. Make sure you get the ARM 32-bit version. It's downloading here in the right-hand corner, or left-hand corner, sorry. And our folder that we just created is here called share. It's done downloading. Let's pull that over here, and then let's right-click where it downloaded and show in folder. And here is where it downloaded. Let's go ahead and cut that. So right-click on the little cut, or if it says cut, choose cut. Go to our share folder that we just created. Find that. Here's our share folder, and just paste that there. So now we have our Kodi APK ready if you wanted to put that on your Show 15.
and then the next step is we'll show you that from that side. All right, now that we've created our share on our computer, if we go back here to the actual Explorer, File Explorer, and we have our right side here that has all the options for directories and other places we can get files from. What we're going to do here is add the computer, which I've already done, but to just show you how to do that, you go to LAN, click Add Server. Now you see how it says IP address here? Click that. Now this is kind of crazy because the dot's here, but you have to keep going back to numbers. So it's we looked at our IP address on the computer, it was 192. You got to hit the ABC to get the dot. 168 dot 0 dot 111. Just click next, 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 next. You got to go down to save. There's our share. The other one is our MyBook Live. So there's the one we created on the computer. There is the Kodi app that I copied to that directory. Now on this side, you go into internal storage, download, and then you click copy. See, they're both highlighted here and here. Now it's going to copy this to our download folder on the Echo. And there it goes. Once you are done with that, you can click the home button here or on the on-screen remote. Go to all your apps. Go to your Toutless app or either your developer tools menu, but there's Toutless. Click this is the built-in File Explorer that comes with the Fire TV. Open that. Go to Share because that was the name of the folder on the computer. It copied the folder as well. Then click the actual Kodi app. Click Install. Actually click Continue. Then Install, and that will install the app for you. So that is how you work around Amazon blocking the downloader app for you to get apps over to your Echo device. Hope you guys have a great day, and I hope this worked for you. Let me know in the comments section. Here's how to get an APK file installed on your Echo Show 15. First, download the Explore app on your Echo Show 15 and install it. After that, create a user and share on your PC or NAS device. Your NAS device might not need a username or password if it has a public share. Now on your PC, download the Kodi 32-bit APK for Android from the Kodi.tv site. Then, create a share on your PC and share it with the user you just created. Now copy the Kodi APK file to your share. Next, on your Echo Show 15, open that Explore app that you installed earlier. Now, add your share or NAS device under LAN on Explore. Then navigate to the Downloads folder on the left side, and then proceed to copy your file from your NAS or share to the Downloads folder. Next, you're going to want to open the Toutless app or search and install it on the Echo Show 15. You can see my previous video on instructions for how to do this. Now, navigate to the blue folder once you open the Toutless app. Find the Downloads folder and open it. And then click the Kodi APK file you previously copied over and install it. And that should do it. Okay, so there you have it. This is how you install any APK file on the Echo Show 15 right here. If you need any help with this, please let us know in the comments section. I respond to all comments. I appreciate you guys so much watching and subscribing and liking this video, and I hope you guys enjoyed it and keep on watching Supercar Street Racing.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and we have the funniest named product in the world. It's the 10 LOL voltage meter, 48 volt voltmeter, and also USB quick charger. We are going to be installing it today on the Murdered Out card. Stay tuned. Okay guys, so here is the carbon fiber dash, and it looks like we are going to try to install it right about here. Can't do it here because there are cup holders in the way, but if we put it right here, I felt back behind there. I don't think it's going to be an issue because there's nothing behind there. It just has to be wide enough to make it through this right here, and I think it should be fine. I have my multi-bit ready to cause some damage to the dash, and it is about that wide that we're going to have to drill. So we're going to use this multi-bit, and it is good for up to, what does it say, 1 3/8. So I'm just going to look that up and make sure that that's big enough to get this, but I'm looking at the bottom of the 10 LOL, and I'm looking at this, and this is probably fine. So we'll start small and go ahead and go get this thing installed into the cart. Okay, I absolutely have panic attacks about drilling into the dash. It's something I absolutely do not like doing, but it is a thing that has to happen to get this installed. So we have the drill out here with the multi-bit, and we have our measuring tape, and we're going to try to put it about right here. So the total is 1.5 inches. Ooh. Yeah, about 1.5 inches. I'm just going to try to eye it down the center and right about here, and just hope it works. And if it doesn't work, I mess my dash up forever on camera. But here's the multi-bit loaded up. Now we don't want to go too much, so we'll do a little bit at a time. Let's see what the center is. Really want to get like the exact center, but it's really tough. I'm gonna do it by eye. Right there. Alright, so nowhere near big enough, we know that. We got to go quite a bit bigger. Hopefully I didn't go too far up. Alright, we are getting there. The next step is the one. We are basically there. That should be it. Not quite. One more. Try it like that. So close. really close. That should be it. There we go. We don't need this cover. It came with a little cover. We don't need that. It's not going to get wet. I'm not going to take this cart out in the rain. That's it, brother. Looks awesome. Now all we got to do is wire it up from the back. So I need to get my heat gun out and my soldering stuff. And we have a 48 volt right there. We're going to solder it to. This should be easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. These are 48 volts, but unfortunately, they don't fit this type of spade. They're too small, so I'm gonna actually cut them unless I have some spades that fit them. I might have some, I'm gonna check real quick. I got my collection of spade connectors out here. I have a whole box of them. And what we are looking for is a female, and I don't know what size these would be, but they're pretty small. I got the key off now, so we're looking for a male. These things suck, by the way. They are hard to crimp and they come off easily. Those are too big. All right, we're just going to finish it up with some electrical tape. Okay, so unfortunately it does not fast charge my phone. I thought it would be a fast charger. It is not. It's just showing regular charging. That's a bummer. I thought it said Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0, but you can see there the installation is clean. It's straight. It still needs to be tightened up some more, or either I'll throw some glue on the back of it, one or the other. But yeah, we got that installed, and now we have a voltage meter and a USB charger in the cart. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. We'll see you guys next time.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we're at my house, Dukes de Duval, and we got a fun little gift for ourselves today. Brad went out and he sourced us a brand new Xbox X Series. We got this thing because we've been playing on an older Xbox, and they have that new 2K25, I think is what it's called, golf, and that's what we like to play, and it is awesome, and we're gonna get on it right now. All right, everyone, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we got myself and Brad behind the camera, and we have this nice little Xbox X Series that we just picked up. Brad and I, on our fun time, like to play Xbox, and we have a golf game that we play, which is the 2K23 PGA. We've been having a lot of fun with that, and I know that Brad's been working really hard behind the scenes and wanted to surprise himself. I think he's reached about 70,000 subscribers, so that's kind of a big deal. So I think this is a little bit of a gift to himself and to me a little bit. So pretty excited to open this thing up. Apparently the graphics and everything are so much nicer on this, and we're going to take a few minutes to get this thing unboxed, looked at it, and plug it up and test it out. All right, everyone, so now we're going to go ahead and dive into this thing. And we were looking at buying a used one just to see if there's a little bit of a cost savings. And honestly, the price between what we could buy a used one and a new one, we just made the decision today to just run up to Walmart real fast. They have one in stock. We're able to go to the drive-through and pick it up in a matter of minutes. So it worked out really well. So
Look at
this boxing on this.
This is sick.
Man. Wow. All right.
This is sick.
First level there.
Dang.
All right. We got another.
Oh.
I think this is just packaging to keep it tight, most likely. I can't imagine there's anything in there.
Let's see.
We're gonna double check though. Oh, that looks like just packaging.
Okay.
Double check that later. Oh man,
that's the actual.
It fits perfect. Like inside there. Oh, that's the base there.
Okay, so that's the actual device. Oh, look at that, dude. Oh my god.
Huh?
That thing is so sick.
All right, so this is the front,
and
this is the rear.
All right, let's see what we got on the rear.
All right, pretty straightforward, huh?
Looks like we got a couple of USB 3 super speed ports. We got a
HDMI, Ethernet,
and it looks like this is a storage expansion slot. So I don't know if this is for
additional storage.
Yeah. So,
but it comes with 1 terabyte, right?
Has 1 terabyte inside, and then here's your HDMI out.
And that's power right there.
So that is power.
Imagine that everything else that we need, which can't be much, is inside of this box.
See, there better be a controller in there somewhere.
So we didn't get any extra controllers. We looked to ChatGPT to see whether or not the controllers that we currently have will work, and they say that they will work no problem. Oh man, feel the grip on that thing. That's nice.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's got like a...
Oh wow, they even gave us batteries?
Let's see, are these the best batteries you can get?
Better be.
Duracell batteries.
Duracell.
Yeah, let's go.
Standard, I forgot what kind of cable that's called. It's an appliance cable.
Yep, easy enough, right?
And then HDMI cable.
Yep, nice HDMI that came with it.
And then just...
that's it. There's really not much more that you need.
What's the that green manual over there for, that green thing?
About as easy as it gets, guys, you know?
Yeah, there's not really much to it.
You know, there's an application that you can download on your phone if need be, but put the batteries in, plug it in the wall, plug it in the back, get your HDMI hooked up, and easy enough. So
apparently this is the fan. So if we look down in that little slot, you can actually see
Oh yeah.
The cooling mechanism.
This thing must be working pretty hard.
Power button there, a little USB 3 port, and then what's that, a reset button?
Well, this will be quick, so we can go ahead and hook it up, and then we come back and crank it up.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's hook it up.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and hook this up real fast, start with the power. Let's hope we got enough room down here.
Is that your last?
It is pretty tight. So
I can unplug the old one.
It is this one.
Cool.
All right, this is straightforward here.
Super easy. Okay.
Use the HDMI that's in the old one.
It's ready to go. And that's it. So now we got to probably grab our new controller over here. First boot up of the Xbox Series X. We're gonna have to get that thing joined to Wi-Fi. SetX with the Xbox app. All right, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and download the Xbox app. Okay, we went ahead and signed in on the phone, which is crazy. The phone did everything. Now it says provide optional data, and we're getting signed in here. We gotta go ahead and buy PGA 2K25. All right, so he's gonna keep the display at 4K. Do that one.
The most expensive?
Yeah, do that one.
Well, I think go right to the most expensive one, because it's fine.
We get the clubhouse pass and everything. Work? 70,000 people might potentially watch this.
Boom.
Installing. Okay, we finally got, how long did that take? 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, downloading it, installing it, all that stuff.
Shelly's over there. I don't know why she's turning her head. So yeah, so this is the first practice swing, so. Oh! This is sick. So the difference is...
Hole in one, here it goes, watch this.
Not bad, dude. The graphics are way better. Yeah. Oh, were they them? Were they them?
They them.
How do you identify? Alright guys, this is the part of the video where I beg you for subscription. So what I do in this part of the video is just basically say, please subscribe to the channel, because we are getting cross-posted on plenty of platforms. We're getting clipped a lot, and we are getting subscribers. So I love that. So I'm trying to do a lot of shorts every day and figure out a way to get us more subscribers. I am looking for that magical silver play button, and part of that is going to be doing 3 or 4 shorts a day, even if it just means we're going to be highlighting this nice e-paper from Veeb Projects, which are my best friends. I'm going to put something up on the screen right now that they made for me, which was so cool. They decided to go ahead and give me a gift even before I got up to the 100,000 subscriber mark. And this means so much to me. It's so cool to have our sponsors doing nice things for us, and we hope that you do nice things for them. When you do see links in the description of our videos, that means you can buy anything from Amazon. Doesn't have to be that exact product. Get whatever you want, and we do get a small commission as long as you click through our links. And it means so much to us because, as you know, we make a few $100s a month on the channel, and we definitely lose money with all of the expenses that we have to put out to keep the channel going. But as you see right now, guys, we are at 74,900 subscribers, and we did put this nice little lamp in here, by the way, to front light our Supercar Street Racing e-paper V Projects subscriber pad. And you can see that we have 1,585 videos and 3,202,387 views as of the making of this video. Please like, please subscribe, support Supercar Street Racing, help your brother out, and let's get back to the video where we were going to take a look at this Xbox Digital Edition 1TB on Amazon with you guys right now. It is 60 degrees right now in Florida, and this pool is definitely full of leaves. This is not a good time for my pool guy when they want to come and clean my pool. Yeah, 60 degrees, and it is very, very pretty outside right now. The wind is blowing all the chairs down like crazy, and you can see out in the distance there, we do have some alligator action way back in the back there in the pond there, and also over here, if we take a little walk around the corner right here, check this out, guys. There's an alligator chilling in my neighbor's yard. Right there, he just jumped in the water when he heard me coming, and he is headed our way. This is Florida life, guys. One there, one behind him, and one out there. And here comes this dude ready to hang out with us. Now let's get back to the video and take a look at this Xbox Series X 1 terabyte digital edition on Amazon. What's up, guy? Guys, we're back inside Supercar Street Racing Studio B trying to wrap up this video, but I did want to get in here and show you guys the Xbox Series X 1 terabyte digital edition here. This is actually the same amount that you will pay from Walmart. I paid about exactly the same. With tax, it was around $450, $455. You can see right here, it's $427, and it also is 1 day shipping, but you are gonna have to pay tax. And I did get it with a controller, so it's the same here. You can get it with a blue controller, and it is unavailable at this time. So go ahead and pick up your Xbox Series X digital edition from Amazon.com, but there is also another big available option here that I will show you right now. Okay, we're on Walmart.com. You can see right here, it is $4.98 right now if you go ahead and buy it off Walmart.com. You can go ahead and pick it up from your local store. There is no shipping available. I'll throw a screenshot up of that as well right now. And you can see right here and right now, if we did pick up, we could get it from our local store, the Jacksonville Supercenter, and probably by like 2 or 3 o'clock today, it would be ready to roll up and go ahead and pick up. When Joe and I did go to the Walmart near my house, they went ahead and brought it out to the car and stuck it directly in the car, and we went away with our brand new Xbox Series X and went ahead and downloaded Golf. We did download the PGA 2K25 New Edition Golf. We got all of the available options with it, and it was $119. And we want you guys to go ahead and use our Amazon link if possible, because we do get a little bit of money out of that when you use our Amazon official affiliate links. Now we're on the Supercar Street Racing front page here. You can see we don't make that much money. You know how much we make now, $169 so far this month. Not enough to actually pay for the channel or even some of the subscriptions that we use to create the content. And you can see right here, we have 75,052. We've had 13,209 in the last 28 days. A huge, huge pick me up for the channel. And the last videos that are doing the best are the Rove 4K front and rear raw footage video. And you can see right here on our channel analytics, we have 314,000 views in 28 days, 2.3 thousand hours of watch time, 13,000 subscribers. We only made that much money. That is the true amount of money that I made on the channel. There's no hiding the fact that that is what happened this month. So guys, please show your support for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and like and subscribe. Like every video. Subscribe to the videos, click the bell icon so you know when I'm live, and go ahead and buy all of your favorite Amazon products through the affiliate links. But why don't you start with this nice Xbox Series X 1 terabyte digital edition. There will be a link in the description for you to click through. Now we have to get out of here. We have to go. We have to get out of here. We're going to this place.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are taking a look at my old 15-year-old racing videos. This is part 2 of a I don't know how many part series until we get through all of them, so let's take a look today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 2 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Now, all of these videos were shot with my single turbo Supra, 1990 3.5 hardtop Supra with a single turbo that made anywhere from 600 to the wheels to almost 815 to the wheels. And I think we got some bangers today because I have a few of them already pulled up for you. So let's start with this one. So this one says Street Racing, bolt-on Ford Cobra, and it doesn't even make sense what it says, which is hilarious. It says bolt-on Ford Cobra and even compete with 67mm single turbo Supra. I guess I have to fix that. But let's take a look and see. And actually, this is my buddy Leo's car, and he was the guy on YouTube that had the car sounds with your mouth video that was really famous. But let's see. Oh, actually, no, this is Tony's Cobra. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I had to replace the music in this one. Let's see what happens here. So there's my old 67mm setup. And there's no audio because I had to remove the music. This is before YouTube started doing all the copyright stuff. But I spun hard on that one, it looks like. Interesting. Looks like we got a good start on this one against each other. Back in the day, those Cobras were pretty stout with just like pulleys and a tune and all that. Looks like I pulled them on that one pretty good. That's the Dames Point Bridge, I can tell already with those cables. So it looks like he pulls out a little bit on me, and I never get it back, and I missed 5th gear as well. I wish this had the audio. I remember it was really good, but YouTube said something about copyright, and I just had to replace everything. Yeah, the car would definitely, on the top end, it would usually get everybody, you know. So it looks like I pulled on it pretty good there. And I think that was it. I think John, my buddy John with the Evo, was actually recording this. And if we go back and look at this video again. So yeah, this car was making around 490 to 500 wheel horsepower, so not a slouch at all at the time. So I only had about 100 more wheel horsepower. I believe I was on pump gas at that time, but yeah, pretty interesting video. A lot of these Cobras back in the day wanted to run me. Now we have this next one that says old school chromed out Gixxer 750 versus 950 single turbo Supra. And I remember this one. So this bike was a Gixxer 750 S-Rad. They're not anything crazy powerful, but I remember this. I actually had someone had a good camera for this race. So let's take a look and see if make sure there's no copyrighted music or anything on this guy. All right, so this next one I remember, and I had to start this over because it has some profanity in it, but this is actually a 750 S-Rad, so not anything super fast. And I do remember we had a decent camera for this, but of course, downloading these videos from YouTube, the quality has come down quite a bit. But I just cut out like 30 seconds worth of solid curse words because I know I'll get nicked on the advertising revenue. But let's see what happens here when my 67mm Supra takes on this modded Gixxer 750 S-Rad here. Make sure we stop it at the end in case there's profanity. Looks like we got 3 bikes tagging along here too. I don't remember this. There we go. So it looks like we're just going from a roll. I don't know what speed we're doing. Yeah, it was hard for a bike that wasn't at least a liter, you know, size to pull that car. So yeah, so just a little bit of a bike racing video there, which is pretty cool. Now this one, I remember this like, okay, so in Pasadena, I believe this was, my buddy lived in Pasadena, somewhere in LA. And this is my buddy's car and my car parked right next to each other. There was this turboed I think it was a 350Z. And he actually called me out, and we both videotaped it, and then afterwards he talked a lot of smack about the race, saying that he beat me and all this other stuff. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even really a race, but let's check it out.
Come again. You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please.
This is actually my buddy's Supra.
Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, we probably can't even have that in there.
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at
No, this is just my buddy's Supra. This is not the guy with the, or maybe it is the guy with the 350 later on. This is my buddy's Supra with stock fuel and a single. Still pretty stout. Again, the video quality is absolutely terrible. Yeah, there's some cursing in this we're gonna have to go past. It's actually a 350Z. I don't know why I put 300ZX, mistake. Yeah, so I can't play this part because it's got tons of profanity, but this is my buddy racing the 350Z Turbo. And then me versus my buddy in his Supra. Stock fuel, I think he had like a 67mm. Can't remember. I gave him the hit on this one. I'd say we're about 150 to 200 wheel horsepower difference. There we go again for round 2. I don't know what comes up at the end, but yeah, we're not going to go ahead and make that profanity happen. Alright, so this is a Trans Am. I'm trying to see. Yep, music was replaced on this one too. This is a pretty quick Trans Am running 150 shot, so. Yeah, all these videos I had to remove this had Du Hast on it. I remember this specifically, being upset about having to remove the audio. This car was pretty stout at the time. If you were around 500 wheel horsepower, you were doing good at that time. So here I think is the best race out of all of them. And I would pull on him on the top end for sure. I always had terrible tires. Never got good tires on that car. I suffered with just bad tires. I don't know why I did that. Had BF Goodrich, I think, comp TAs. This is my buddy's Evo 8. Me with no boost controller turned on. Probably was about 350 horsepower, the Evo. Not to the wheels, just I think straight up. Alright, so let's take a look at another one here. That was all I queued up, but alright, so this is actually a really good one. This is Tracy from Speed Fab, which is now closed. This is his Turbo Hayabusa on low boost and me. This is a banger.
When we were a motorized bicycle company,
right after the ad, we'll take a look at this. So this is a guy who did a lot of work on my car back in the day. This is Tracy from Speed Fab. I think he works at Stage 6 now. I don't know. I saw him on there the other day. But yeah, let's see what this is about.
The power of dreams.
Dang. You got shocks, pegs, lucky.
Nice Busa.
You ever take it off any sweet jumps?
You can barely see what's happening in this, but he just absolutely walks me. All you can really see is lights. And goodbye. It literally is just a bunch of blocks. You can't see anything. But that's him walking on me. And 170. Absolutely no chance of taking this.
You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Yeah, that's cool. Alright, I think we have time for one more. Let's see. Volkswagens can cheat emissions, but they can't cheat and beat a 800 horsepower Supra. Let's see what this is about. We're gonna go past all this because there's bound to be profanity in it. Okay, so let's go back to this so we can just see. Alright. Yep, so we were racing a GTI with upgraded turbos, fuel system, and the stock block at 22 pounds. And I had cams, 67mm turbo, and 850cc injector. Let's see. So this is me on low boost. Can barely make out a Volkswagen there, huh? Obviously, that thing was no match for the Supra back in the day. Even though the video is horrible and you can't see anything. It really was bad in the beginning, honestly, even though this is a copy of a copy. And I think that's going to do it for part 2. Those are some interesting videos. I hope you enjoy watching them as much as I do. And then we're done with this. We'll reflect on my Kings of the Street video, which is actually really good. But guys, thanks so much for watching Supercar Street Racing. We will see you in the next one. These alligators don't know what the hell to make of my drone over there. Look at my drone. Look at these alligators. I was trying to fly it over their head, but I'm sucking at it. These guys are staring at it like, get out of here. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing here with the Go 4 Wild decorative hose hanger here. And so this is going to go on both sides of my house. We have a hose outlet on both sides. I already got the hoses for it. They are the expandable hoses like I have been buying, and I enjoy those hoses, so I bought 2 more. So these are going to go on either side, and as you can see here, we have the decorative part of this, and I kind of like this star. I have 2 of these. There's another one in the box right there. And this is actually for the home theater, so that's a separate thing.
But yeah, so this is the guy right here. Comes with 2 pieces. Here's the instruction manual for it. So it looks like it shows you how to put it in studs or in concrete. I actually have a set of concrete screws. So this should be pretty easy to install. They give you like huge, we're not going to use those. We're going to use my concrete drill bit and concrete screws to put them in the stucco. So here is something that needs to be removed. So we need to cut that right off. Let's grab our scissors right now and cut this off and take a look at how this thing goes together. Yep, that's just the installation screws, which we don't need. We're using the screws that are designed to go into stucco or concrete. You just drill out a small hole, and these are awesome screws. They go right in. They come with a little bit and everything. But it looks pretty simple here. It looks like basically you hang this part, you hang this on the wall first, level it out and everything. So it's easy to level these out because you do one side, put the level on it, mark the other side, and then drill the other side so it's level. So after this is hung up on the wall, it looks like let's see if they want you to, so they say to remove the bolts. Remove 2 pre-assembled bolts. Okay, yeah, they want you to actually put it together first. So you actually take these 2 screws out and then you attach it to here. And I guess it doesn't matter either way. I mean, it's the same thing. These are pretty cool. They're pretty sturdy feeling, pretty heavy. It says they can handle 150-foot hose. We're going to find out. But let's grab the tripod and put this thing together. And we are back with the, what is it called? Go for Wild decorative hose hanger here. So they ask you to remove the 2 screws out of the side here. Oh, there, Allen. Wasn't expecting Allen's key. Any of his keys. I wonder if they give you a Allen wrench. I bet they do. They do. Pretty funny. They decide to use Allen's and they have to supply you with a wrench rather than just using, you know, a standard screw. It kind of doesn't make sense. So you have 2 of these guys, but it looks like you just insert like that. Pretty simple. And then right here, 1 screw goes in like this. Really don't know how high to put these things on the wall. That's pretty much it. That side's in. They just come in 2 pieces, I bet, for shipping. And here is the second one of Allen's key. Pretty much this one's done, folks. Just remember, don't put it in backwards. Star's got to face forward when you're... So there it is, all assembled. Let's grab the other guy. Number 2 out of the box. There we have numero dos. Man, they give you some beefy screws. I guess thinking that the hoses are heavy, they give you pretty beefy screws, but you're going into concrete, so. Here is number 2. I'm actually in an unboxing mood today, so I've got a bunch of stuff to unbox for this project. Waiting on speaker wire to finish the 65-inch 4K bedroom project. So that should be here today, in which case I can get up in the attic tomorrow morning when it's cooler and pull the wires and run them down through the tap. So that's coming. There's our second one and our second hardware here, which we don't need. We'll keep the Allen wrenches as a gift. Allen's key, as the stereo channel likes to call it. Steve Willison. Easy assembly process right here. And yet, I'm fumbling with it. Then we take the Allen's key here. That one feels a little bit stripped, but it went right in. And number 2. This one is complete. Now I'm going to show you guys the hardware we're going to use to install this on the walls outside. Back again, guys. These are the Wedget concrete screws. These are awesome, awesome, awesome for stucco concrete. They come with this bit, this drill bit. So what you do is drill a hole at least the length of the fastener. Otherwise, these will bottom out and you won't be able to get them in. So you go drill it at least that long, and then all you do is it comes with this bit. Comes with that bit. You just use this bit in your drill and drive that thing right into the wall. Super, super easy. They're called Wedget concrete screws. If you guys need to put anything in not drywall, into concrete or stucco or masonry, these things are freaking awesome. I use them everywhere. That's what we're going to use to install these guys. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and get this installed. I brought my level out here, and what we're doing is going to mark the center of the hose, level this out like this, make sure it's right in the center of the pipe. Levels right there. So that's the center. That's what I'm going to work off of to get this guy installed. So my mark is here. I'm going to go right there. Looks pretty centered. Yep. Just going to mark one side here. That's where our first bit is going to go, our first screw. So we got our Wedget concrete screws here. They come with this drill bit, masonry bit. We're going to go at least the depth of the screw, which is 1 inch, I believe. Yep. Okay, perfect. Now it came also with a hex driver that fits it. Put that on our drill. And there is the first one. I screwed it in too much. Just like that. Now we got to get it level and mark the other one. I brought the small level for that. Right there. And we'll get the other screw in there now. There we go. Good to go. Now we'll get out our brand new hose. We really need a new spigot there. To do that, we have to turn off the water, and I bet you that won't come out. Here's our brand new expandable hose. 100 feet. Let's go ahead and hook that up. I'm going to replace this spigot for sure. I just don't know when. And let's get it wrapped. Oh, I wish I would have made it higher now. It's right on top of the spigot. I put this too low. I'm gonna leave it, but see how it's touching the spigot almost? That needs to be higher on the other side of the house. I'll end up moving this one eventually. Okay, so there's that. And here's the free sprayer that it comes with. Yeah, I'm gonna make that higher on the other side. Almost wish I had a little hook. Yeah, that's not good. Perfect. And that's it, guys. It is installed. It should actually be up right around here. On the other side, I'm going to get it another 6 inches or so. Looks good though. Came out really nice. What do you guys think? Looks awesome to me. All right, over here on the other side, working on the other one, where I won't make that mistake twice. And I forgot my pen. Of course. Center of this is right here. It's right there. Center again here. There, kind of where that dirt is. That puts our center right about there. I like it up higher over here, so not make that mistake twice. So we're gonna go right there. Just like that. Let's get our screws out and our bit. Perfect. I know that's the right bit. Why is it not fit? It came with the thing. Get it leveled. Right there. Oh, we marked it up a little bit. That sucks. Probably touch it up with something. Got a little bit of the drill on it. Dropped it. All right, driving the concrete screw in now. How does that thing is mounted? I guess if this thing leaks. Yep. Yeah, this thing's leaking like crazy. I'm taking this thing off. Have to end up getting a new one if I want another Y adapter on here. This actually is already wired over to the spigot over in the garden, so yeah, all right. Let's get our hose out. They give you an extra washer and a nice sprayer nozzle. All right. Yeah, that's much better. That other one's too low. Looks pretty good. Let's get our sprayer nozzle. These all come with a free nozzle, which isn't actually free, you're paying for it, but they all come with one. Cool. Awesome. Looks so good. I like it better up higher. Very nice, guys. Hope you enjoyed the video. There'll be links in the description. Please like and subscribe for me. Have a good day. What's this switch do? Why? That's corn. Somewhere in there are cows. And we are in Mississippi today. And I'm going to show you guys my sister's unique house and some of the cool features of this place on Supercar Street Racing. Come along and check this out. Now you can tell already stepping on the porch of my sister's house that she has some unique things out here. Very unique taste in art and furniture, and she collects some really cool things. But I've spent some time on this porch playing guitar with the corn right across the street and the beautiful plants. And you can see here, this is just the beginning of some of the coolest things you'll probably see at a house. Now let's go inside. Hey dude! What are you doing, dude? All right, we step inside the house, and of course there's some really cool older vintage pictures here. I don't know exactly what they are. That says Guadalupe, so that's Mexico. So yeah, some really interesting old photography here. And then of course we are from New Orleans, so down here we have some very cool Mardi Gras stuff there, and we have Bo the cat. And then moving up here, there's some very cool antique lamps here. A very old antique, it looks like an armoire, or I guess you would call it a dresser, more like, and not an armoire. And then on top of that, some vintage photography, and I don't know the significance of this, probably isn't one. The cat is trying to open the door. You're not getting out, dude. Some interesting palm leaves here, a candle, and then some shawls adorning this, and some more old photography back here. But a very cool old dresser here as you enter the front door, and some older looking ornate lights. And then on my right here, some pretty cool artwork. As you can see, it's multi-leveled. Might be hard to tell on camera, but this is levels of paper or some kind of material. This is one of my friend's artwork, Andre. So he painted this of a local artist. Okay, so my sister is really into Day of the Dead stuff. So you're gonna see a lot of skulls and things related to Day of the Dead. And up here, we do have a cool picture. Looks like painted by Anthony Hart, and then a picture of my sis and her boyfriend there. And then down to some interesting artwork here. There's a diver's bell here. There is some kind of old, I think that's a trombone. There's an old cigar, a Puerto Rico tiny ukulele there, and then knickknacks on the top. And to the left of that, a old vintage microphone with some Mardi Gras beads, and an old, looks like a Mardi Gras trumpet, honestly, is what I think it is. And then a cool old piece of furniture underneath this. Looks like it's just like some sort of chest, and that is part of the living room there. Now let's move over. And this guitar is Paul Thorne. It has tickets on it, and it's autographed, and that is pretty cool. If you guys haven't heard Paul Thorne, go ahead and check him out. And there is his Catfish Alley poster, and then a picture of him and my sister, and some other Paul Thorne stuff here, and then cool little poster here, artwork by Paul Thorne. It is signed by him. And then a lanyard from his concert, and some other cool rock and roll related. Maybe he played in Clarksdale at the Deep Blues Festival. And then down here, there's some Eddie Hodges stuff. Looks like an Eddie Hodges record, autographed, and a old resonator guitar, which I have played this several times. It's kind of interesting to play. Some kind of, looks like a ray, manta ray or stingray skeleton there. And then we've got an interesting little table right here as well. On this table, there's a bunch of knickknacks, a bunch of automobile-related stuff, some airplanes and stuff like that, some more Day of the Dead, picture of my sister's boyfriend with the president, and just a lot of cool little knickknacks. And then some art up top, looks like Mary art. Down below, a dog and a suitcase and some old antique, looks like antique buckets and an antique suitcase right there, suitcase. And then some walking sticks over here to round out this wall of coolness. Okay, over here on the side by the antique fireplace, you can see some more cross-related art. She really likes crosses and the Day of the Dead stuff. And an antique piece of furniture down there. An old antique chair, so a vase, an old phone here. Some really cool artwork, some more religious artwork, more cat interference. And then up here we've got a nice big painting. And on top of the mantle, a bunch of cool crosses and candles. And then down here in front of the fireplace, a bunch of cool little candles on a metal antique table. Very cool. Some more religious artwork there. Another cross here, which is pretty cool. You guys can see that. And more candles. And some more art in the corner here. There's a corner shelf with some interesting things on it. A few little knickknacks here and there. Some more crosses on the wall. And then over here in the window, there is a case full of antique cars. A Buddha here. Another old piece of furniture with a cool candelabra thing in front of it. And another really old antique chair there with a chandelier above the window. And then this ornate piece of iron here with some things hanging on it. And this couch with these nice pillows. You can see this really old cool suitcase here. An antique book on top. And then here is a signed Meatloaf autographed microphone. A cool Eminem dude with a saxophone. And then an Elvis. And you know, we just visited the birthplace of Elvis yesterday, and there's Elvis with his microphone chilling on top of this old piece of furniture here. And then another old table with some things inside the top. And a skull on top with a Mardi Gras hat of some kind, it looks like. Side, there is a pretty cool piece of artwork up here, a bunch of candles, a bunch of old dishes, antique dishes, all the way down this, I guess you call it an armoire or a cabinet of some kind. And then on this side, some really cool, colorful curtains, another Day of the Dead type skull, old bowling pins too, which is very cool. And then in the corner, on the corner shelf, miscellaneous, it's like a glass skull from the skull vodka. Really, really cool artwork here. Really cool antique tables. Another pretty cool hanging mirror with some, and she's also a cat lover, if you couldn't tell. The cat's staring at Patricia. And then this, another cool little skull. And these hanging cat ornaments are awesome. Look, these are cool. And then rounding out her cool living room, she has some more neat artwork right here. And then, of course, more cats right there. And an awesome shelf. I like this piece of art here. It says odd on it, and it's got the little Barbie doll head. More religious stuff there, and then all the way down the shelf here, some interesting books, and a really old vintage guitar here with some signatures on it. Okay, in the kitchen here you can see some really cool antique stuff here, a dulcimer, some artwork up there, a neat old phone, and then of course a bunch of skulls and random. There's a llama here for your mama, and then grouper legs. We're in the foyer area, and this whole foyer has a lot of cool things in it related to rock and roll, and some cool artwork, bunch of wine bottles, really old wine bottles, and then up there signed guitars. They are Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top, Glenn Campbell, Eddie Hodges, B.B. King, and the Greg Allman signed guitar, all up above the door here, along with some old glass vases, old wagon wheel. Up there, there's a Christopher Cross signed guitar and some Elton John artwork down here on the side. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. Top of the steps here, some more. But yeah, just a really cool collection of signed guitars. And more music-related stuff. And that is a Vince Gill signed guitar right there. And let's take it on upstairs where there's some really interesting artwork. A couple of signed guitars right here, along with a cool metal guitar guy and a bookshelf. And then an old music stand. Right here we got this rock and roll guy that used to be a suit of armor. Now he's all dressed up for Mardi Gras, and he's got his rock and roll record. Some old books over there. a really cool old guitar with a bunch of stickers on it. Just some more random cross artwork, and then of course this cool doll, which is so fascinating. It's like a doll in a wheelchair. This is what happened to baby Jane. I like it. I think it's awesome. And then here in the chair, nice old metal chair with an old helmet in it and another skull. Really cool old door with a voodoo thing on it, and of course more cats. And I love the horse decoration here. This is 11 Spoonfuls signed guitar here. This one is Reba, James Taylor here, and then next to my mess over here, because we have taken over the upstairs. We love this thing. It's like a frog body with a doll head with a foot in the mouth. It's so cool. Over here, Star Wars memorabilia, drums over here, an alligator head, some cool books and dolls, Curious George stuff, Snoopy stuff. And again, I've taken over this area with my suitcase, but very cool mirrors and a shelf here with different types of kind of Day of the Dead stuff. Interesting artwork here. The top here, that reminds me of The Oldest View. If you don't watch Kane Pixels, you should watch The Oldest View. He is very talented. And then interesting baby head inside of a thing. And then again, we took over a lot of this area, so it is messy because we have a blow-up bed chilling in the back here. I thought this probably makes interesting lighting. And then below it, there's a candelabra here with some cool old candles with the fleur-de-lis, because we are from New Orleans. And some interesting artwork here, an old telephone, some art. Same over here, some art there. Some more art up here above on the wall with the disco ball making interesting light in the background. Okay, going out into the backyard of my sister's house is kind of where craziest backyard happens. This is one of the most tropical backyards I've ever seen. Take a look around here at my sister's backyard. She has this place all decked out with flowers and plants of all kind. Beautiful flower beds and the pool. Every square inch of the backyard has some kind of cool flower, plant, or art. And we actually are going to be installing some LED curtain lights out here today. Moving to what we came here for, she does have a pool here with plants all the way around it. You can see how beautiful it is. They take care of this with a lot of attention and care, and it's a lot of work to get these things taken care of and watered every day. It's an oasis back here. Check out this array of plants, flowers, trees. It even goes all the way back here. There's a big space back here, and they have the banana plants. Every flower you can think of, and then this beautiful pool here. Artwork, that one is missing its head, but still. And so yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little insight into one of the coolest places I've been to. One of the most beautiful backyards I've seen, and this is in Mississippi. Check out that, guys. Just amazing. And I hope you guys enjoyed this, enjoyed a look into this beautiful house, beautiful backyard. And we'll see you guys again soon. Thanks for joining us. Like, subscribe, please. Check out all the wildlife right there. Turtles, alligators, everything. Crazy.
Yo! It goes down!
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down!
Hey guys, welcome to the first of what will be a few podcasts here. We want to talk about a little bit about what happened yesterday, yesterday and the day before, and I'm sure you know about what happened. So basically, CrowdStrike caused a massive outage in the IT world, and it was worldwide, and it affected a lot of businesses. First of all, sorry about the AC. It's probably loud, but it's very hot in here. I'll turn the fan speed down. But it's very hot in here. And so we will have some background noise. Yeah, so basically there was an outage yesterday related to CrowdStrike. And what that meant is that, and I knew some people that were personally involved in not only it happening to them, but also in the fixing of this crazy thing that happened. Basically, computers, servers, devices are always patched to mitigate security risks. I'm an IT security professional, so that's part of my job, is understanding, mitigating risks. And part of that is when a vulnerability is found in software or hardware, even in Internet of Things, things like your thermostat or, you know, anything that is controlled remotely through the internet, maybe your pool pump or things like that. When there's vulnerabilities located, companies will do their best to patch that immediately and mitigate that vulnerability. So what happened was, anybody who was a CrowdStrike customer, CrowdStrike released an update to their software, and basically that broke the planet. Why? Let's talk about why that happened and how it could have been avoided. When a patch is released to the public, it is supposed to be tested first by a certain amount of people and released through change control so that these things don't happen. Now, you can't always guarantee that that's going to make everything right, but this was so huge that you would think that this was tested by at least enough people that you would know pretty quickly that there was a major problem with this update. Now, a lot of people, this happened overnight, I believe Thursday night. A lot of people went to bed and got up with this. Your PC ran into a problem and needs to restart. So it would ask you to restart the computer. Then it would go into your PC did not start properly. What do you want to do? You have choices of fixing it, basically trying to automatically fix it. You can go to a command prompt. You can do startup tools. There's a lot of things you can do from that menu. Now, before we talk about that part, let's talk about another thing. These computers, a lot of them nowadays, have trusted platform modules installed, and basically what that means is that there is a lock on the computer that prevents you from booting if something is changed in the computer that wasn't authorized. At the top of trying to do anything like that, you have the problem of you just can't go into safe mode. You can't go into a command prompt because the computer won't allow you to without the key. And this program is called BitLocker, and a lot of places use this, or in other programs that keep the computer from being booted up without a code if something changes or if there's a problem. So a lot of the people that were affected yesterday could not fix what we're going to talk about next, which is how could this possibly have been fixed? This is one of those chicken and egg scenarios that almost was way worse than it was. Someone figured out at some point that this was CrowdStrike causing this outage. Then they had to figure out what was causing it. Meanwhile, people wake up to this and they can't work. Now, if you were lucky enough to have a company that had a Citrix environment and it wasn't infected or affected by this, you could still work because you could use your Citrix desktop and get into the network. That's a second way in for a lot of people. The first way in is through your laptop, desktop with VPN. The second way is through VDI like Citrix. So luckily a lot of people had VDI, and could get in at least enough to try to start helping people and figure out and tell people what actually was happening, besides texting on the phone and saying, hey, why do I have this, this blue screen on my computer? So basically the fix was this. There was a driver update made by CrowdStrike, and it was I think it was a .dat file that it updated. And I'm looking for it. I have it somewhere. So they installed new drivers, and that's what did it. It broke a lot of people. And I thought I had the oh, okay, yeah. So basically, there was a file. It was actually a .sys file, a driver file. And it was located in the Windows System 32 drivers directory. So on your C drive, it would be Windows /System 32 /drivers /CrowdStrike. And then inside that folder, there was a file that ended with a 290 that had the number 291 in it. One single file did this, and it had to be deleted. Now, manually, by every single person that this affected. Everywhere. That's how it was deleted. Think about the fact that when you're not in Windows yet, you're not able to be remoted into. The only way you could ever get help with this would be like FaceTime or like Messenger video or whatever, because you're not in Windows yet, so nobody can remote in and delete it. And then also think about the fact that a lot of these people aren't IT professionals, so they don't understand how to navigate in a directory. You have to manually navigate. Now this is Windows 11. It affected Windows 10 differently. You have to open the command prompt, but to do that, you had to have a BitLocker key first, which had to be done by your IT pros. They had to give you the key when you feed them a code. And then you go to secure command prompt from the blue fix stuff. And then you navigate to Windows System 32 drivers, CrowdStrike, and delete one file, and your laptop boots up fine. For thousands of people. How many employees do big companies have? 15, 20,000 employees had to do this yesterday. The fix didn't get out to a lot of people until well after 9 a.m. yesterday. It wasn't available. Nobody had it yet. So it was just on the news, but nobody understood yet quite what was doing it. So this cost the world a lot of money yesterday. So I expect there to be some kind of fallout from this with CrowdStrike and or Microsoft. Now, don't get it twisted. This wasn't a Microsoft outage. It was a CrowdStrike related outage. And that's why you'll see Microsoft on a lot of the news articles and on the videos. But just remember, this was a CrowdStrike driver that pulled down, half the planet Earth. And it not only did it affect PCs, laptops for businesses, it also affected applications and servers. So if it was patched and it had CrowdStrike, it was definitely a problem. Now this patching happens every day. It's not anything new, and this can happen anytime a patch is applied. But the patches are necessary. Sometimes you can test them, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you don't have time to, but most of the time the patches are rolled out to the enterprise when they're released because of security concerns. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of take, a little bit of time to talk about what happened here with CrowdStrike on Friday morning. And of course, at worst possible time you could have it happen on a Friday morning to half the country. But I kind of enjoy talking about these things, so I'll probably do these more. I'd like to do it with two people. I have room for two people right here to sit and be on camera and talk. So maybe we can get a guest in here next time. But that's kind of what happened to Planet Earth on Friday morning. CrowdStrike took down a lot of businesses were affected. And so, guys, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to get editing on the next video, but I really appreciate you guys tuning in for the first podcast here. It's a short one because there's not a lot to talk about yet. When we know the fallout, we can do another podcast here and talk about what happened to CrowdStrike and what is going to happen to them as a company in the future. Their stock's already taken a big hit, of course. So let's see what happens. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Later.
Dang! You got shocks, pegs, lucky. You ever take it off any sweet jumps? You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today we've got another unboxing and review for you. This is the Winbridge S388 voice amplifier. You can see the box right here in my hand. And Winbridge was kind enough to send me this device to go ahead and check out on the channel, and I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity now. This thing has a 20-watt power output. It is completely rechargeable. As you can see here on the side, we have a USB Type-C for charging the actual amplifier, and on the headset, we have a USB Type-C for recharging, and you can see the charge indicators right there. Now, so just taking a look at this amplifier really quickly, this does have the capability to play back Bluetooth, so you can pair this device with any other Bluetooth device and play right through the built-in speaker here. It also can play music from a USB stick, which you plug in right here in the side. Also on the side here, we see we have a USB Type-C charging port. We have an auxiliary jack, and what that means is that we can connect any device that has a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack right to the side here and play through the speaker. And then we can also connect a wireless mic to this, an auxiliary microphone. Now on the top of the device, you see here there are controls, and that is for playing back music via Bluetooth or the included USB jack here on the side. We've got our volume control right here, and we've got this nice strap right here that is included with the Winbridge S388. Here's a look at the headset. There is no earpiece on the headset. This is only a microphone, and you can see here the charging indicators on the side, and the microphone is adjustable here on your head and fits quite nicely. And that part goes in your ear, even though there is no earphone in there for you. So now let's take a look at how you actually connect the headset to the amplifier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and right here in front of me right now, we've got the Winbridge voice amplifier. Now, in order to use this amplifier for the first time, you need to pair the headset with the actual device. Now, doing that can be kind of tricky. It took me a few minutes to figure out how to get this done, but basically, here's the power button on the device headset right here. And what you want to do is you want to turn on the power on this Winbridge. Then your display will go like that. Then you hold down the M button until U1's flashing. And then what you're supposed to do is turn the power on your headset, and then it should pair. However, I had to end up clicking this button multiple times, not only for the power to come on, but also for this to pair. As you can see now, we have The U1 button or light is solid, so that means these are paired. And if we attempt to talk, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can see that we now have a successfully connected device. Let's talk a little bit about the next feature of this WindBridge voice amplifier. Now, this thing should have the capability to play Bluetooth from a device onto the speaker while you talk over it. But in order to do that, you need to pair your device. So what you do is you press the M button until you see blue. Blue is flashing on the display now, as we can see. And we want to get into our tablet here. Turn on Bluetooth. See if we can locate it. And we hit pair new device on my tablet. And looks like this S388 is right here. And it does say pairing. I'm going to go ahead and pair that guy. And that is how you pair the S388 with a Bluetooth device. Okay, now that we got our tablet connected via Bluetooth, let's take a look at what we can do with this. We've got a royalty-free music site loaded over here so I don't get copyright strikes. But, okay, so it's not connected right now. Let's go back in here and see if we can get that reconnected. S388 is connecting. There we go. Let's go back to our royalty-free music site here. Now we've got music playing through the amplifier from the tablet. And we can get that quite loud. And we have our volume here. Taking a look again at the WindBridge voice amplifier, we can see here on the side that we have jacks for both a microphone, auxiliary microphone. We've got an auxiliary input. That way, if you want to feed, let's say, an MP3 player or your phone output, we can do it there. Also on this side, we have the charging port. So this is a USB Type-C charger. We also have a USB port here, which is interesting because you can actually plug in a USB disc with music on it into this port and play that as well. We are taking a look now at the WindBridge capability to play music directly off of a USB stick. Here we've got a FAT32 formatted USB stick. And if we look on the side of the WindBridge amplifier, we've got a port here for USB. We'll go ahead and plug our device in there. And it went ahead and started playing. So now we are playing royalty-free music, of course, off of the WindBridge. And at the top here, you can actually go to the next song. Now, you cannot speak over the music with the headphone. Does not support that capability, and we can prove that here by testing out the headphone. Does not work. But that is the capability of this guy to play USB right there. Now we're going to be testing out the capability of the S388 amplifier to play music through the included auxiliary port. As we can see here on the side of the device, we have a 3.5 millimeter auxiliary port. So we go ahead and plug the stereo cable into aux. Now we've got my tablet over here. That's the only device I have yet left with a headphone jack. Go ahead and plug that in there. Now when we turn this on, it should switch to the aux mode. Let's see. All right, so I believe that does say aux right there. And Can't really read it because my eyesight's so bad, but let's go ahead and play some music through it. Okay, I accidentally switched it off. We got nothing. So it said it would switch to auxiliary automatically after you plug it into the auxiliary jack. And it should say aux on this. It does not. I'm going to attempt that connection again. There it goes. So I had it off when I made the connection. There's our auxiliary. And we can switch songs here. You can see here on the tablet, we're just using our little auxiliary cable here. So that is how you actually play files off the auxiliary port. You get your 3.5 millimeter stereo cable. Make sure the device is actually on. See nothing on the display there. Plug in aux, and there we have aux on the screen of our device, and then we will hit play over here. Taking a look at some of the accessories that come with the S388 voice recorder. First thing they give you here is a USB Type-C cable. Looks like it might be, I don't know, 4 feet long here. So that is included with the device. They also give you a nice mini headphone stereo cable. So that would be useful for hooking up a phone with a mini headphone jack output or a MP3 player to the port on the side here that says auxiliary right here on the S388 voice amplifier. They also give you this nice strap that you can, I guess, hold around your shoulder. And then they give you a USB Type-C charger here to go ahead and charge. So those are the included accessories with the S388. Okay, now we're taking a look at how to actually charge the S388 headphones and the S388 voice amplifier. And first, let's take a look at the voice amplifier here. On the side, we do have a USB Type-C charging port here. They give you a USB-C cable here. If you'd like to charge it with the one they included, you can simply use their charger and put that directly into the charger there. And we will go ahead and plug that into the wall up here. And now on the side of the device here, there is a USB Type-C. We're going to go ahead and plug that in. And you can see here the little battery indicator is lit up on the front of the device, indicating that it is charging. And it does show you, I believe that is the percentage of battery charge here, we can see. And if we take this same USB Type-C and unplug it, you see our display disappeared. Let's plug it into the headphones here. It's actually a microphone. I keep calling it a headphone. So I noticed right away that it does not show you the state of charge when it is off. And it did this to me a little while ago. I could not actually get the lights to come on until now it's on right there. So to me, that looks like a single dot for state of charge. So let's see what happens when I put in the charger. Okay, now we do have our charging indicator. I was trying to figure out how to get that on. So what I did was I pressed power first till the green light came on, and now the charging indicator is on. Back with the S388 amplifier, and we're taking a look at the strap that is included with it and how to install that. So pretty simple. You honestly just have to take this thing here, either side, does not matter, and clip that directly onto one side or the other. As I say that, it's tricky. Got that on one side, and there is an adjustment in the center of the strap here. Go ahead and make sure the strap's not twisted, but it doesn't matter because it has these things that spin around on the end and keep it oriented. And then there is your strap for your S388 voice recorder for convenient carrying around. And if you have some presentations or anything to do, it'll make it easier for you to put this on your shoulder and just makes its ease of use much, much, much better. Okay, now that we've shown you some of the capabilities of this device, how you actually connect some things to it, let's go ahead and test how this thing sounds. Okay guys, welcome back. We've got the S388 voice amplifier connected in auxiliary mode here. And now what we're going to be doing is testing the sound from across the room. Not very scientific of a test, but it still will tell us kind of an idea of how loud it is. So we're going to go ahead and hit play. Turn the volume up. And step back to the back of the room. So from about 6 or 7 feet away, this is more than loud enough to, let's say, entertain a crowd in a room. A little bit of distortion, but I mean, it is usable. Moving closer to the device now. And now I'm going to back up even further. Okay, we are probably 20 feet away now. It probably would still work for a small crowd in a big room. And that gives you an idea of the capabilities of the speaker in the S388. Welcome back to the video, and we are now going to test the microphone from kind of far away. Now we've already got it on, and we held down the M button until U1 appeared on the display and is not flashing. That means we are ready to test. So we're going to step back for 5 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty loud enough from 5 feet away. Let's step back to about 10 to 15 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it doesn't really reach 15 feet away as far as the range from the microphone to the device, but actually this guy is meant to be kept right next to the microphone. So the point being that, yes, it is loud enough to hear from across the room. And I know that's a difficult test because I'm wearing a wireless microphone. So I will go ahead and make another clip now without the wireless mic and with the camera microphone. Okay guys, we are about 6 feet away from the device now, and what I'm going to do is step to the side and let you guys hear what it sounds like with the mic. Check 1, 2, 3. So I am recording on the camera microphone from about 5 feet away now. You should be able to hear exactly how this microphone sounds. Now, I'm going to read something to you from, now after I step in front of the camera, from the instruction manual. How to use the wireless headset microphone. After twist the knob key to switch on the speaker, please long press the M button on the speaker until U1 blinks on the display. Then please turn on the wireless microphone. At this time, U1 indicator will become constant light on the screen. It means that the headset mic and speaker are successfully connected. Now, as far as the ease of using the S388, it is a compact device. It does make it really easy to carry around and have some amplification of your voice from the little included headset here on this tiny little speaker system. So that is convenient. So one of the big negatives I found about the S388 is that you can't actually play music under your voice. So you can't amplify your voice with the headset and then play the music underneath your voice. Let's say if you wanted to do karaoke or just have some background music for yourself. Okay, now for my final review of this S388 audio amplifier by Windbridge. I would say I would give it a 4 out of a 5-star rating. only because of two things. It was difficult to set up the microphone in the beginning, although now I do kind of understand it. And also you can't play your voice over music played through the Bluetooth, the auxiliary, or the USB flash stick. But overall, I do like the product and it is adequate for small rooms. And I think that you might enjoy it as well. Guys, thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing, and we will see you guys soon. What's up, everybody? It's Saturday morning. So on my last video, I did pick up my SL65 again out in Virginia. Drove it back yesterday. I took a one-way rental car out to Virginia yesterday, picked up the vehicle, and drove it back to Florida. And here is the car, sitting there desperately needing brakes, wheels, and an audio system upgrade. So today we're going to take a look at the audio system upgrade, and I've got all my tools laid out here on the bench, things I may need. One or two things I'm really worried about is running the GPS antenna, running the microphone, and also a constant 12-volt power source. I have no clue where I'm going to get that. I'm hoping I can take the factory radio off and just use my voltage tester and find constant 12 volts on the back of the radio, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I may have to get the fuse box. I'm not sure. Radio is right here. It's my Joying Android head unit. Got all the accessories here. I've got the Scosche dash install kit. I've got the antenna adapter. I've got the Mercedes Most fiber optic adapter. The Mercedes system is fiber optic from the head unit to the amplifier. You can either replace the amplifier with an aftermarket amp, which I'm going to do later, or this system plugs into the fiber optics right there. And the other end has RCA cables, and you connect this to yellow to constant battery power. That's my one problem here that I'm worried about, is finding constant 12 volt on the car. So I don't know if it's behind the radio. The cigarette lighter is accessory power on, which that was another thing I was worried about finding, but apparently I can get it there because I tested that yesterday. So I will update you as I start taking off the dash panels. The first thing you're going to want to do is get yourself some of these dash kit tools. These are essential for not breaking the clips. See how they have claws on the end? You're going to need these for anything you do here in the any vehicle for doing audio work. So in the SL series car, that's pretty much all the cars. The procedure is going to be the same thing. First, you want to put the seats all the way back and all the way down. So as far back and as down as they will go. It'll make it easier to get the side panels off. I thought I had the seat as far back as it would go, but apparently it will go back further. No, it won't. Okay. And it's down all the way. Okay. So once the seats are back and down, you want to open these cup holders up and take off the front covers. Those are the covers right there. So I couldn't figure out how to get those off. I just pulled hard enough and finally they did come off. Then push the cup holders back in. Next step coming now. Next, take your plastic tool, pop it in there and pull these side panels off. This is why you need this. You don't want to mark up your $200,000 interior. Pop both sides of these off. So while you're doing this, some things to remember. Have a good place to lay out your car factory pieces so you don't mess them up. These are very, very expensive pieces. If you break these little trim pieces, you don't want to know what it's going to cost you to buy replacement ones. If you like paying the Mercedes tax though, be my guest. So online it says that you're going to need a T25. I was missing mine, so I used the next smallest. But if you look under here, there's 3 screws supposedly, but they're not these big ones, but right next to them. I already took this one out. There's one in the center right there, and there's supposed to be a third one, but some idiot didn't put mine back, I think, right there. So you want to take those screws out. It might be helpful if you have a small screwdriver like that. I love those things. And I happened to have some Torx bits in my toolbox, which I was surprised. Lift up your center console. Take do not try to use anything but the real plastic dash removal kits. Pop that up there. It should pop right out. Okay, so also turn your key on, put your stick all the way to the back. Pry this up. It'll pull off easier if you pull towards you like this. So get it all the way out just like that. Now you should be able to pull up on your center console and turn it like this. There's enough wire for you to turn it, and then once that's done, you can move on to the next step. Take the 2 Torx screws out of the side of the cup holder and slide it out. Do not do what I do and let one of the screws fall in there. Now I've got to find it. I wish I would have got this on video. I was having a tough time trying to figure out how to get this command unit out. The best way I can tell you is online it says that there's 2 tabs to push down on the plastic at the bottom. I just pulled up kind of hard at an angle and pulled, and it popped right out. Then you want to disconnect the wiring in the back here. There's going to be a fiber cable and then I'll show you when I can get back there. So if you're like me and you're expecting a wiring bundle back there, you are going to be disappointed. The only thing connecting to that radio is that harness with fiber optic and a few little pins. Now, I don't understand how this is going to connect to my adapter, so I have to figure that out right now. Okay, so I just figured out that there's a little retaining clip on the side of the back. You pull it, it's like on the very edge of the connector. You pull it, and while you pull it, you can pull this most connector right out. And then this most box came with this little adapter. I'm not sure what that is yet. We're about to try to figure it out. But here's the most box. So you got that. Let's see if I can get some light in here. You've got this. So if this will not connect directly in there. So they gave you this little adapter. I'm going to show you that in a moment when I get it on. So the adapter goes in, and then the fiber optic cable goes right into it. Now the challenge is finding a 12 volt constant on power source. I'm going to start probing this, whatever the hell this thing is, and I'm sure there's no power in here. Who knows? We're about to find out. So you always want to have a good voltmeter available, and what you want to do on your voltmeter, of course, we're working with 12 volts DC. So you want to find a DC setting on it, and then you can check for hot or accessory power. I'll show you once I've got everything set up, and we will put this on the pins in there. Okay, so I found my switched power source. On the cigarette lighter, brown is ground, green is switched on. But now I don't know where to find constant power on. I have to deal with that right now. Okay, I don't know if I'm just really lucky or an idiot, but red yellow here on the back of the radio apparently has 12 volt power. So I'm going to use that for my constant. So I am not going to be soldering today. I am going to be using these connectors that I got off of Wish, these tap connectors. You should be able to just clamp over an existing wire, and then you can put another wire into that. I'll show you that in a minute. So the way these work is you slide the existing wire through the side of this connector right here on this side, and then you put the new wire into the other hole. Then you push down on this clamp, and that is like a tap. That's how you get your existing working without cutting the wire. So I have the battery always on source crimped to a wire. I have accessory and illumination crimped to a different one, and now I'm going to do ground. So I've got the tap adapter on the wire already on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and attach the wiring harness now. Okay, I just tested all my wires. Everything seems to be working properly. Now the big surprise here is that I thought on the back of the radio there was an antenna adapter. And guess what? There is no antenna adapter. I don't listen to the radio, so screw it. So I turned the key on and the radio did power on. Everything appears to be working. Now I have to plug in the most adapter and see if that actually works. So this is awesome. I got my dash complete. I got the, So this is awesome. I got everything installed, and of course, one channel of this converter box does not work. I've double checked 100 times. Only the left side is working. So this is great. I have to reassemble my dash, wait for another one of these to come in, unassemble my dash again, and then figure out what to do. Amazing. So I couldn't for the life of me get any of the stupid tabs in here to attach. So I saw these screw holes on the sides, and I'm like, Then I remembered I have this handy geek flexible drill bit, which is amazing. I didn't think I would ever use this, but dude, it's so good for getting inside here and bending. That was awesome. Now I gotta try to adjust the side tabs so that the radio fits in properly. See ya. The home button is doing ridiculous things. You press it once, it goes to every single audio source. It will not go home. It goes to then the storage, then the radio, then home.
I'll never notice it.
Oh my God, you guys made his entire day, look. He is locked on target. Yeah, he's gonna start barking in a second. Just got an alert over here on the show that I think something is in my garage. Let's see. It's always a mystery where things are gonna be. Aha! Check it out. We got a new package here on Sunday night. Oh yeah, I am so hyped for this. What we're looking at today on the channel.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad again today, and I'm super excited about an upgrade for the channel that we just got right here in front of me. And this is the HyperX Quadcast microphone. So I've been needing a microphone for a while now on the channel. I've been suffering with just the camera mic and also this little lavalier mic, which also is low in quality. We're probably gonna have to get another mic at least some point in the future for lavalier use, and maybe a couple, because I do a lot of things with other people. And today we have this awesome HyperX RGB Quadcast mic. It just arrived fresh from Amazon in my garage, and today we're gonna open it up and take a look at what's inside the box. We're gonna open this up, test it, and see what the audio quality is like, and doing some actual voiceovers. All right, so we have the HyperX Quadcast mic here in front of me. This is a USB microphone. It comes in two colors. It comes in black and white, and today we have the lovely white microphone here. I chose the white color. It was actually cheaper. I want to say I paid about $130 for this microphone, and I think the black was $150. And if you don't want the RGB, which of course I did, you can get away with actually a cheaper price on these for just a single color. But I like the RGB. I think it'll look cool in the new studio once we get that built. And I'm super hyped to open this up, so let's get started here. Guys, we are back at Supercar Street Racing with the HyperX Quadcast microphone, and it is time to actually open up this guy and see what's inside. So let's get our Smith & Wesson going here. So this is a $150-something mic. There will be a link in the description for it, and we hope that you can click through our links. Even if you're not buying this mic, please click through that link or any of our links when you buy Amazon products. It really helps me out. I don't make any money off of the channel, but it does help me greatly when you buy your things through the Supercar Street Racing affiliate links. So here's the HyperX Quadcast microphone ready to be unsheathed from the cardboard condom. Let's give it an open. Love the packaging already. Very cool packaging. Doesn't look cheap at all. Microphone has really good reviews, especially the lower priced ones. This one is the higher priced one because it's a Quadcast. I think the regular one called, I forgot what the regular name is for the one that doesn't do Quadcast, single cast or something like that. But this one has 4 patterns on the microphone. 4 polar patterns, which is why it's called the Quadcast, obviously. And inside the box, the first thing we have is a HyperX little information sheet that says that they have you covered. Says if you have issues with your products, then you can contact their team for technical support, so which is awesome. So that's what we're hoping for here. Next thing we have is a little HyperX welcome. Congratulations on joining the HyperX family. It has some of their RGB products on the front and a little welcome from HyperX on the back. Now we have I think it is a product information sheet, customer information sheet right here. And of course, now we have the quick start guide here for the HyperX Quadcast microphone, which is very small writing and I can't see at all. So this will be hard to read for me. But anyway, it should be plug and play. There is software for the microphone, and I don't know if it goes past the RGB level to tweak the mic, but there is software. HyperX Ingenuity software is what you have to download from hypergaming.com/ingenuity, and that is inside of this lovely quick start guide for the HyperX Quadcast microphone. Now we have inside of the box here. So it is encased in plastic. I do see kind of a large cord in there. It's encased in a plastic like pancake of goodness here. And there is a warranty actually on the inside of the box, which is pretty interesting. There's a bunch of writing on the inside of the box. It's not something you see every day. You can't actually read the inside of the box. And now we have this beautiful pancake of plasticness to open. And it does say pull, and it snaps right apart here. And inside here is the beautiful Quadcast microphone for your enjoyment. It is very awesome looking. And something fell out of the box, and it looks like, yep, it is looks like a connector for a mic stand, but I'm not 100% sure. I do have a mic stand. I have all the audio equipment to do live music, so I might still have my mic stand, I think. I'll have to go look. But so far, so good. We've got the mic unboxed here. So I dug through the closet, and I haven't used my mic stand in a bit. It's just off to the side here. It is a Pro-Line mic stand, so we will be able to use this adapter here, it looks like, to put the mic on an actual stand, and that is awesome. So let's get this out, and first thing we have is our USB cable. Opening our USB cable here, it looks pretty high quality. It is braided, and it has USB Type B on one side and a USB Type C on the other side, and of course the USB Type B goes to the computer, and the USB Type C will go to the back of the microphone here, where there is a USB-C connector, and there is also a mini headphone jack. So if you want to connect your headphones here, you can also do that. That is the extent of what is inside of the box with the microphone. And now for the next part of this, we're going to move over to the computer and actually install this. All right, we are back here underneath the Supercar Street Racing editing rig, and I see the back here. I'm trying to find a USB Type B, and I see one at the very top there. I'm going to connect right there to that USB Type B port. We are back over here at the Supercar Street Racing editing PC. We have our HyperX Quadcast mic set up here, plugged into a available USB Type B port. Let's go ahead and power on this awesome editing rig here. See what happens. There we have it. So let's go ahead and log in here, and we have our last project up here that we were working on, the Florida Keys trip. Go ahead and close that out, and we have our USB Type-C connection here. Let's go ahead and plug in the mic, and I'm assuming you put it right through that little slot right there. And instantly we have awesome colors popping up on the HyperX Quadcast. I absolutely think that is the coolest thing ever. Check out the colors are rotating through different types of RGB awesomeness, and let's go to HyperX Ingenuity software download. Ingenuity. Okay, accept. And let's see. Download for Windows. Oh, it's a Microsoft app. Not that I really need it if it doesn't work. But I don't want to be downloading stuff with the Microsoft Store. That is kind of depressing. It has bad reviews as well. Let's see if it's making us sign up or anything in the store. Okay, it is downloading the HyperX app. A lot of people are saying it's broken. We don't really need it, honestly, if that's the only thing that we have for our guy here. Let's go ahead and say yes. You guys are not able to see this, but we have the HyperX software downloading right here. And there is our microphone, volume monitoring and headphone volume. And it looks like we have a lights option here. So there is our software. And it is set on wave effect right now. And you can slow down and speed up the light action right here and change the colors. And it looks like you can add effects. Lightning wave VU meter. Let's try VU meter. Add. Test 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, it does respond to your voice pretty well. Let's go back to wave, which I like. Huh, interesting. It did not stay on wave. It is not staying on. It took like 8 tries and now it is on wave again. So yes, the software does have some issues. Check 1, 2. It's back on. It keeps going back on VU. It is really buggy. It won't go back on. There it is. Oh, no. It's stuck on VU now. I'm so mad. Light sync. Yeah, it's causing the light sync. Unlink to manage the microphone by itself. It doesn't work. Look, it's going back to the other effect. Yeah, it's really buggy, I can tell you right now. I'm not really bummed about it. The light is sort of a secondary thing for me. It doesn't look like wave is even working. Light sync is cooler when you have more than one compatible device. So there's a light sync option here, and there is a microphone option. And let's just put all the effects in and see what they are. Lightning is on. Supposed to be on, but it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna leave it on wave. And that is all for the Ingenuity app. It is not that amazing, and it does basic lighting changes. We are back with the HyperX Quadcast, which has very good reviews online, but apparently their software is kind of janky for the lighting. But there is a polar pattern adjustment knob right here on top. And in the manual here, it says that the very left-hand setting with 2 little circles together would be stereo. The next setting, which is a big circle, is omnidirectional, so you would use that for if you had multiple people sitting at a table. The next one is cardioid, and then the last one is bidirectional. And I'm assuming it works with the mic facing you. And then the gain is at the bottom of the microphone. So it is a rotating thing at the bottom that goes from no little dots all the way up to big little dots to adjust the gain. We will take a look at that momentarily. And that is all for the adjustments, and you can hook up a pair of headphones right back here above the microphone input, or the USB Type-C, and I will buy a pair of nice headphones for this. So now let's just get that thing going, and we're going to switch over to the webcam for this part of the show. All right, guys, so we have one camera set up over here, and right here on Supercar Street Racing, we have our webcam set up, and we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast in front of us here, and we have OBS Studio running right here, and I added the mic by going to the little plus thing here with sources. I did audio input device, and then I selected the HyperX Quadcast, and now down here at the bottom we have our audio levels affecting our gain on the microphone, and I have it cranked up pretty good to get to almost the red on the VU meters up here. And right here on the screen you can see the HyperX Ingenuity app. So let's go over to Amazon. So let's open up our Amazon page here on the other screen. I hear one of the devices going crazy in the other room because I said the word. Let's look at our orders here. And here is the order for the HyperX Quadcast RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, blah, blah, blah. And as you can see, it has 49,000 reviews. This thing is a bestseller. Okay, so it was $129. I hear audio going somewhere in the back. Amazon, stop the station. Interesting how it wakes up at its own leisure. So here we have our audio directly from the HyperX Quadcast, and I hope that this is a good indicator of what this microphone can do compared to this very cheap lavalier microphone. So I will read this to you twice. Once we'll go with the HyperX, the second time we will go with the lavalier audio. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is white. I'll play that back for you guys here on post-production, going through both. The first one will be through the HyperX, and the second one will be through the actual lavalier microphone, which is connected to the camera over on my right here. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is. And I will read you a little more copy here as if I was reading a commercial. I used to do voiceovers for television and radio, so let's do that now. So, about this item, radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects, personalized stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So that's kind of how I would read that if I was doing a professional voiceover. Let's go to the next section here. Built-in anti-vibration shock mount. Isolate the mic and suppress the sound of unintentional rumbles and bumps with the elastic rope suspension. And that is right here on the side of the mic. So it is held up with elastic ropes, which keeps the vibration down to a minimal. Let's try another one. This is fun. Tap to mute sensor with LED status indicator. Use the convenient tap to mute functionality to prevent an audio accident along with the help of the LED mic status indicator. If the light is on, the mic is active. If the light is off, the mic is muted. So the mic is not muted because I see the HyperX Quadcast actually on the screen in OBS Studio there. Get back on camera a little bit. And let's go to the next section here. 4 selectable polar patterns. Choose between 4 polar patterns: stereo, omnidirectional, cardioid, and bidirectional. To optimize your broadcast setup and keep the focus on the sounds you want to be heard. Customizable via HyperX Ingenuity software. Personalize your RGB lighting and effects with HyperX Ingenuity software. And that software is here. HyperX Ingenuity app, which unfortunately you have to download through the Microsoft Store, but here is the microphone there, and then if you go to the lights part, here is where you set the type of effects, but honestly it doesn't want to stay on the effect that I put, so I think you have to hit save to microphone. Let's see, maybe that was it, maybe I was just doing it wrong. So this is wave, and you can add other effects to this. They have cycle, lightning, wave, VU meter, solid, and maybe there's more, I don't know. That's all they show right here on the actual app. So back to this microphone. So this thing has the capability to do, let's take a look at this 360-degree view here. This has the capability to do more than one pattern so that you can have a quadcast podcast. It can pick up 4 people around a table. It's probably going to be a little echoey in here, hopefully not. I haven't really used a great microphone in here, but we're going to see how this microphone sounds. But the gain is up pretty high there, and I think also on the level meters, the actual level controls. So not sure how that's going to sound, but I'm pretty pumped to check it out. Okay guys, we actually have the microphone connected now directly to the phone. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm going to go back here where I am in the pattern. All right, so we are connected directly to the phone, and we are recording directly through the phone with our Kingston HyperX, and this is not going through the PC. So let's read another little bit of copy here going directly to the phone and see if there is a noticeable difference in the audio quality, because I did have the gain turned wide open before. So, radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects. Personalize stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So we're going to listen to that and see what this sounds like recording directly through. This is a USB-C to USB-C cable recording directly from the Kingston HyperX to the phone. This is the microphone stand that is destined for use with the Kingston mic right here, and if you notice here, you get this connector for the mount, and what you do is run this old mount off. This is for a regular standard microphone, so you just like back this ring off here, and then you can unscrew this, and this part screws directly onto your microphone stand, which will go in the studio eventually. Here is this connector and how it works with the mic. You just undo the mic from this standard mount here, this table mount. You screw this through the mount, and then this microphone will mount directly to the stand. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Sorry for the mess. It is messy when I shoot. I have a lot of stuff out. And I hope you will like and subscribe to the channel, and I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Hello? Hello? Why are you saying hello? 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 Oh, hello. Cat is literally saying hello. So weird. Hello? Supercar Street Racing here, and it is a wonderful cold Tuesday morning, and something I have not been looking forward to for a while. Just a little update though, also on my gauge cluster got lost in UPS, my electronic gauge cluster from Germany, and they are working on sending me a new one, but it was supposed to be here yesterday, and then UPS says shipment has not been received yet, so I do not know what's going on with that, but I will update you as soon as I know. Here is what we're working on today. So I believe the PCV valve
on the N55 has failed. Now, the symptoms of this are whining coming from the engine and a rough idle. And also it was diagnosed by a shop not too long ago because I have some codes that say lean mixture, and they couldn't find anything wrong, and they think it was the PCV valve. Now, one thing you have to know is BMW tries to hose you on this, and they want you to buy the whole entire valve cover instead of just buying a PCV valve. You cannot just pop out the PCV valve and replace it. Or you can spend $82 on eBay for an aftermarket valve cover, which was my plan. But I did find this fix online, so I bought this from Amazon. I'll put the link in the description. This is a replacement cap diaphragm for the PCV valve on the N55. You can see here's the part number, if it'll ever focus. So $25 for this guy. I've got some JB Weld here. What we're gonna do is I've got a online video that I watched. A lot of people cut the cap off and like kind of chip it off and pry it off. But I saw this video online where this guy just used some snippers on the side of it. He snipped the side and then like right here, and then it popped right off. After that, he used a flathead screwdriver. I'm gonna try that. So that'll be in the next clip here. Alright, so taking a look at the N55, the first step to doing this is to remove the nice little engine cover here. I do realize when I took it off that I'm missing the grommet on that side, so the thing kind of just sits there. Now, I've never done this and I didn't watch a whole video on how to do it, but it looks like this cover here needs to come off too. This is kind of what supports the engine cover bracket. Engine cover mount is, I guess, what it is, because we got to get this guy off. There's the PCV valve. Looks like I got to take at least the airbox cover off, so I went ahead and undid the latches there. Now I'm going to pop the airbox out real quick, and I'll be right back after I do that. Okay, airbox is loose. Now it needs to be unclamped, I believe. Actually, maybe not. I might be able to get this cover off from here. I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully that whole thing doesn't have to come off. I'm gonna check real quick. I'll let you guys know what I figure out. All right, a little update. I did watch a video online that said if you can snip away at this part on the side, you can pop the ring off and then this will pop right off. I tried these snippers right here. Couldn't get that to work at all. They didn't have enough grip to get in there. I tried a few other things. I ended up using my Dremel with this cutting disc, and I cut on the side, and you can see where it popped out, where it separated, and I just took my screwdriver and pried it in there. Now I'm about to try to remove it. Very difficult to film and do this at the same time, so I'm going to try this real quick and get right back. Okay guys, little update. Went very well. I just pried my screwdriver under the lip around there and broke some of that lip off, and then the PCB came right out. And sure enough, I can't tell whether it was damaged or not because I damaged it with the screwdriver, but chances are that this thing has a hole or two or is malfunctional somehow, because this is a very common problem. Let's see. Those are holes that I put in it with the screwdriver, so, but I think this thing is shot. So go ahead and grab the new one out of the box. Now these designs are different, so don't be surprised when the new one doesn't have a diaphragm out to the end. That's a new design that that works, I'm sure, just as good. I'm going to take the opportunity now to clean this out completely, and I'll get right back to you. Just a little reminder, so I did clean this out completely. Just a reminder, when you start cutting on this thing, don't go too crazy. You can actually damage the housing there because it's plastic. So you don't have to cut too far. When you think you're not there, you probably are there. So cut until you just have to kind of figure it out. It's not very thick, but you see I did nick the little housing, but that's fine because we're using JB Weld. I'm now going to take this opportunity to clean all underneath this area because I'm kind of OCD about that. So I'll be right back. Got the new PCV valve cap here. This is the old one. Don't forget to take the little plastic piece off and replace it here. And then this lines up the same way the old piece was. And so just line it up the same way with the notches on the inside. And don't forget your spring. So when you take it out, keep your spring the same direction that you had it. So I left my spring like that. You're going to put your cap back on, but before you do that, you're going to get your JB Weld all ready. The biggest deal is do not get any JB Weld on top of this, only on the side. It will interfere with the diaphragm working correctly, and people have had issues with that. Keep the JB Weld all along the side there, and that should seal it off good. It's going to be a little difficult to get in here because of this cover, but I think I can figure it out, I hope. So I'm going to try to find some stick to do this with. I'll be back. Okay guys, just a little update video. It was impossible to video and make the repair at the same time, but I am completely done. So what I did was I mixed up JB Weld here. It's the quick set, so it's 6 minute. If you're worried about running out of time, which it does set pretty quickly, you might want to get the stuff that takes a little bit longer, but I kind of wanted the car to be running sooner. So I got that JB Weld, and I used actually just used part of the packaging from another box as a little spatula, and I ran the JB Weld around the side of it all the way around, and then I pushed the cap back on, aligning it properly. Don't forget your spring. I couldn't actually remember if I put mine in, but I don't see it, so hopefully it is in there. This stuff is probably dry already, and if you have any issues with leaking, you can always go back afterwards and put some like caulk around the outside edge. But I would say that if you don't get it completely covered on the inside edge, then it's probably not that huge of a deal. Like I said, just go back over it. I've got some black silicone over there that I could use. I'm going to reassemble the car and start it up, and I'll come back with an update. All right, I got the airbox back on. I'm gonna wait to do anything else in case this is leaking and I have to seal around it. But we're gonna find out right now live if this thing works. So let's crank it up and see what happens. See if we get any errors or anything. Any shaky idle. So it's running fine. First start is always loud. Go ahead and crack this garage so I don't die. Looks like everything's fine. A little bit of valve ticking in there. I think that's normal though. I think that's Vanos. I don't think that's anything to worry about. But yeah, car's running great. I'm gonna go ahead and let it warm up, and then I'll put all the details online. Have a good day, everybody. We don't know what we're doing because we can't see ourselves, but we're out here. I'm curious to see how this looks. Step in here for a second. Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and the next part of the driveway project is happening today. And today, the next part of the project is sitting right here behind me for the driveway. We're getting into this today, so let's go. Let's go. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and right in front of me we got the next piece of the puzzle for the driveway project. It's sitting right here in this box. These are quick connectors, and these are the well lights that are going so freshly into the driveway. Now I have the lights off on purpose in here. I'm going to show you what one of these looks like with only 9 volts because I don't have a 12-volt battery handy. All right here in front of me we do have the well light. I have a 9-volt battery. Let's go ahead and touch this to the 9-volt battery and see what happens. And that is with only 9 volts. It is pretty bright. It's going to be getting 12 volts, and you can see right here and right now. It's going to look so cool. It sits up just like that in the driveway. It's going to look awesome. Okay, we do have the garage door open now, and you can see I did some work in here yesterday, but still got this dirty when I pulled the golf cart back in. But I did clean the entire garage yesterday and vacuum out all the dust, and it was all created from when they cut these stones. I'm gonna go ahead and put a towel down so that I can clean my feet off before I come in the garage. But I'm gonna lay out these lights, but first I need a fleece. It is chilly out here. I went ahead and put a fleece on. And as you can see here, we have 24 lights to distribute. Let's get those out here. There's already one here where I was showing Joe, and there goes plastic from one. And that's a good look at the driveway this morning. So early in the morning. I actually need something to put these plastic things in. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a bag for that. All right, I do have my measuring tape out. I do have all the lights. So let's start up here at the front of the driveway and just kind of lay out what we're going to be doing here. And of course, I think one will look really good. Up here, I don't see a wire run. I don't see wire. I guess his plan was to run it down the side of the driveway here, which is fine. There. So I'm just kind of adjusting them to not have as many, but we are definitely short because there's supposed to be a couple here. Yeah, I gotta order some lights real quick because I do want 4 over here. Just like that. Okay, it's kind of a rough placement, but I need to grab a couple more lights. Do you see a wire stubbed up over there? How many lights do we have left? We only have 3 left. Man, yep, I don't have enough. I have to order some. I guess I'll get him to cut the hole and I'll order some more lights real quick. All right, we're out here and these guys just left from installing the crazy. This is like next level stuff that it takes a little bit of extra effort, but when you're doing it, you just get it done and they put the driveway lights in and it looks insane, crazy good. And so we have like lights all the way. Only one problem, I ran out, so we have spots here and here for lights. But where are the wires? I don't know. So once they pulled everything up, they also put drains in here that go to the yard. So basically when the drains come down, if they drain on your pavers, it will wear out the pavers. So they put a drain in that goes from here, and then there's like a little round thing in the yard right here that drains out. And then the same thing on this side, they drain, goes under there, dug under, and there should be a exit point somewhere out here right there actually. There's a little green drainage thing, and so the water just spills out into the yard. And then over here, we have like the little pad for the gate. That just is this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. This is my dream driveway. It's crazy. So basically what they do, they sand it and then they leave it, and then they leave the sand on there, so if any sand settles, you can just take a broom and sweep it into the cracks, or you just take your blower. But like, one thing I don't like is how this light is oriented one way and this one is oriented another way. See how like the slats?
Yeah.
That's
gonna drive you crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, you should be able to turn it, like if you put something in there. But yeah, this came out awesome. Oh my God, it looks so good. I think we exceeded the value of the neighborhood. What do you think?
You absolutely have priced yourself out of your neighborhood.
All right, so I just wanted to update you guys on the progress of this. Now this has to come out, and I'm either getting new grass or sod in the middle there, one or the other. Why are you trying to avoid the camera? We are out here again, and we're so glad to have you back inside the Supercar Street Racing compound. And someone came and delivered 90% of the stuff that we were supposed to be delivered. So we can't fault them for trying, right? Right here in front of me, and ever so in front of me, is our order from IKEA. And you can see right here and right now, we have a couple of chairs right here. We have some cushions. We have a box full of other stuff, but what is missing is the love seat. The shipping company failed to deliver our love seat for our IKEA order. So now all we have is cushions, cushion covers, and 2 chairs to build. So today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna break into this and get these 2 chairs built. Hopefully, I think we can do it. First thing on the agenda today on Supercar Street Racing, get the 2 Bond Holman chairs unboxed, and we're gonna go ahead and get these guys assembled, and then most likely put them outside on the new place where they are going. Outside of the Supercar Street Racing Hummel compound now, outside of the Supercar Street Racing abode and out here where we added the new section of pavers. This is where we're going to be doing the furniture that we ordered from IKEA. So my plan is to put the love seat here, chair on each side here, and then right here we will have the coffee table. And so the first thing we need to do is get these chairs built so that we can then figure out our placement. And down here at the bottom, we do need to repaint the bottom part because it was covered by mulch, and it is pink because the house was originally pink when I got it. So we have changed the color to gray. And you can see the leftover jasmine on the wall here. So this wall does need to be repainted gray again. And we also need to remove these screws or cut them off, fill the holes, repaint the wall, done deal. I also want to get some plants out here with the new furniture, but you can definitely tell where the old house was pink down there. We need to get that taken care of. We are back out here on the new patio area, the new little seating area where we do need to paint underneath there, but I do have to find the paint, and we do need to repaint this part here, but I may be painting the whole house, so I'm kind of waiting on that. But first things first, we do have this outdoor rug from Amazon to go ahead and put out here. Let's get this thing unwrapped and see what's up. All right, these guys are out here grading the front yard for sod. We got the furniture all finished as well. So they are just flattening all this out for me to install sod on it later today. All right, we're out here in the rain to show you guys the final product here of the lighting on the driveway. Now these are the well lights from Amazon.com. They will be in the description of the video. They are drilled through pavers, and you can see right here how good this came out. We have the lights on each side of the driveway. We have 24 lights plus 2, so 26 lights in the house, and you can see that we took them all the way up to the fence. And then over here on this side of the yard where we made our little pad, we have 4 lights on the corner of that area too. I did spend time today getting this garden all ready to go, and tomorrow we are supposed to be getting sod. Got the rug installed as well, and that is it from outside because it is raining, guys. But I hope you enjoyed this video, and hope you see you again very, very soon. Liner. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to be working on my well pump, and we are going to refurbish this pump with this amazing international blue gloss for the pump. We've got brake cleaner to spray the pump down with first to get it all nice and ready to paint, and then I will also paint the pipes and the tank with gloss white here. If I have enough, I have some here as well. And the first step is to prep the whole thing. So we need to put some stuff down on the ground to keep the rocks from getting painted, and we need to tape off some things so we can do this in steps. Let's get that done now. All right, guys, out here at the well pump, and the first thing we are going to do is prep this guy for paint. So I've got the towel down here, and we are going to spray this guy down with brake cleaner first, all of it, then come back and do white on the tank and on the pipes. Then we will mask off or cover the tank and the pipes and do the rest in international blue. So let's get the brake cleaner. All right, we got our brake cleaner out here and our paint. Stuff should dry pretty quick, but this is just to make sure that the paint sticks, gets all the dirt off. You really want to do it properly. Not saying that this won't work, but you can lightly sand all the metal. This will dry quickly. And we'll take off all the dirt and grease from being outside for years. I'm not removing any stickers or anything. I'm literally just going to paint directly over everything. That would be a lot of trouble. But yeah, this stuff you can see it's already starting to dry. So it's really good for taking the dirt and the grease off. And then we will paint everything white that is going to get white. I need to cover the rocks up more back there. I don't want them getting painted. Let me find something to do that with. Okay, I decided to take a little bit more time and prep the concrete because we don't want that sprayed blue. Actually, we could come back and do stone on that one if we really wanted to make it look cool. The tape is not going to stick, but we can still get some tape in there. Otherwise, we're going to have blue paint all over our concrete. Yeah, that's not working great at all. But that will help. Last step, maybe we can do the concrete like a stone texture. But we just need to get something close to the pump here so that we can spray right up against it. It's going to be a lot about just what you see, because you don't see everything on this pump. You can't see the bottom. So once we have that part masked off, then all we really have to do is cover everything else like that. And we can get kind of close without getting the concrete in all these places. And the rocks. Tough part is going to be getting the pipes almost all the way down. Maybe we'll get some extra rocks to cover up where we don't get painted. But yeah, this thing's ready for white paint on the tank and the pipes. Come back through and mask those off when we do the rest. Ooh, it's not coming out very well. It's splattering a lot. Yeah, this can's got issues. Not sure what's going on with the can, but it is enjoying splattering instead of coming out properly. I've got another can of gloss white that I might have to go get because this one's just not doing great. It's okay. Let me go see if I can get my other can. Alright, I got the other can of paint here. Probably gonna look way better and perform way better. Yep, this sprays a lot better. So I'm gonna mask off later the pipes when I spray the pump. But for now, this is just about getting a good, nice coating on the pipes and the tank. Surge tank up here, whatever it is. Getting rid of all that rust and corrosion that's built up over the years. Come back and do this cap on top. Blue. Okay. Making sure I got all sides. You can see anyway. Used to do this for my dad. We refurbished oil field equipment. Pretty good at it. Hopefully when I tape the pipes, the paint doesn't come right off. I'm worried about that sticking. And also getting all this down by the rocks. Pretty good. Okay, so that needs to dry for probably a while. Let's see, one more spot I missed. I'm gonna have to let that dry for a bit. A few hours at least. Especially because it's on plastic. Maybe let that dry for 3 or 4 hours before we come and try to do the second part. But yeah, so that's the first step. Looking good already. Right, we are back out here. And we need to mask off the pipes. It'll take a minute. Got some exciting plans for some of the little pieces on this. I'm just using regular painter's tape here. Sorry, I know I'm right in the way. Masking off all the pipes. Hopefully it doesn't rip the paint off. It's hot. Trying to get just the part that's going to get spray painted here. Okay, that should be good for that. Tape's not sticking to anything. I'm gonna get this part, because I think this will get painted by accident. When I get the side of this thing, I see a couple other places I need to get. Tape is not sticking at all. Now do some copper accents. Don't think we'll get underneath of this. I'm a little worried about this white pipe. Yes. Tape is not sticking. To itself, even. Which is a joke. Gotta be something with the heat. Okay, it's not supposed to be pretty. It's just tape. So, no comments. And we have this international blue wasp. This is very hot. Not coming out very well. It can. It's pretty. Awesome paint. The International Blue. Okay, we are back out here, and unfortunately the camera shut off because it's 93 degrees outside, but we are on the next step here. And I think what we want to do now is probably the black parts of the... Yeah, this is completely dry. I mean, it's so hot out here, it can't help but be dry. I'm gonna mask off what we don't want to be black, just with plastic bags, like that, I think. And then we're gonna do this valve as well. It normally has a black handle. So that's going to take some tape also. I don't know what happened to my other tape. Had a whole nother thing of tape. Ouch. So we're just going to get a quick spray of black on this handle here. To try not to get anything else black. Just the handle. Which probably has never been turned, ever. And we're going to do the controller box as well. So we got to get all this mask off right here, so we don't be painting anything black that's white already. I know it looks like a cluster right now, but it's going to look so good when we get done. We have like 5 different things to paint. This handle has never been moved. It's literally been sitting in this position for probably 10 years. It may not even work anymore. All right, so we don't have a lot of black paint, so we're going to be very careful with it. And not use too much. But I think we can get it a lot of it like that. Don't have much paint at all. This is a matte black. Yeah, this is almost empty. Yeah, basically empty. I might not even have enough to do this. I'm hurting over here on the blue part because I can't get to it. Ow, house is like 1,000 degrees. Okay. There we go. We have our black valve knob and our black controller box. And I want to do both the little plugs in copper. It's going to be fun trying to get that figured out. Oh, okay. You can go underneath the plug, at least partially. This is going to look cool. Surprised the camera's not overheated yet. This is going to be a quick and easy little addition to the refurbishment because it's such a tiny piece and I'll probably only have to spray it once. Man, I've dropped like 45 things today. I'm really not doing that great on dropping stuff. I mean, I'm doing good on dropping stuff. I'm doing not good on not dropping stuff. That makes sense? It's going to be a quick spray on this part and not get any copper on our white, brand new white paint. Yeah, we're using metallic copper paint on this. And then I think we're going to do the concrete base with stone. Stone lookalike. I think it'll look good, honestly. That's going to be copper for now. And this guy here going to be copper. I don't know, I think I want to redo that. I want the threads to be copper. Which is going to take a little bit of... Yeah, that's perfect. I think it'll look better with copper threads too, because it'll make the bolt or the cap or whatever this is seem, you know, fully copper, which is probably just some cheap metal, of course. So then we will mask off some of this so we don't get any copper on it. Try to do it quick and easy. I mean, that stuff goes everywhere when you spray it. That's already masked off. I haven't quite figured out what to do with these valves yet. We got our copper. Okay, let's go for it. Close up. This paint is so cool. I love this stuff. And that's not sticking right there for some reason. Oh, it looks so good. I'm stoked. Get close. Oh, it looks so awesome. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Wait till that looks, what that looks like after. Let's undo our valve here and see if we can do this guy copper. I think we can. Yeah, I think that's the jam. I think we're going to try that. This is the hose bib if you want to connect a hose to the well pump. That's perfect. I think it's getting copperized. Alright, I got that one. I probably should cover up this part. Okay, that thing's ready for copper. Oh, here comes the wind. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh my god. That's awesome. This thing's gonna look ridiculous when I get done. That's cool. Back here in the back, we just have some weird valve. Crappy looking valve that I don't use anymore. I guess I'll just leave it. Not sure what to do with it. Copper? Copperize it, I guess? I don't know. It's not used. It's kind of in the back. I don't know, but that looks crazy cool. The copper on this looks ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think I'm gonna leave that back valve. I don't know what else to do with it. Probably should just take it off. Maybe black, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that one. It's kind of half white now. And pretty much I can paint it like that. Yeah, why don't I do that? Gotta find a color though. So I'll do black. copper just looks sick. Not gonna lie. Ah, okay. It's a whole valve. Oh. Almost just painted the whole pump. This thing's so heavy. Alright. That's that. It needs to dry for a while before we can do the concrete base. But, dude, sick. Sick. Alright guys, so we are back at the pump, ready to remove some of the condimage. Let's see what we got here for the reveal. Not sure. Oh, we got a little blue paint right there. That's okay. Not going to be perfect, but it was really bad before. Okay. So we're pulling off all the tape. And all of the plastic bags. And check out the wheel. Oh, already got some junk on it. And there's a little bit of blue on the controller box. I can touch that up later. No big deal. The main point is to get the whole thing done. Oh, I see some blue on the concrete. So I think maybe we will paint the concrete later with the stone. So we'll mask off the pump and paint the concrete. So far so good. Looks like the white paint actually stayed onto the pipes, didn't come off with the tape. A lot of tape. Probably come off easier if I tore it off in the order that it was put on. A little bit of blue got through the tape. That's okay. It's gonna happen. Forgot my microphone, but so you're probably hearing. Probably not hearing everything as good as before. Just getting the last bits off. Yeah, some of these places could be touched up for sure. If that's not looking for perfection here. This thing has been out here for 10 years. And anything is better than what we had, right? Probably efficient way. At this point, our job is to unmask it. And that is all, right, people? A little tiny bit of blue that got through the tape, nothing big. Not a big deal. The valve over here in the back didn't exactly get fully painted either. I can see some missing spots on it. So just needs some touch up. But it won't be a big deal to touch that up. Yeah, the concrete got a little bit of paint on it, not sure why. Probably didn't have it masked off that great. But on the flip side, honestly, we could probably just cover that with lava rocks. There is a surge tank, or whatever it's called, the storage tank, all in white, looking good, fresh. Not bad for about 30 minutes worth of work, honestly. I mean, I could have spent hours and hours meticulously masking this thing off, but it sits out in the weather, and the whole point is to make it better than it was, and I think we have completely accomplished that. What about you guys? What do you think? Looks good. So yeah, that is it. Now we'll do some glamour shots. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Maybe you have something you can work on in your yard like this that's been sitting forever and make it look better.
I don't want to stress. Hi, come here. Come here, baby.
She's so excited.
Nope.
Oh,
Nope. Bella.
Bella. It looks crazy out here, dude. The camera does not do it justice at all. But this is post-hurricane Florida life. So slow.